After an intense fight against the final boss, there is an explosion, and Setsu finds himself in the real world. As he daydreams, he is approached by his childhood friend Yuhi, but Setsu doesn't want rumors to spread about them, but Yuhi doesn't care, pointing out how long his hair has gotten, saying it makes him look gloomy, so she offers to cut it for him. Setsu appreciates her, and agrees to let her cut his hair. Setsu wonders how things are going in the other world, but the sky suddenly turns dark, and a magic circle appears under them. Yuhi is shocked, but Setsu senses a familiar feeling. There is a blinding light, and the students are all transported to another world. The students wonder what is going on, and Setsu realizes he has returned to the other world. They suddenly hear a noise, and there are demon knights that approach. But Setsu can sense they are being controlled by a cursed energy. As the demons get closer, they start charging at them, and the students run away. They seem to target Setsu, but Yuhi jumps on him to protect him. The demon is about to hit them, but with just a flick of his finger, he sends the demon flying. Yuhi is confused about what happened, but Setsu starts leading her away. They see an army of soldiers that come charging past them, and the soldiers engage against the demons. The men struggle, but there is a squadron of mages that unleashes fire on the demons, and they manage to take some of them out. As the battle continues, the students watch on, and Setsu finds it strange, because the war against demons should have already ended. A girl named Elka arrives, telling them it's dangerous, and they should get to safety. It seems Setsu recognizes her, and Elka is joined by the royal knight Glain, and he commands his men to charge against the demons. Glain cuts one down, and Elka uses her ice magic to rain spikes down on them. Yuhi is impressed at their strength, and Setsu leads her to safety. The students make it to the city, and they meet the king, who calls them heroes. The king explains that they are being invaded by demons, similar to the war they had 5 years ago, but they were saved by a hero from another world, and the princess thinks that this is destiny once again, bringing them heroes to save them. The princess asks for their help, but the students are concerned, since they don't know how to fight, but they have no other options, and agree to help. The princess thanks them, and the students head to their rooms, but Setsu promises he will keep Yuhi safe. The next day, the students begin their training with Glain, and Elka teaches them how to use magic, which requires having a strong mental image of the magic you want to use. The girls practice, and it seems Yuhi has some talent for it. Setsu is impressed seeing this, but as he walks around, he is confronted by Elka, who thinks he is slacking off on his training. Setsu doesn't care what she thinks, but his attitude reminds her of the hero from 5 years ago, saying he was selfish and egotistical. She warns him the world is dangerous, telling him to return to his training, but Setsu refuses, telling her to make him, so she decides to teach him a lesson. She charges at him, but in an instant, Setsu dodges and slaps her from behind. Elka is stunned. She instantly recognizes his technique, acknowledging him as the hero, calling him master, and she is glad to see him again. He wonders how long she plans to bow for, and she remembers she is his chair. He ends up sitting on her, but he finds her weird, commenting that she has become more of a masochist since they last met. She wonders why he looks different, but he explains he is in a different body. Glain stumbles upon them, and wonders what they are doing, and Elka explains that Setsu is back. Glain is surprised, but looking at Elka's position, he knows it must be the truth. They quickly go to find their companion Thea, but she can already tell that Setsu is back, recognizing his magic power. Glain apologizes for being bad at sensing magic, and Elka pretends she knew it was him all along. Setsu is glad to be reunited with his old companions, and they are glad he is back. Setsu thinks he is lucky, since they could have been killed while he was away, so he wonders about the situation with the demons, and they also are curious about where he went. Setsu's friends tell him that after the final battle, he just seemed to have disappeared. Setsu isn't too sure himself, remembering his final battle against Toma. Just as he was about to strike, he gets cut by him, but Setsu lands a devastating blow that causes an explosion. But after that, he was reborn in another world, but kept his memories and magic powers. And he randomly got summoned again. Thea thinks it could actually be destiny that he was summoned again, and Setsu wonders what happened to Toma, thinking he could be behind this new war, because the demons seem to be controlled by his curse magic. But his friends tell him that he also went missing after that fight. They tried looking for the both of them, but had no luck. There is suddenly a guard that calls Glain to see the king, so he heads off, and Elka tells him that would have been his job, but Setsu says he would have traveled the world. And the three enjoy the peaceful scene that Setsu helped to bring. But Setsu wonders what Toma is up to. We see the king as he declares war on the demons. Glain tells him to reconsider, saying they are still waiting to hear from their emissary, but the princess says it was the demons who started invading them unprovoked. And seeing that new heroes were summoned at the same time, she thinks justice is on their side. Glain can't argue, and the king thinks that it was wrong to listen to Setsu and make peace with the demons 5 years ago. We see Yuhi practicing her magic, and she manages to use wind magic. Setsu compliments her, but she doesn't like the thought of using magic to hurt people. But she swears to use it to protect him, and Setsu is happy to hear this. Setsu meets with his companions, and they tell him about the declaration of war. But Glain managed to stall for time, saying the new heroes still needed more training, and Setsu decides he will go out and stop the war himself. His friends want to go with him, but he tells them he will go alone, saying he needs reliable people to stay, especially since Toma could be behind everything, so they have no choice but to agree. But first, he needs to get his equipment. Inside the palace, Thea uses an invisibility spell to sneak around, but Elka charges in, and Setsu is reminded of their old adventuring days. Elka beats up a guard, while Glain thinks they should have used a different approach. They stuff him in a box, and they head into the storage room, where Setsu finds his old sword. The guards discover the box, and they are put on high alert. Elka apologizes, and Glain says he will buy some time, and Thea tells Elka to go with Setsu since she is no help. Setsu drags her away, and they manage to make it to the edge of the city. Elka sees him off, but Yuhi suddenly appears, wondering where he is going. Setsu reveals to her that this is the second time he was summoned to the world, so he is going to go to stop the war. Yuhi wants to go with him, but he says it's too dangerous for her. Yuhi insists, but Setsu says he is doing it so she can be safe. Yuhi tells him to close his eyes, and she uses her magic to cut his hair. He is impressed she used both wind and fire magic, and Yuhi swears she will become strong so she can protect him. He flicks her forehead, and she wonders what he is doing, but he tells her that, if she can dodge it the next time they meet, then she will have passed his test. But Setsu says farewell, and he heads off. In a flashback, we see an old man arguing with his customer. He sells high-end jewelry, which has the highest quality in the whole kingdom, but he refuses to sell his pieces to a youngster who can't appreciate their value, saying he has his pride as a craftsman. The customer asks for the price of a particular brooch, but the old man says it's not about money, but a matter of his pride. His granddaughter Ruri appears, asking about the commotion, and the man says their time is being wasted. It turns out to be Setsu from the past, and he offers a sack full of gold, causing the man to instantly change his mind. After Setsu leaves, Ruri asks her grandpa about his pride as a craftsman, but he teaches her, although pride is important, everything has a price. He ends up passing away, and after the funeral, Ruri takes over to complete her grandpa's last job. She makes her way on a carriage at night, but the horse suddenly comes to a stop. A giant boar lunges at her, and she is knocked to the ground. She was on her way to deliver the brooch, and is relieved to see it wasn't damaged. She puts it back into her bag, but finds that the boar is still there. She tries to negotiate with it, offering it food, and even gold, but it's no use. However, she gets saved by Setsu, who happened to be passing by. He asks if she is okay, and she instantly offers to pay him. Setsu says it's not necessary, just happy to have helped her, but Ruri was taught by her grandpa that nothing in life is free. But Setsu tells her, not everything is about money, and Ruri seems to be reminded of the hero from the past. Setsu wonders why she is transporting goods without a guard, but Ruri says she was in a rush and couldn't find one in time. Setsu reminds her that money is no good if she dies, and wishes her luck. Ruri asks him to be her guard, but Setsu says he is busy with his own mission. She begs him to take her as far as he can, because she needs to deliver her package, and Setsu ends up agreeing to accompany her to the nearby port. They take her horse, but Ruri is sad she had to leave her other goods behind. Thinking of all the money she is losing, Setsu asks about her package, but she refuses to show him, even if he is her guard, saying it's too valuable. They make it to the port town, and Setsu is surprised to see how much it has grown. Ruri explains that after the war ended 5 years ago, trade started to boom and the town grew. She says that she hired a ship to take her the rest of the way, but when she gets to the dock, She finds her ship's trip has been cancelled, and that all the ships going to the demonic continent have been put on hold for the foreseeable future because of the war. Ruri is determined not to give up, so she asks around all the other ships, but everyone thinks she is crazy, wanting to go to the demonic continent during a war. Setsu watches her, and decides he should help her out. But she is suddenly approached by some knights, who claim to be conducting port inspections. They ask for her ID, and Ruri shows them her documents, but the knights look down on her, since she is a merchant, because they think she only cares about making money. They demand to see what's in her bag, but she refuses to show them, and they find her suspicious. They try to confiscate it, but Setsu steps in, introducing himself as her guard. He asks if they have the permits to conduct a search, but they tell him to mind his own business if he knows what's good for him. Setsu refuses to back down, so they prepare to teach him a lesson, and Setsu taunts them to fight him. But they start to attract the attention of the people, so the knights decide to let them off for now. Ruri jumps on him in gratitude, asking how much she owes him, but he says it's okay. She treats him to some food, and Setsu compliments her for staying calm in such a situation. She wonders how he knew about the permit rules, and it seems he learned a thing or two from Blaine. He wonders what she will do without a ship, and Ruri says she will keep looking for one around the town, or even buy her own ship. Setsu thinks that would be ridiculous, and reveals that he is actually on his way to the demonic continent, and says he can take her, if she agrees to rest at the inn, telling her not to push herself so hard. Ruri agrees, so they get a room at the inn. Setsu enters, telling her it's her turn to use the bath. Ruri asks him to watch her package for her while she is bathing, and Setsu wonders if it is okay. But she says she trusts him, even showing him the brooch inside. Setsu is surprised to see it, and Ruri explains it was her grandpa's last job. The brooch was her grandpa's most prized creation, and one day someone had brought it back to get it repaired. He did what he could to repair it, but his health was failing, so he couldn't be the one to deliver it. On his deathbed, he teaches Ruri that although money is important, it's only because it lets you protect the things that are really truly important, and sacrificing everything for that reason is what true pride means. He entrusts her to complete his final job, which she promises to deliver no matter what. She leaves it with Setsu, and goes to take her bath, reminding him not to steal her money, but she is glad to have met him, and happy she is close to completing her grandpa's last job. Setsu examines the brooch, and finds that the protection magic he had used on it is broken, so he worries for the person he had given it to. Later at night, while the two are sleeping, the knights come looking for them, accusing them of being demon spies. They approach their room, but Setsu becomes aware of them. The knights burst in, and Ruri is terrified. They end up jumping out of the window, and start running away, but the knights cut them off. Setsu jumps over, and continues to run, while Ruri is flustered. The knights follow, but end up slipping on bottles, which Setsu set up as a trap. However, they end up at a dead end, and the knights catch up. Ruri wonders what they are going to do, but Setsu provokes the knights to fight. However, Setsu grabs Ruri, and he jumps off the edge. Ruri thinks she is going to die, but something emerges from the water, and they land on an enormous sea serpent, which Setsu calls Leviah. The knights are shocked seeing this, and Setsu tells Leviah to head for the demonic continent. As it leaves, the knights wonder how they can even report this, but the captain says it was all just a dream, so there is nothing to report. As they travel, Ruri realizes that Leviah is just short for Leviathan, the god of the ocean, and she wonders who Setsu could possibly be. There's a bright light, and they arrive at the demonic continent. Leviah gets into a fight with a giant squid, while Setsu just cheers them on, as he enjoys the show. And Leviah gets sprayed by the squid's ink. Setsu reintroduces Leviah, who has taken her human form, and Ruri is surprised to meet the god of the ocean. Leviah gets mad at Setsu for not helping her with the squid, but he says that he thought she had things under control, and it's not every day he gets to witness such a fight. Leviah is also mad that he disappeared for 5 years, and the first thing he asks for is to use her as a boat. Ruri interrupts, asking what they are going to do with the giant squid, and Leviah says that Setsu will deal with it. So he ends up making squid rings, which Ruri is hesitant about, but quickly finds delicious after she tastes it. Leviah also enjoys it, although she says that she prefers it raw. Now that they made it to the demonic continent, Leviah points out the nearby fishing village, and reveals that the demon lord's castle is on the other side of the mountain. Setsu mentions that he will take Ruri to the castle, because he also has business with the person she is delivering her package to. Levi finds it strange that a human is making a delivery to Desus, and Ruri wonders how she knows the recipient of her package. So Levi reveals she is actually making a delivery to Desustal, the demon lord, causing Ruri to start freaking out. Levi tells them that they have to make their way on foot the rest of the way, so her job is done, but Setsu wonders if she would join him. Levi claims that she kept her promise to maintain the peace on the seas, and is mad that after 5 years, he just uses her as a boat, and is even with another woman. Some demon children appear, telling him he doesn't understand a girl's feelings, and he should apologize as a man, but he gives them all some squid rings, and they run around in joy, wanting to share with their parents, and Levi says there is plenty to go around. So they take the squid back to the village. However, things aren't looking good in the village. Trade has stopped because of the war, and they are worried about starving, because the giant squid is stopping them from fishing. But Setsu arrives with the squid, surprising them all, and the village throws a party. Levi is praised as a god, being served their finest wine, and their best sushi, but she says she likes it better when it's raw, but the man thinks it was already as raw as possible. Ruri serves the squid rings, while Setsu works on cooking them. Levi tells him he is going too slow, so he uses his great sword, and perfectly slices up the squid into rings, impressing the villagers with his skill. Meanwhile, we meet a demon named Vlad, who sees the fire down in the village, so he worries that they are being invaded by the humans, so he rushes toward the village. The party dies down, and it seems that Ruri has gotten a little drunk. She wonders how Levi met Setsu and the demon lord. So Levi tells her that 5 years ago, Setsu tried to cross her ocean without permission, so they fought, and he ended up dragging her around to help him stop the war. But in reality, the war caused her to go on a rampage, and Setsu beat her with a single punch. Levi wonders how she didn't know, because Setsu should be the great hero in the human kingdom, and Ruri suddenly realizes his true identity, which explains how he is so strong, and how he knows Desus the demon lord. She asks if Levi is angry at Setsu, but she is actually just glad that he is back. Ruri wonders if she loves him, but Levi says it would be impossible for her to be in love with a human, although she admits to waiting for him to return. There is suddenly an explosion as Vlad bursts into the village, but he soon realizes they are just having a party, and some children offer him some of the squid rings. Setsu sells all his squid rings, while Levi and Ruri sit by the ocean. Levi uses her magic to catch some fish, finding it best when it's fresh. Vlad apologizes for his behavior, and Setsu joins them. Vlad is able to recognize him, even in his new body. Setsu wonders what the demon lord's most trusted officer is doing out of the castle, and Vlad reveals he was looking for Levi. He is glad to find Setsu as well, and he begs them to save the demon lord. He reveals that Desus is being asked to marry a man named Terence Sneeder, which Levi thinks should be a happy occasion, but it's really a subjugation through a curse. Setsu thinks that Desus should be able to resist most curses, but Vlad mentions an exceptionally powerful cursed necklace. Vlad talks about the war, where they were suddenly invaded by humans a month ago, but Setsu finds this strange. Vlad mentions that they were attacked by soldiers in massive armor, and even left behind the flag of the human kingdom. Desus was reluctant to go to war, which is when Sneeder appeared, and offered to negotiate to stop the war. Setsu wonders just how strong Sneeder could be, but Ruri reveals he is actually the most wealthy merchant in the world, and his company owns most of the merchant ships in the sea. So Desus is willing to sacrifice herself to try and stop the war. Setsu wonders how Vlad can be okay with it, as one of her generals, but he says they would fight until the last man. However, Levi knows that Desus is doing this, because she made a promise to him that she would maintain the peace, and Levi calls her a fool for clinging to such a promise to someone who disappeared, but she decides to help her. Vlad warns them that the road to the castle is crawling with monsters, but Setsu says he will take care of everything by the time he gets there, and they start running straight toward the castle. He is reminded of the time that they attacked the demon lord's castle together, but they are soon approached by some wolves. Levi transforms her arm, cutting the wolves down with her water slashes. She wonders what their plan is, and Setsu says they are going to stop the wedding, and blow away the Sneeder guy. Levi wonders how he will stop the war without the backing of Sneeder, but Setsu thinks he is the one behind the war. Since the demons think that the humans were the first to attack, and the humans think the opposite. It's clear that someone else is trying to start this war, so Sneeder definitely seems suspicious. Although he might not be the mastermind, Setsu thinks he must know something. They are attacked by more wolves, but Levi shoots jets of water from the ground and takes them all out. Setsu is impressed at her strength even on land, and he wonders if she has gotten stronger. They continue on their way, and Levi thinks about her time with Setsu. Because 5 years ago, she just slept at the bottom of the ocean, not caring about the things happening above, but after she met Setsu, and going around with him, she realized the beauty of the world, and chose to protect it, not only because it was a promise that she made, but because it's her own will. She refuses to lose to Desus, telling Setsu that she likes his squid rings even better than when it's raw, so he promises to make her more whenever she wants. They arrive at the Demon Lord's castle, and prepare to face Desus. In a flashback, we see Desus as she fights to protect her people, but in the end, Setsu defeats her, but he offers to make peace, and gives her the brooch as a token of his sincerity. After some time, Desus learns about his disappearance, but even though he is gone, she thinks about her promise to him to keep the peace. 5 years later, we see Desus as she patrols the city with Vlad. The city is prospering, thanks to the peace and trade with the human kingdom, but suddenly, Desus's brooch cracks, which she finds concerning, and she gives it to Vlad to have it repaired. Soon after, they receive reports that the humans are attacking them. Desus doesn't want to jump to conclusions, but she gathers her generals, telling them to prepare their army, and sending 2 of them to find out what's going on in the human kingdom. We see some soldiers preparing their supplies, thinking that they were tricked by the humans. They worry about war, because their people have become reliant on trade, but they have faith that Desus will be able to take care of things. After a month, things are getting worse, and they haven't heard anything from the human kingdom. Desus thinks that her people won't be able to last if the war continues, but it's at this moment Vlad tells her that Terran Sneeder has come to meet her. The demon generals are outraged, as Sneeder offers to use his power and influence to end the war, but in exchange, Desus must agree to marry him, but in reality, she would become his slave, thanks to his necklace with the curse of servitude. Vlad tells her not to consider the deal, but she stops him, saying she'll think about it. Sneeder takes his leave, but wonders how much longer they can hold out for. As Desus considers the offer, she thinks back to her promise with Setsu, thinking this may be the only way to keep it. Vlad enters, telling her not to accept such a ridiculous offer, and telling her that all her men are ready to fight for her to the death, but it's for this very reason that she must accept the deal. She wonders if she is a fool, but Vlad refuses to give up, and leaves to find another way. We see Sneeder as he meets with a shady figure. Everything is going according to their plans, and they will soon have control over the demonic continent. We find out that they were the ones who sent the armored soldiers to start the war, but Sneeder suggests it's time to pull them back, not wanting to escalate things further, but the man refuses. Sneeder thinks that they have achieved their goal of obtaining the demonic kingdom, but the man says that this is the will of his master. On the day of the wedding, the demons aren't happy, but the ceremony begins, and Desus walks down the aisle. The priest tells them to exchange their vows, so Sneeder gives a speech about how he will become a demon lord as their new master, but swears to help end the war. Desus thinks about Setsu, but she accepts her fate, only wishing that she could see him one last time. Sneeder goes to put the necklace on her, but there is suddenly an explosion as Setsu makes his appearance, saying that he is there to rescue her. As Ruri and Vlad make their way to the castle, they see the explosion from the distance, and Vlad is glad they made it in time. Sneeder wonders what he is up to, calling for his guards to protect him, but Levi gets in the way, taking out the guards with her water blasts. Desus is glad to see her, but Levi tells her that she looks better in black. Sneeder's associate appears, and attacks using shadow magic. Levi tries to dodge it, but she gets caught, and her movements are frozen. The man prepares to finish her off with his shadow magic, but as he attacks, his magic is suddenly shattered, as Setsu appears behind him and blows him away. Setsu prepares to make him pay for making Desus cry, but the man recognizes Setsu, saying that his master will be most interested to hear about his return. He attacks once more, but Setsu catches the shadow and cuts right through it. The man jumps away, launching another attack, but Setsu just shrugs it off, jumping up behind him and kicking him down. Setsu wonders if that's all he's got, but the man decides to prioritize his report to his master. so he destroys the wall, making a smoke screen, and he makes his escape. Setsu tries to look for the man, but Desus rushes over, overjoyed to see him again. Setsu is glad she is okay, but Levi breaks up the reunion, pointing over to Sneeder's men. The bodies disappear, and they learn that the men were made out of cursed energy. As Setsu examines the necklace, he thinks that Toma must really be the one pulling the strings. Desus wonders what they should do next, and Setsu thinks that if they are really up against Toma, then he will need to visit the Beast King Regulus to gain the support of the Beastman. Levi wonders if they are leaving right away, exhausted from fighting all night. Ruri and Vlad arrive, as Vlad worries about all the damage in the castle. Ruri gives the brooch to Setsu, saying that he should be the one to give it back to her, so he helps her put it on, saying that black is more her color. The guards start cleaning up the castle, and Sneeder is arrested. Desus says farewell, wanting to go with Setsu, but she can't just leave because she is the leader of her people. But Setsu tells her that once he stops the war, he will take her wherever she wants to go. Ruri decides to stay behind, saying that Desus is letting her open a shop, as thanks for her help. Setsu bids them farewell, as he and Levi head off for their next adventure. In the country of the Beast Men, we meet a young girl named Shiro, who walks through the market where the shop owners all give her a bunch of free food. She is hesitant about accepting it all, but the shop owners thank her for her service, and we learn that she is a monster hunter. Shiro takes all the food back to her home, and we meet her younger sister Mineko, who suffers from an illness. Mineko's condition gets worse, and Shiro quickly gets her medicine for her. The medicine is able to help her, but we see it's her last bottle, and that she has been sick for some time, but Shiro promises to find a way to heal her. Meanwhile, Setsu and Levi arrive in the country. Levi is mad because she has been swimming for 3 days straight, so they decide to take the boat instead, which leaves the next day. At the nearby inn, Shiro buys another bottle of medicine from a woman named Kuro, thanking Kuro for obtaining such expensive medicine for her. But Kuro roots for her, seeing how much she cares for her sister. Kuro is also her boss, giving her the next job, but Shiro is shocked to see it's an assassination mission, and Kuro shows her a picture of Setsu, saying she can make enough money to never worry about affording her sister's medicine again. Shiro hesitates, but at that moment, Setsu and Levi enter the inn, looking for a room to spend the night. As Shiro walks past, she gets a look at Setsu before she leaves. Back at her house, she has dinner with her sister, but Mineko doesn't have much of an appetite because of her condition. Shiro realizes she is running out of medicine, so she tells her sister she needs to go out for one more job. We see Setsu and Levi sleeping in the inn, and Shiro shows up to take them out. She thanks Kuro for taking care of her, and even asks to call her big sister, saying they could move somewhere together after the job is done, and Kuro is happy with the suggestion. She then hands her keys to Setsu's room, and Shiro makes her way in. She attacks with her claws, but it turns out to be an illusion, and Setsu appears behind her, kicking her out of the window. Setsu thinks she must be working for Toma, and Shiro activates her partial beast transformation. She attacks with a fireball, but Setsu cuts right through it, reprimanding her for using such an attack in the middle of the town. He slaps her in the face, knocking her out, and she reverts to her original form. Setsu notices traces of cursed magic on her, and when she wakes up, she finds they are back at her house. Mineko thinks Setsu found her unconscious, and they decide not to tell her about their fight. Setsu realizes she attacked him because she is trying to afford medicine for her sister, but he reveals that her condition is not an illness, but she is actually suffering from a curse. He casts a spell on her necklace, which reveals the cursed energy on her body. Shiro begs him to save her, and Setsu assures her he will save her. He gets Mineko to lie down, and he summons his sword Gluttony. The sword opens up, and starts sucking in all the cursed energy. They are suddenly attacked by Kuro, but Shiro jumps in the way to protect Setsu, who can't move since he's in the middle of saving Mineko, so Levi blows Kuro out of the house with her water. Kuro is surprised the god of the sea is helping a human, but she doesn't worry since they are fighting on land. She surrounds Levi with a number of clones, charging at her, but Levi attacks them all at once, taking the illusions out. Kuro realizes she is standing in water, and Levi claims the sea will always be with her, as she delivers a finishing blow. Levi interrogates her on what Toma is after, but Kuro just laughs. Shiro asks why she did all of this, calling her big sis, but Kuro is actually revolted hearing this. Kuro reveals that Toma is working on becoming a god, so he can destroy every other race in the world. Before Levi can capture her, Kuro activates an orb which teleports her away. Setsu joins them, and Mineko was able to be healed. They think about stopping Toma from becoming a god, and they watch the sun rise together. Setsu and Levi catch the boat, and they continue on toward the capital to meet with the Beast King. They see Shiro and Mineko along the side of the river, and they ask to join their journey to defeat Toma, wanting to repay them for their help. Setsu warns them it will be tough, but the girls insist, so he welcomes them aboard and they continue toward the capital. In a flashback, we see Setsu teaching a girl how to fight with the sword. We learn that the girl is the Beastman's princess named Roa, and she doesn't want to accept Setsu as her master, but Setsu is okay with this, knowing that dueling is the Beastman's way of life. Back in the present, the Beastmen officials in the capital city of ENGDUB discuss how they should respond to the humans and demons. Some officials think they should focus on protecting the people, while the others think they should be more aggressive, so they begin to argue, challenging each other to a duel. At that moment, Roa senses a presence, and she rushes outside, as Setsu arrives at the entrance to ENGDUB, trying to convince the guards that he is there on important business, but the guards don't believe him because they don't trust humans, telling them to leave. At that moment, Roa falls from the sky, crashing into the guards and knocking them out. Roa hugs Setsu, saying she missed him, but she suddenly pulls out her claws to test him as Setsu restrains her. Roa has now acknowledged Setsu as her future master, and they make their way to King Regulus, who is happy to see Setsu. However, Setsu throws him to the ground, and Regulus tells him that he is still strong, calling him a hero. Regulus wants to have a duel with Setsu, but Setsu declines, saying he has an urgent business to discuss. He tells Regulus that Toma is alive, and that he is behind the war between the humans and demons. Roa wants to join Setsu in his quest, but a beastman speaks up, saying they can't spare any manpower for other nations. He introduces himself as Roga, the army commander and fiancé of Roa. Roga points out that Setsu has been missing for 5 years, so they can't be sure if he is still on their side. But Roa calls him an idiot, saying Setsu can be trusted. Regulus says they both have a point, and as beastmen, they should settle the issue with a duel. Roga challenges Setsu to a duel, and the king adds that the winner will marry Roa. Roga tells Setsu that he will wait for him at the arena tomorrow, so he should prepare for his demise. That evening, Roa goes to Roga, telling him he doesn't stand a chance against Setsu, because he's on another level. Roga already knows this, but he thinks he has a chance, showing her a magic rune he got from a mage, which converts willpower into strength. The next day, we see everyone in the arena, looking forward to the duel between the two warriors. Roa wishes Setsu luck, and this makes Roga jealous, as the magic rune starts shining. Regulus begins the duel, so Roga charges with his claws, but Setsu dodges the attack, and appears behind him. Roga attacks again, but Setsu jumps back, and he launches his attack at Setsu, who easily deflects it with one hand. Setsu provokes Roga, telling him to use his full power, so he transforms into a giant beast, which makes him several times stronger. Roa warns Setsu not to let his guard down, but Setsu grabs Roga by his tail and tosses him to the ground, destroying a part of the arena. Roa publicly declares her love for Setsu, as he asks Regulus to end the match, but Roga gets back up, and he becomes angry as the magic rune shines brightly. He remembers how he used to watch Setsu train Roa, which made him jealous, and this makes him determined to win, unleashing a powerful aura as he gets a power-up. Levi recognizes it as Toma's curse, as Roga fires a beam from his mouth, pushing Setsu back. Levi gives Setsu his sword, while Roga's body starts bleeding because of the curse. He dashes towards Setsu, striking with his arm, which Setsu slices off, but it immediately regenerates, and he uses the arm to attack Setsu, who manages to evade the attack. Roa tries to interfere, but Setsu tells her not to be careless, because the curse could transfer to her. He knows that the curse is controlling Roga, so Setsu wants to save him. He summons Gluttony to devour the curse, but the area becomes covered in fog, as Roga's head vanishes, revealing an image of Toma. Toma says he had to get rid of Roga, because he didn't want Setsu to waste his magic power on him. Roa asks Toma if he tricked Roga, but Toma tells her not to interrupt his conversation with Setsu, pointing his finger at her. Setsu tells him to stop, and this makes Toma laugh because he always protects someone other than him. Toma wants to make Setsu happy by killing everyone, wanting to live like a god with him after the world has been cleaned up. Setsu warns Toma that he will cut him down if he hurts innocent people, as Toma informs him that the invasion of the demon continent has begun, so he questions Setsu's ability to protect everyone as he disappears. After that, Regulus apologizes for approving the duel, but Setsu tells him it's not his fault, saying they should go to the demonic continent to stop Toma. Regulus arranges a ship for Setsu, saying his army will follow him as soon as possible, and Roa joins Setsu in his trip. 10 years earlier, we see Setsu was actually summoned with Toma. The people around them call the summoning a success, and they are welcomed as heroes in their world, but Setsu speaks up, saying he never agreed to be a hero. He starts training with a sword, telling Toma they need to get stronger, because they are now in a world with monsters and demons, but Toma is afraid to go to war. Setsu says they should at least do something, and he suggests working together to survive, since they are in the same boat. Setsu wants Toma to help him stop the war, but Toma thinks there's nothing they can do to stop it, seeing himself as weak. Setsu reminds Toma that they are the chosen heroes, and they still don't know what's possible, as he promises to protect Toma since they are from the same world. Setsu eventually decides to leave, saying he needs to see the world with his own eyes, and Toma decides to stay because he is still scared. But he tells Setsu that he will get stronger to end the war. They promise to meet again once they become real heroes, and Setsu meets up with his party, starting their adventure together, while Toma watches them leave. After some time, Toma has become an accomplished hero, earning him the title of knight. He has gained the respect of the other soldiers, who are all willing to die for him, and they charge through the battlefield together, laying siege to a temple. They break through the gate, as Toma pulls out his sword, slaughtering the demon soldiers in their path. He eventually reaches an area with a strange statue, where he sees some demons begging for their lives as they surrender, but he mercilessly kills them, thinking the war needs to end. As he walks away, he starts to hear a strange voice from the amulet on the statue, telling him it knows about his true desire, and offering to give it to him. The amulet gives off a dark energy, which makes him realize that his true desire is to return to his world with Setsu, and he takes the amulet with him. After that, we see Toma walking through the bodies of his comrades, as the only survivor in his group. A messenger informs him that a truce has been called in the name of peace, and the leaders who will sign the treaty are going to pass through the area. At that moment, he sees a caravan passing by, and he sees Setsu sitting with the leaders, wondering what he's doing there. The leaders gather in the room, signing the peace treaty together, as everyone celebrates the end to the war, hailing Setsu as a hero. That evening, Toma approaches Setsu, calling him amazing for ending the war, but Setsu claims that he didn't do anything special. Setsu's friends call out to him, and he is about to leave, but Toma tells him about his wish to return to the original world with Setsu, saying he found a way to go back. However, Setsu doesn't want to return, wanting to enjoy life without war in that world. Toma feels devastated, as Setsu continues to walk away, wishing Toma luck in his return to the original world. Toma starts crying, remembering the promises they made to each other, and the amulet starts giving off an ominous aura, as he tells Setsu that he will kill everyone to make him go back to the way he was. He attacks Setsu, who defends himself with his sword, while Toma continues to attack him while laughing like a maniac. Their weapons clash, and they are both pushed back, but Setsu leaps toward Toma, who slashes Setsu's torso, but Setsu endures the blow, and hits Toma's shoulders, resulting in an explosion that makes them disappear. Toma is sent back to the temple, telling the amulet that none of his wishes came true, and he drops it to the ground, thinking he is about to meet his end, but the amulet glows brightly, as he gets a vision of scientists performing some brutal experiments on humans, who are all suffering in that world, making Toma realize that there are still people like him. Toma decides to save them, causing an earthquake that makes the building collapse. He rescues 4 test subjects, and they all join him in his quest to destroy the world. Back in the present, he tells his companions that they will all become gods as the world reaches its end. The human fleet sails to the demon continent with Setsu's classmates, and the navigator tells the general that they are about to approach the landing area. The general gives an impassioned speech, getting the soldiers fired up for the battle. Thea senses a trace of Toma's magic power in the continent, and they conclude that the real enemy is not the demonic nation, but Toma. However, Glane notices that the soldiers are all riled up, so they probably won't listen to them if they told them about the situation. They start looking for Setsu, as Yuhi says he's probably doing his best to stop the war. Knowing they are headed for a pointless war, they make it their mission to prevent casualties until Setsu arrives. The human soldiers land on the beachhead, charging at the demons while they are being attacked by the demons' magic. Glane comes up with a plan to circle around the enemy, as the human mages fire at the enemy's fortifications, allowing the human soldiers to break through and clash with the demons. Elka leads the students, flanking the enemies as they are focused on the soldiers at the front. Together, they take out some demons, but one of their classmates starts to panic, and she is about to get killed. Yuhi uses a fire spell to save her, and the demons retreat as the humans gain the advantage. The students surround a defenseless demon, as one of them prepares to strike the finishing blow, but Yuhi stops him, saying the demon can no longer fight. They suddenly hear a voice from the sky, telling them they need to end lives, as it causes demon knights to descend upon the retreating demons. Elise appears from the ground, and she immediately attacks the human soldiers, killing them one by one. The demon soldiers think that the tides have turned in their favor, but the demon knights suddenly attack them, blowing them away. Elka freezes the demon knights, while Glaine slices them in half. They notice that there are people inside the demon knights, as Mela reveals herself, making them realize that Elise has been hypnotized. Mela states that she turned Elise into a doll, asking them if they also want to become her puppets. Elka charges at her, but Elise blocks her attack, pushing her back. Mela spills her blood on the ground, and they realize that her blood has magic power as she introduces herself as a monster master. Her blood rises from the ground, taking the form of 4 different monsters, and they immediately attack the group. The snake monster approaches Elka as she fights Elise, so she jumps back, summoning icicles to pierce the snake's head, while Glaine uses his sword skill to defeat the gorilla monster. The demon knights try to attack Glaine, but he blocks the attack, as Thea uses a powerful spell to kill the demon knights and the dragon monster. Yuhi defeats the last monster, leaving them with Elise and Mela. Mela becomes upset, ordering Elise to kill them as Glaine clashes swords with her, defeating her in one hit. Elka dashes toward Mela, disarming her and piercing through her magic organ. Elka tells her it's the price she pays for toying with people's lives, as she leaves her bleeding by the river. But Mela gets back up, revealing that her body has been modified during the experiments, so she has an extra magic organ. She breaks her limit, summoning a 3-headed chimera, and she jumps on top of it, using a spell to merge her body with the monster, fueling it with her life force. The chimera tries to stop them, but they all jump away. The chimera's heads start glowing, and magic beams come out of its mouths, while Thea and Yuhi combine their powers to create a barrier, blocking the attack. The chimera prepares to fire another magic beam, but Thea and Yuhi are now exhausted. At that moment, Elka sees a butterfly, and it makes its way to Mela. Elise suddenly appears behind Mela, stabbing her from behind, but Elise suddenly starts crying as she recalls how they used to treat each other as sisters. Mela and the chimera turn into stone, and they heal Elise, allowing her to survive. However, they suddenly hear a deep voice as a dark hand appears from the ground, blowing away the soldiers. A man shows himself to the group, and they all see him as a threat, but everyone is already exhausted at this point. Yuhi thinks about taking him on, unleashing her aura, but Setsu suddenly descends from the sky, joining them on the battlefield. Setsu tells Yuhi to stand back, saying he'll take care of it, and the man immediately recognizes him as the hero. He removes his cloak, unleashing his aura, while Setsu charges at him. Meanwhile, Kuro takes out some soldiers, but she is suddenly attacked as Shiro and Mineko make their entrance. Shiro thinks Kuro is not a bad person, calling her big sister, but Kuro laughs, throwing her weapons, which they easily deflect. Kuro dashes toward them, striking with her weapon, but they dodge the attacks, and Shiro strikes back, but she misses. Kuro wonders if that's all they can do, calling them useless cats, as she attacks Shiro, wounding her face, and she immediately makes her way to Mineko. Shiro hits Kuro with a flying kick, while Mineko follows up and smashes her into the ground. Kuro appears to be defeated, and the sisters let their guard down. But black tentacles suddenly appear from the ground, restricting Mineko. Kuro gets back up, and we see she now has extra arms. She pushes Shiro back, and she breaks her limit, strengthening her extra arms. Kuro launches her arm at Shiro, who dodges the attack, but the arm travels beneath the ground, and appears in front of her. Shiro gets hit, pushing her away, as Kuro laughs, saying sisterhood is just a curse, but Shiro still calls Kuro her big sister, claiming it's not a curse. Kuro launches her arms at Shiro, who runs as she dodges the attacks. She jumps toward Mineko, and they combine their powers, causing the tentacles to break as the two fuse their bodies. They call it their secret power, as Kuro calls the sisters useless, but she dashes past Kuro in an instant, saying she doesn't stand a chance against her. Kuro summons more extra arms, sending them to attack, but the sisters spin like a top, blocking her attacks and destroying most of her arms. Kuro falls to the ground, but she refuses to give up, remembering her dead siblings, As she lunges at them, Kuro gets taken out in one hit, and the sisters return to their original bodies, as Kuro lies motionless on the ground. Meanwhile, a man faces a group of demon soldiers alone, and they hit him with their swords, but it has no effect on him. He pushes the soldiers back, and he removes his cloak, as he starts beating the soldiers up. He introduces himself as Virdas, inviting the soldiers to attack him. At that moment, Roa jumps toward him, punching his face, sending him flying. But she wonders why his face is so hard. She tells the soldiers to back off, saying she'll take care of the man, who reveals that his body is made of iron. Virdas mentions Roga to her, which touches her sore spot, so she dashes forward, striking with her leg, but Virdas is unfazed, and Roa's leg starts bleeding. Roa tells him she will crush him for toying with the pride of the beast men, unleashing a powerful aura from her fists, as she tells him that she will keep hitting until he breaks. Virdas opens his hand, releasing dark particles, while he tells her about his ability to control his body freely. Iron pellets appear around her, hitting her multiple times. Roa collapses, making Virdas think she's done for, as he starts walking away, but she gets back on her feet, and she exudes her aura, making Virdas surprised. She runs to Virdas, who launches iron pellets, hitting her eye, but she endures the blow, landing a solid punch on his face. Virdas remembers how the Beast King's bloodline has the ability to burn their life force as a last resort to take their enemies down, so he hardens his body, wanting to crush her pride. Roa strikes him with her fists, and his armor starts to break. So he impales Roa with iron spikes, but she fights on, destroying the spikes, and driving her fist through his torso. Roa states that a beastman's pride is tougher than anything, but she collapses as she runs out of stamina. Virdas calls her a fool, but he wants her foolish pride to live on, so he heals her, allowing her to regain consciousness as he falls to the ground. Roa is surprised that someone like him is working for Toma, and he reveals he is only working for him because he found Toma cute. Meanwhile, Setsu exchanges blows with his opponent, who uses his shadow ability to immobilize him. The man is about to finish him off, but Setsu blocks the attack. Setsu pushes him back, claiming he doesn't stand a chance against him, but the man laughs, saying he will wager his life in the battle. He breaks his limit, covering himself in shadow armor, and they continue their fight. Setsu jumps toward him, hitting his shoulders, but it does no damage to him as he reveals that his shadow armor absorbs all energy. He punches Setsu away, but he gets back up, exuding his energy as he uses a sword skill, destroying all of his enemy's equipment. The man refuses to give up, charging with his broken sword, as Setsu calls him an idiot, dealing the finishing blow. Toma realizes that all of his companions have been defeated, but he knows that they are headed for the finale, wanting to close the curtain on this world. Levi rushes to check on Desus, who notes that Toma's companions have all been defeated, so they should have the upper hand in the battle. But Toma suddenly arrives, saying that things will end the same way no matter what. We see there is a struggle, but both the girls are defeated. Setsu rushes to find his friends, and Toma gets jealous he came for them. Setsu thinks there is no point trying to talk to him, but Toma claims when he ends the world, they'll be the only ones left, and they'll have plenty of time to talk. Setsu charges at him, and the two clash their blades. Toma gets pushed back, but he transforms his sword and throws it at Setsu, but Setsu bats it away, and it destroys the roof, even causing a crack in the sky. Levi can't believe how strong they are, but Setsu asks Toma if he has finished warming up. Toma attacks with his aura, and Setsu defends himself, but Toma gets behind him, slashing at him with his sword. Toma wonders if he has lost his touch, but Setsu tells him not to get cocky. Setsu manages to disarm him, but he drops his sword, which surprises Toma, and he starts beating Toma with his fists instead. Toma manages to push him back, saying he let his guard down, but he decides they should step things up, as he changes the form of his sword into a cannon. He fires the cannon, and it ends up creating a hole in the mountain. Setsu is shocked at its power, thinking he needs to stop Toma before he fires it again. He rushes at Toma, landing a kick on him, but the two start fighting in the sky. Toma can't land a hit, so he transforms his cannon into a Gatling gun. He opens fire on Setsu, but Setsu summons Gluttony, and he devours the attack. Setsu gains power from absorbing the attack, and he releases the energy back at Toma. Setsu's other friends arrive, and he is glad they are all safe, but Toma thinks about how Setsu was always with other people, and how he was always left alone. He unleashes a tremendous amount of power, and Setsu realizes there is something strange about his power. Toma sacrifices his own life force to break his limits, transforming his weapon to yet another form. Toma starts blasting everything with his weapon, and Setsu can only dodge. Toma decides to target his friends, firing his cannons at them, and Setsu tries to absorb the attack with his sword. But it's not enough, and the energy gets through, but his friends manage to survive by forming a shield together. Setsu fights back, attacking with rapid slashes, and it's enough to destroy Toma's weapon. He charges at Toma, delivering a finishing blow, but as Toma falls, he thinks about his time with Setsu, and he refuses to lose. He gets back up once again, transforming his weapon into a giant cannon, and he fires it at Setsu. Setsu tries to shield himself, but it's not enough, and he gets blown away. He smashes into the ground, and Toma thinks he was finally able to beat Setsu. He starts laughing like a maniac, but Setsu claims he will never win, as he traps Toma with dimensional magic. Toma can't control his weapon, and Setsu activates his final skill, raising the ground around Toma. Toma panics, not wanting to die, and he reminds Setsu how he promised he would protect him. He says that all he ever wanted was to stay by his side, but he ends up being sealed in darkness. However, we see his necklace is broken, and he regains consciousness. He wonders why he is still alive, and Setsu says he was just trying to get through to him, using his sword to only eat the curse that was controlling him, because he remembered his promise to protect him. Toma thinks he has done too many unforgivable things, but Setsu says he now has time to atone for everything. We see Toma locked up, and he wonders what his punishment will be. Setsu tells him he will use all of his magic power to send all of his classmates back to their own world. Toma thinks he is getting off easy, but Deza says that once he uses all his power, he will just be a regular human, so he won't be able to cause any more trouble, and Setsu suggests he should also go to the other world to have a fresh start. We see Toma performing the spell, and all the students are sent back to their world. Setsu wonders why Toma decided not to go with them, but Toma says he wants to atone for the things he did in this world. The two head their separate ways, and Setsu prepares to go on a new adventure. Elka wants to go with him, but Thea says they have too much work after the war. We see that Yuhi also stayed behind, and she is determined to stick with Setsu wherever he goes. So the two head off to explore the world, and they're excited to see what lies ahead. But that's where this video ends. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. The story begins with a boy named Kazuya. He stumbles upon a thug wielding a knife, who is threatening some girls. Kazuya tackles him to the ground, but he gets stabbed, and ends up dying. He wakes up in the body of a young boy, and he becomes confused as he sees his reflection in the mirror. We learn that he has been asleep for a week, so his mother Sarah checks up on him, thinking that he must be hungry, so she orders the maid Sylvia to bring him some soup. They leave him in the room, telling him to rest, and Kazuya realizes he has been reincarnated into another world, so he looks around his surroundings, trying to understand the world he's in. Sylvia arrives with his soup, which she feeds him, before trying to put him to bed. Sylvia answers his questions, and he learns that he is a 3-year-old boy named Kane. He is the third son of a high-ranking noble named Garm, who has an army that protects the kingdom of Esford against foreign invaders. He becomes excited, as he learns that he now lives in a world where adventurers use swords and magic to defeat monsters. He wants to learn magic, but Sylvia tells him that he must first learn how to write, so he starts studying, wanting to live in that world. Later, his family is surprised to find he has already learned how to read and write. His sister Rain adds that he can even do math, so they start to think that he is a genius, but he is really just a high schooler stuck in the body of a 3-year-old boy. They wonder why he is now interested in studying, because he seems to be a different person, and Kane explains that he just wants to learn everything he can about the world. Garm supports him, saying that it will help him become a successful person, and allows him to read books about magic and history. Sarah is happy to learn he is interested in magic, but they don't think that he is ready for that yet, saying he's too young to use magic, so he should just study the books for now. However, Kane realizes that he can already use magic, but he is having a hard time controlling it, and he tries to hide it from everyone around him. Rain realizes that he is studying about the outside world, so she teaches him about the 300-year history of the kingdom as well as the different races in the world. After 2 years, the day of Kane's baptism has arrived, and they ride a carriage as they make their way to the venue. Kane is happy to see the outside world, asking his sister to show him her stats after going through the ritual. So Rain opens her status window, and Kane learns that Rain can use 3 types of elemental magic. Sarah reveals that Rain was granted a level 2 blessing by the god of magic, which is very useful because it determines how much magic is needed to activate a spell, and it even affects the skills. They explain that the blessing goes up to level 5, and it's given by one of the 7 pillar gods they worship, as part of their kingdom's religion. They arrive at the venue, where they kneel before the statues of the 7 gods, and the priest begins the ceremony, asking the gods to show Cain the path he needs to walk on. A bright light illuminates the area, and Cain is instantly transported to the world of the gods. He is shocked to learn that the gods have been waiting for this day, addressing him as Kazuya. The god of creation, ENGDUB, introduces himself, as Cain thinks about his weird appearance, but ENGDUB knows what Cain is thinking, since he is a god. The god of death and rebirth, Rhyme, reveals that his death was unexpected, because if he didn't interfere, the thug would have tripped and would have gotten caught. This makes Cain feel bad, since he died for nothing, but the god of earth was moved by his good deeds, so he was reincarnated into this new world. Rhyme apologizes, because Cain was not supposed to recall his memories at the age of 3, but Cain tells her that it's okay, since it allowed him to write and use magic, and even enjoy life with his new family. The god of magic takes a liking to him, so she gives him her blessing. ENGDUB follows suit, and the god of war gives him his blessings, along with his swordsmanship and martial arts. The god of technology also grants his blessing, telling him to use his knowledge from his previous life to make progress in the world. The god of commerce gives him the judgment and item box skills, while the god of earth gives him some unique skills that he can use when he returns. ENGDUB laughs as he sends Cain back with the blessing of all the gods, and the priest states that this is the first time he has seen the statue shine with such brilliance. Garm wants to see Cain's status window, thinking he must have received multiple blessings, but Cain doesn't want to show it to them, because he thinks it might be a problem. So he runs away, claiming that his stomach hurts. He hides as he checks his status window, and he is shocked to see that all of his magic, blessings, and skills are at level 10. Cain thought that the highest level was 5, so he wonders what the gods were thinking when they gave him their blessing. He wants to hide it from everyone, but he realizes that ENGDUB granted him the ability to conceal his status. After that, we see him at the dining table with his family, where they discuss the light from the baptism ceremony. Garm asks Cain about his status, so he shows it to them, thinking that he has already concealed his status, but they are still shocked by the numbers, especially his magic score, because even palace mages can't come close to that number. Garm states that with his skills, he will be successful no matter what job he chooses, warning Cain never to show his status window to anyone, because he could be seen as a threat to the kingdom. Cain returns to his room, wondering what is considered as average stats. He sees a book about summoning magic, so he goes outside to summon a fluffy animal, but he ends up summoning a demon instead. It starts attacking his sister, who happens to be passing by, and he tries to attack the demon with a fire spell, but the demon grabs onto him, while he uses a return spell to send it back. He drops to the floor and passes out, but he eventually regains consciousness, and is happy to see that his sister is smiling because of his deeds. Later, he is presented to a crowd during his debut, where he reveals that his goal is to become an adventurer and protect everyone. Garm tells him that he needs to study more to achieve his goal, arranging for a tutor to help him out. We see him reading in his room, as he wonders what his tutor is going to be like. His tutors arrive. One of the tutors, Millie, nervously introduces herself, while the other one, Nina, makes a very short introduction, and Millie tells her not to be rude to the nobles. But Cain tells them they don't need to be formal when speaking to him, since they are his tutors, making them feel relieved. Garm wants them to teach Cain for 3 years, and they immediately begin his training. They head to the training grounds where Millie tells him to try doing some swings, but she is shocked by how skilled he is. Nina comments that he might be better than Millie, making her upset, so she challenges Cain to a mock fight. Cain charges at her, and she struggles to block his attacks. Nina asks Cain if he received the blessing of the god of war, and he admits to it as he continues his fight. Millie backs off, saying she won't be able to last if they keep up at that pace, so he should start learning magic from Nina. Nina reveals that she has a level 3 blessing from the god of magic, wanting to start with teaching the basics, but Cain tells her that he already knows the basics, demonstrating some beginner-level magic to prove his point. However, Nina tells him that he just used enchanted magic, when it takes intense training just to shorten incantations, so she concludes that he is a genius. Millie points out that he even used all the elements, which Nina thinks is impossible, because there is no one in that world who can use all the elements that effectively. Cain admits that he also has the blessing from the god of magic, making his tutors impressed. His tutors are shocked when he offers them a towel from his item box. They realize that Cain is just too amazing, and they can no longer teach him within the mansion, because he could end up destroying the mansion with his powers. They go to Garm, explaining the situation as they ask for his permission to train Cain outside the mansion. The next day, they leave the mansion, and Nina instructs him to use an intermediate level magic on a boulder, so he uses a fire spell, which makes the rock explode, blowing his tutors away, and leaving behind a huge crater. Nina tells him that the spell was way beyond intermediate, while Millie wonders why he still doesn't feel tired, making them realize that he has an insane amount of magic. A killer rabbit suddenly appears, charging toward Cain, but he dodges its attack, and counters with wind magic. He stores its remains in his item box, so that he can show his family when he gets back home. Millie wishes she had a magic bag, which functions like an item box, but it is too expensive for her to afford. Nina uses a search spell to look for more monsters to hunt, revealing the location of nearby creatures. Cain wants to learn the spell, so Nina gives him a brief explanation about it, and he tries it out, allowing him to detect nearby creatures, as well as the type of creatures that were discovered. They take out the creatures, but one monster retreats to the forest as Cain runs after it. Millie stops him, saying that the forest is full of strong monsters that attack the city every few decades, which explains why it is so heavily fortified. That evening, Cain realizes that he is already at level 8, because he has a skill that gives him 100 times experience, and he blames the gods for making him too overpowered. They go to the guild hall to look for a quest, but they come across a brawny guy, who looks down on them for being D-rank adventurers, asking them if their quest is babysitting, since they are spending time with a kid. He orders Millie to pour him a drink, but Millie refuses, and Nina tells him that they are on duty. This makes him upset, so he grabs onto Nina while his companions restrain Millie. Cain slaps the man's hand, making him fall to the ground as he squirms in pain. The man tries to retaliate, but he is no match for Cain, so he draws out his sword, relentlessly attacking Cain, who easily dodges his attacks. Cain catches his sword using 2 fingers and throws him outside. His companions threaten to kill Millie, but Cain charges at them, tossing them outside as well. His tutors thank him, and Millie is surprised he is also good at martial arts, but he claims that he just studied it from some books. They head back to the forest where they continue their training, and after 3 years, the contract of his tutors are about to come to an end. He wants to thank them for being good to him, and remembers that Millie wanted a magic bag, so he goes to the forest to look for the materials needed for the bag. He easily defeats the powerful monsters in the forest, but a guard sees the pillars of fire that he used, and thought that the monsters were preparing to attack the city again. The guard sounds the alarm, so Garm heads to the forest with his soldiers, but instead of seeing monsters, they encounter a huge crater. Cain completes the last part of his training, and he gives them the magic bags that he made. He tells them about the monsters he defeated, and we learn that it would normally take a party of A-rank adventurers, but he did it on his own. Cain tells them that the magic bags could hold a whole mansion, and only they can hold onto it, but they tell him that it would be considered beyond a national treasure level item. But they bid each other farewell, saying they all had fun during the experience. 2 years later, Cain is now 10 years old, and they head to the royal capital for Cain's debut, which is a mandatory event for all noble sons. His father tells him that their journey will take 1 week if no monsters get in the way. Cain uses his search ability to detect any nearby threats, and tells his father that people are being attacked by monsters 3 kilometers ahead. Garm orders his men to pick up the pace, but Cain knows they won't make it in time to save the people. So he jumps out of the carriage, and uses a boost spell to run ahead. Meanwhile, the monsters are about to wipe out the people, and a soldier desperately tries to protect the royal carriage. A monster approaches the carriage, but Cain suddenly appears, killing the monsters with ease, and defeating the general with his fire sword. He checks up on everyone, introducing himself as the son of Garm, and using a healing spell to help the soldiers recover, but some of the soldiers didn't make it, so he stores their bodies in his item box. At that moment, Garm arrives, wanting to help, but he realizes that the fight is over. The door of the royal carriage opens, revealing 2 girls, Princess Telestia and Miss Silk, the Duke's daughter. They introduce themselves to the ladies, and the princess collapses from the stress. Cain casts a spell to help them relax, making their hearts lighter. The girls thank Cain for saving them, revealing that they saw him fight from their carriage window. They start fighting over him, and Silk asks him what brought him there, so he explains that they are going to the royal capital for his debut. The girls reveal that they will also be having their debuts, wanting Cain to travel with them. As they travel, he sits between the two girls in the royal carriage. He doesn't feel comfortable in his position, so he wants to move to another seat, but the girls won't let him go. They arrive at a town, where the girls want Cain to spend the night with them, because they feel safer around him. Garm asks for them to reconsider, since it would be inappropriate for boys and girls to share a room, but the girls tell him that they are still traumatized from the last attack, so they want Cain to protect them. Cain is pressured into sharing the room with them, but agrees under the condition that the room is huge. They go to their rooms, but Cain realizes that the beds are too close together. The girls want Cain to sleep in the middle, as they move the beds closer to each other. The girls get closer to him, claiming that they are scared, and Cain becomes too nervous to go to sleep. This goes on for a few nights, making Cain sleep deprived as they arrive at the royal capital. When they exit their carriage, they are greeted by the vice captain named Gizzard, who thanks Cain for saving the girls and his men. Cain removes the remains of the fallen guards from his item box, wanting everyone to recognize they bravely fought against the orcs to protect the girls. Cain is about to leave, but Gizzard grabs onto him, telling him that he will have an audience with the king. Gizzard takes him to the king's hall, where he meets the king. He pays his respects, and the king tells everyone how he saved the carriage by defeating the group of orcs. The king acknowledges his heroic exploits, saying that the girls wouldn't have survived without him, so he makes Cain a baron, giving him his own mansion. A noble named Corgino speaks out, saying that Cain is too young to be a baron, but the king points out that he couldn't perform the same feats that Cain has accomplished, so Corgino backs off. Cain reluctantly accepts the title of baron, and the king concludes the audience, telling him to go backstage. We see Cain in a room with his father, who comments that Cain is the first among his sons to be promoted. The king joins them, bowing to Cain as he thanks him for saving his daughter. Cain is not comfortable seeing them in such a position, asking them to raise their heads, but the king felt the need to thank Cain as a father. The king tells him that since he excels in both magic and the sword, and even has the blessing of the gods, the kingdom can't leave such a talented child to his own devices. That's why he is given the title of baron, even asking him to marry Princess Telestia, while the duke also wants him to marry his daughter. Cain is shocked, but the girls are happy, as the king explains that he will now be engaged to the two girls, because he has slept with both of them. But we learn that this was all part of their plan to keep Cain in the kingdom. They continue to pressure Cain, and he eventually agrees to marry their daughters. We see Cain in the capital church, where he prays to the gods, allowing him to enter their world once again. He asks the gods about his stats, and Xenum admits that his stats are insane, so he is probably the most powerful human in the world, asking him if he wants to become a demigod. However, he tells Cain that there are limits to what he can do alone, warning him not to test those limits. Xenum tells him that there isn't much entertainment in his current world, so he suggests using his knowledge from his previous life to create something. Cain thinks about bringing in an item that doesn't exist in that world, and Xenum agrees with his idea. Cain returns to the world, and he sees a cat girl named Parma, who tells him that she's under training at her uncle Tamani's shop. Cain visits the shop, commenting on the wide variety of goods that they have. He tells Tamani's about the item that he has in mind, drawing it out and explaining the details to him. Tamani's likes the concept, and he thinks that he could produce it at a very affordable price. Cain wants to see a prototype, giving him a gold coin to cover the expenses, and telling Tamani's that he can consider it as an upfront investment. Tamani's accepts the task, and he assures Cain that he will give it his best. After some time, Tamani's shows him the prototype. Cain thinks it looks great, playing a game with Parma to demonstrate how the game is played, and Tamani's gets excited, thinking that the game is sure to catch on. Cain suggests that they should use a different version for nobles, because he is certain that the nobles would want a fancier version. Cain wants him to mass-produce the product, giving him the funds needed to do so. Tamani's is shocked, bowing to Cain as he promises to do his very best. They take their sample to the altar, swearing to the god of commerce that they will uphold their end of the contract, causing the prototype to vanish as it is accepted. As a result, no one will be able to produce the same product for 3 years. Cain wants them to start selling the product in the next month, asking Tamani's to prepare an extravagant one for the royal family. After that, he makes his way home, and he is informed that the debut is about to begin, so he rushes to get ready, and leaves with his parents. Garm knows that Cain will get a lot of attention because he recently became a baron, so he warns his son to watch out for parents who want to introduce their daughters to him. They arrive at the venue, where the royal family makes their appearance. The king gives a speech about the next generation, and Cain goes to the king with his family, and he presents the game that he developed with Tamani's. The king is interested, wanting to talk to him after the ceremony. Garm wasn't aware of the game's development, and Cain explains that he needs to find other sources of income to help him maintain the mansion. His parents leave, as they tell him to interact with the other children. Cain sits with Silk, who displays her interest in him as she starts teasing him, but Corgino's son Habit interrupts them, giving Silk a compliment and expecting her to reciprocate, but Silk just silently greets him. One of Habit's friends demands that Cain show his respect to Habit, so he gets up to greet Habit, introducing himself as Baron Cain, but they think he is just a son of a baron, so they start looking down on him. Habit thinks that Cain must be from a poor family, since he didn't even mention his last name, and he threatens to have his friends beat him up if he doesn't apologize for his rudeness. But Cain tells Habit that he is the one being rude, so they go outside, where Habit wants to fight him. Habit reveals that his friends have God's blessing, and they can even use magic. The first guy steps up, and he tries to show off, conjures a really weak fireball, which Cain easily dodges. The other one also tries to be flashy, but he just launches some weak rock projectiles. They are about to attack again, but Silk becomes annoyed, so she tells them that Cain is not the son of a baron, but he is the baron himself, telling them about his impressive feats. She orders them to bow since he outranks them, and they obey, begging for his forgiveness as they leave the scene. Silk realizes that Cain has a dark side, because he let the situation drag on to make things more interesting, even though he knew that the kids were mistaken. But she promises to keep it a secret from Telestia if Cain goes on a date with her. At that moment, Telestia arrives, wanting to know what happened, but Silk just tells her that they are going to go on a date. Telestia becomes jealous, so Cain tells her that he will also go on a date with her. The king interrupts them, summoning Cain for their meeting, where they play the game Cain developed. The king enjoys the game, wanting to keep it exclusively between them, but Cain reveals that it's going to be made available to the public. The Duke is also there, and they take the chance to remind him that his engagement with their daughters is a secret, telling him to be careful on his date. The next day, Cain is given the deed and key to his new mansion. He goes to check it out, but when he arrives, he finds it's completely run down. As he enters, the lights don't work, so he uses his magic to light the way. He checks out the rooms, but finds that everything is filthy and all the rooms are empty. But it doesn't bother him, as he uses his magic to instantly repair and clean the entire mansion. He fixes up all the rooms, and the mansion is as good as new. He gets a visitor, and it turns out to be his maid Sylvia, who is overjoyed to be working for him again, and he meets his new butler, who introduces himself as Colin. Sylvia is keen to get started right away, ordering the other maids to start cleaning, but they find that everything is completely spotless, and Cain admits to cleaning everything with his magic. Colin reminds him to go back to his family, and Cain remembers that his older brothers are coming home to visit. We meet his brothers, and they are impressed he received a mansion and became a baron so quickly. Rain wants to visit his mansion, but her brothers warn her it could be haunted, since the mansion is so run down. But Cain assures her that it will be okay. They go to visit his mansion, and they are shocked because it's not run down at all. His father finds it strange, because the mansion was falling apart the last time he visited, but he realizes it must have been Cain's doing. They are impressed with all the rooms, but his father says that it's missing some art. Cain wonders why he needs art, and Garm explains that nobles are very fond of it, decorating their mansions with things like paintings, armors, and even mounted monsters. Hearing this, Cain decides to put one of his monsters up. Sylvia suddenly screams, and they wonder what is going on. The maids are shocked, as they see an enormous red dragon, and Cain realizes he forgot to tell them about it. His father demands an explanation, and Cain says it's just a monster that he defeated. His father is shocked, wondering when he defeated it, and Cain reveals it was when he was in the forest a while back. His father tells him that a red dragon would be considered a calamity-level monster, and even A-ranked adventurers wouldn't be able to defeat it. His father says that the mounted red dragon would be worth 1,000 platinum coins, and Cain is shocked thinking that would be worth $100 million. They suddenly hear another scream, so they rush over to check it out. His mother asks him about the toilet, because it sprayed water at them, and it was like nothing they had ever experienced before. Cain explains that he used his magic to make it shoot water, and Rain asks him to install one in their house. Garm calls them dramatic for freaking out over a toilet, but they tell him to try it out himself. So he gives it a go, and finds it delightful, instantly changing his mind, and requesting one as well. His father tells him that his visitors will also enjoy the experience, and Cain wonders what he means. His father says that when a noble is given a mansion, it's a rule that they must host a debut party, and Cain is shocked to learn he has another debut. Later that night, he wonders what he is going to do, but Colin has prepared a list of people he needs to invite, and the things that he will need. As he checks out the list, he sees Corgino's name, and he wonders why he should invite him. But Colin says that since he is a high-ranking noble, it would be bad not to invite him. Cain wonders why the king isn't on the list, and Colin tells him that only high-ranking nobles are allowed to invite him. He thinks about preparing the food and drinks for the party, but panics, because he also needs to get a gift for all his guests. But Sylvia gives him some ideas, and he creates a glass using his magic. Most people are used to just using porcelain, so he decides to give out glasses to all of his guests. He moves on to preparing the food. Using a recipe from his previous life, he comes up with the Hamburg steak, and Sylvia finds it to be absolutely delicious. She tries his drink next, and she is amazed by its fizzy bubbles, wondering what it is, and Cain explains how he used his magic to add bubbles to regular wine. Colin interrupts, telling Cain he is being called by the king. At the palace, the king is mad at him because he never got an invite to his party, and we learn that the Duke has been taunting him for not getting an invitation. Cain comes up with an excuse, saying that he just wanted to give him his invitation in person, and he just hasn't had the chance until now. The king is overjoyed hearing this, and Cain is relieved. The night of the party arrives, and Cain welcomes all his guests. The Duke arrives with Silk, and they are amazed by the red dragon. Cain thanks all his guests for joining him, and he makes a toast. Everyone is amazed by the drink, and the Duke comments on how the glass shines like a treasure. The king arrives, and he tells everyone to just enjoy themselves. He tries out the sparkling wine, and finds it absolutely delightful. He is served the Hamburg steak next, and he finds it rich and juicy, and there is even a cheese surprise in the middle. The queen comes rushing out, wondering what's up with his toilet, calling it revolutionary, and demanding one for the palace. The king tries it out himself, and immediately demands Cain to install one in the palace. The king compliments him on his hospitality, and all the nobles applaud him. But at that moment, Colin tells him that Corgino is arriving. Corgino rudely approaches, calling the house small, but is shocked when he sees the red dragon. He heads into the dining room, looking down on everyone else. They serve him the sparkling wine, which catches him off guard, but he pretends not to like it. He tries the Hamburg steak next, and calls it disgusting, but he can't stop himself from eating it. He demands more sauce, snatching it from Sylvia, and Cain is annoyed at his behavior, but Colin tells him he shouldn't cause a scene. But Cain has an idea, thinking things will be fine as long as he isn't the one causing the scene. Cain offers Corgino the glasses as a gift, but Corgino demands he hand over all of his glasses. Cain apologizes, saying that the glasses are his gift to everyone, but he says he has a bigger surprise for him. Corgino gets excited, but it turns out to be the king. Corgino is shocked to see him there, and the king tells him his behavior was unacceptable, when he should be leading by example as a high-ranking noble. Corgino runs away, and Silk finds it amusing how Cain set him up. However, the king realizes that Cain used him, and he ends up lecturing him for hours. Cain visits the barracks, where he runs into Vice Captain Gazard. He explains that he was told he could leave his monster materials there, so Gazard takes him to a warehouse where he can leave the materials. However, Cain says the room isn't big enough, and Gazard thinks he must have something big, like the red dragon at his mansion. But Cain says it's nothing as impressive, saying it's just an earth dragon. But Gazard is just as shocked, saying that it would take a whole party of A-rank adventurers just to take one out. They head out into the courtyard, and Cain takes out all of the monsters from his item box. Gazard can't believe how many monsters there are, but these are really just his A-rank monsters, and he secretly still has S-rank monsters in his box, after the gods just gave him too much power. Gazard wonders if Cain is a hero, or a disciple of the gods, but Cain just says he's an ordinary boy, and Gazard decides not to ask too many questions. He tells Cain it will take a while to appraise all the monsters, and Cain says he can come back whenever they are ready. As he goes to leave, Gazard stops him, asking him to help train the knights, and says that he wants to show him off to his captain. Gazard introduces Cain to the knights, as the hero who defeated 30 orcs to save the princess. Cain wonders where the captain is, and Gazard says the captain will probably arrive as soon as the mock battles begin. Cain imagines the captain as a scary monster, but Gazard tells him not to worry. He decides to start the mock battle, but one of the knights speaks out, feeling bad because Cain is just a child, so Gazard tells the knight to go first. The knight gives Cain the first move for free, telling him to show him what he can do. Cain uses his boost spell, dashing at him, and instantly disarming the knight. The knight immediately admits defeat, and Cain thinks he overdid it. He tries to end things, but Gazard grabs onto him, telling him to take on all the knights at once. But the fight is stopped, as the captain Tefana jumps onto the scene. She wonders why her knights are picking on a child, hugging Cain, and telling him that everything is going to be okay, thinking he is just a lost child who wandered in. She demands an explanation from Gazard, and he explains that Cain is actually the hero who defeated 30 orcs. Hearing this, Tefana's expression immediately changes, as she becomes excited to meet him, and she challenges him to a duel. Gazard tells her to introduce herself first, but she says they will get to know each other with their swords. The knights think that even Cain doesn't stand a chance, because Tefana has the title of Master Swordsman. They prepare to fight, but Cain says he only has a wooden sword, but Tefana attacks him anyway. She uses her boost skill, charging at Cain, and the two exchange blows. The knights are shocked to see Cain keeping up with the captain. The two seem evenly matched, but Cain boosts his speed even more, getting behind the captain and winning the duel. Tefana becomes emotional with the result, and immediately decides that she will marry him. Everyone is shocked, and Cain says it's too soon since he is only 10 years old, and he doesn't even know anything about her. So Tefana introduces herself. Besides being the captain of the Royal Knights, she is an honorary viscount and daughter of a duke from the northern forest. She tells him not to worry about age, since she is an elf, who will live at least 300 years, so her looks won't change for a long time, but Cain thinks that was not the problem. Cain hides behind Gazard, saying that marriage is a big decision, and they can't just decide things on their own so easily, especially since he is already engaged to Telestia and Silk. He cries for Gazard's help, but he just pretends to be sleeping. Tefana agrees that they can't decide things on their own, so she tells Gazard to arrange an audience with the king, but Cain thinks that telling the king would be a terrible idea, but he has no choice, and gets dragged along with them. They have a meeting with the king, who wonders why Cain has come to visit. Tefana announces that she wants to marry Cain, and the king asks what happened. Cain explains that he beat Tefana in a duel, and that was what led to her proposing to him. The king asks him if he has told her about his other engagements, but Cain says he wasn't able to, since it's meant to be a secret. The king explains that elves used to be kidnapped and enslaved for their beauty, but their first king changed things and made peace with the elves. The elf nation was taken in and put under the protection of the kingdom, and he reveals that Tefana is essentially their princess. The king tells Tefana that Cain is already engaged to Telestia and Silk. She seems disappointed to learn this, but as he starts to apologize, Tefana says that it only makes her want him even more. The king acknowledges her feelings, but tells her she needs to write a letter to her father to get his permission. Tefana leaves to write her letter, but drags Cain away so they can fight some more. After they leave, the king is surprised Cain was able to beat Tefana, and he wonders how he could be so strong at such a young age. Gazard mentions Cain's reaction when he asked if he was a disciple of the gods, and the prime minister thinks they should test him by using a certain book. A few days later, Cain is exhausted, and he runs into Gazard again, who asks him why he looks so tired. Cain explains that Tefana has been forcing him on countless dates, which are really just the two of them fighting. Gazard thanks him for helping Tefana get stronger, and Cain reveals he has also gained the Master Swordsman title. They suddenly hear Tefana's voice, and Cain tries to run, but Gazard drags him away, saying the king wants to see him. Cain thinks he is in trouble, but the king shows him a book that contains emperor-level magic, passed down in the royal family, which is said to have been written by the first king. Cain checks it out, and is amazed to see there is another level of magic, but the king reveals that no one is able to read the book, because it's actually written in Japanese. Cain realizes he messed up, thinking that the first king must have also been someone who was reincarnated from Japan. The king asks about Cain's identity, and he realizes he can't hide the truth any longer, so he explains how he was reincarnated with the memories from his previous life. Garm wonders if he is really his son, and Cain claims that he is, because the gods told him that was the case. Everyone is shocked to hear he met the gods, and he recalls how he met the 7 gods during his baptism. The king can't believe he met all 7 gods, and they ask him to show his status. Cain opens his real status window, shocking everyone as they see his level 10 blessings and his title as God's chosen. The king thinks that with his title as God's chosen, everyone in the world would bow to him. But Cain doesn't want that to happen, saying that he is happy with how things are in his life, with the adventures he's had, and the people he has met, so he wants them to just treat him the same as before. The king agrees to his request, but jokes that he could be king if he wanted. Tefana interrupts the meeting, revealing the letter from her father, agreeing to let her marry Cain, so she grabs Cain and takes him away, heading straight to the courtyard. Meanwhile, the king orders everyone to keep what they learned about Cain a secret, hoping that he will continue to protect the country, as well as their people. Later on, we see Telestia and Silk after they find out about his engagement to Tefana. They are mad at him at first, but they manage to accept the news, and they tell him not to accept all the proposals that he will receive, wondering how many people they will have to share him with. Tefana bursts in looking for him, wanting to share their love together, and the girls wonder what he has been doing with her. But he gets dragged away, as he tries to explain himself. Later on, Cain has another look at the first king's book, and there is a message that says if he can read the book, then he must also be from another world, so it's a record of his own experience. The king is introduced as Yuya Esford, a man who also died in an accident, but he was summoned to the world in his original body. Cain is suddenly interrupted, as Telestia and Silk wonder what he is up to. They think he must be studying for the academy entrance exams, and they ask to study with him. But he tells them he is too busy, so they ask him about the following day, but he says that is even worse for him, and he quickly runs away. However, he ends up running into Tefana, who asks him to fight with her the next day, but he apologizes to her, and runs away from her as well. The next day, it turns out to be his 12th birthday, and he is finally old enough to register as an adventurer, so he heads straight for the guild. He looks around the place, and he is impressed by the capital's guild. He runs into an adventurer, who can tell it's his first time, so he reminds him to stay safe, because he only has one life. As he walks off, Cain gets a feeling he has seen him before. He goes up to the counter, and the clerk introduces herself as Tia. Cain asks to register as an adventurer, and she tells him to fill out a form. As he fills it out, he wonders if he should mention he is a baron, but he decides to leave it out, thinking it shouldn't make a difference. After filling it out, Tia tells him to put a drop of his blood on the crystal, so he can register for his guild card. She tells him he starts off in G rank, and he thinks about his tutors, who mention that they were in D rank. As Tia is explaining things to him, some adventurers interrupt, telling her to stop wasting her time with a kid. The man tells Cain to go home to his mother, trying to kick him, but Cain easily dodges. His friend tries to attack as well, but Cain avoids him as well. He makes a fool of them, and the man prepares to draw his sword. But things are stopped, as the red-haired adventurer from earlier appears, and the man recognizes him as Claude, from the Ice Flame party. Claude asks if he wants to fight, and the men run off instead. Cain thanks Claude for his help, and Claude can tell he is strong, seeing the way he avoided the attacks from the men. They have a drink together, and Cain gets juiced since he is still a kid. Claude is interested in how he is so strong at such an age, and Cain tells him he was tutored when he was younger. Cain asks him why the men mentioned Ice Flame, and Claude reveals it's the name of his party, where he fights with a flaming sword, and his wife uses ice magic. He recommends Cain find a party, so that he can take on bigger quests and rank up faster, revealing his gold card, which means he is an A-ranked adventurer. Cain is impressed seeing the card, but Claude says there is room to improve, mentioning that the first king was triple S ranked, and his card was supposedly black. Claude suddenly gets hit, as his wife Lena suddenly appears. She wonders why he is drinking, and Cain introduces himself, saying that Claude saved him. She finds him cute, even offering to help him if he gets into any more trouble, but she drags Claude away, saying they need to get on with their quest. Cain checks out the quest board, and sees one for transporting cargo. He thinks it would be easy with his item box, but he decides he wants a quest that involves defeating monsters. He finds a quest to defeat goblins, and there is no limit to how many he can defeat, so he thinks it's the perfect first quest for him. But he suddenly runs into Tefana, and Desart explains they are headed out to do some training with the knights. Tefana wonders what he is up to, and Cain says he is about to go on his first quest as an adventurer. Tefana decides to go with him, saying she can't miss her husband's first adventure, and she leaves the training exercise up to Gazard. Cain tries to run, but Tefana grabs him and drags him off. They head into the forest, and Tefana enjoys her time with him, dragging him along and wondering where the goblins are at. Cain uses his search skill, detecting the goblins up ahead, and they see a man surrounded by goblins. They quickly rush to the man, and Cain heals him with his magic. Tefana rushes at the goblins, easily cutting them down, but there are more goblins that appear. Cain uses his magic to boost her strength, and she feels as though they are fighting as one. She easily cuts them all down, but there is a giant goblin that appears. But thanks to Cain's magic, it's no match for her, and she cuts it in half. She starts dreaming about their wedding, asking Cain to praise her, but there are suddenly green lizards that appear. Cain tells her to get away with the man, telling her to leave them to him. He uses his light spell to blind them, and then follows up with his ice pillar. Gigantic ice pillars emerge, and the man wonders what's going on, but Tefana knows it's just Cain being Cain. Sometime later, we see Cain's tutors as they investigate the green lizards, but there is only a huge crater left behind. Cain reports to the guild, and he wonders if he can hand in the green lizards, even though he didn't take the quest. Tia is shocked to hear this, because a green lizard quest is usually C-ranked, and Cain reveals that he defeated 30 of them. Tia can't believe it, and she rushes to the chief, and tells him what happened. The chief meets with Cain, introducing himself as Cedric, mentioning that the guild master is busy, so he is handling his case. He thinks Cain is trying to cheat the system, because he only just registered as an adventurer, and he thinks it would be impossible for him to kill a green lizard. Cain insists that he beat them, but Cedric thinks he is just a peasant trying to cheat the guild out of the reward money. He decides to punish Cain by revoking his guild card, saying that he doesn't tolerate cheaters, but the guild master suddenly enters. Cedric explains the situation, saying there is no way Cain could have defeated 30 green lizards. But the guild master laughs, telling Cedric there is much for him to learn. Cedric can't believe he is siding with Cain, but the guild master calls in his guest, which turns out to be Tefana. She hugs onto Cain, calling him her husband, while Tia and Cedric are shocked to hear this. Cain wonders what she is doing at the guild, and she explains she was there to discuss the city's countermeasures against goblins and green lizards. The guild master mentions that Cain is a baron and the hero who saved the princess, but Cedric can't believe it, saying there was no mention of it on his registry form. But Cain says he left it out, because he didn't want any special treatment. The guild master mentions that if Cain marries Tefana, then he will also be his brother-in-law, which is a shock to Cain, learning that he is Tefana's brother. Cedric begs for forgiveness, and Tefana mentions he should be executed for insulting a noble, but Cain accepts his apology, warning him not to assume things so quickly. Cain asks if they will take his green lizards, and the guild master decides to promote him to C rank. But Tefana says it's not enough, mentioning how he is stronger than her, and even defeated a red dragon when he was 10, so the guild master decides to make him A rank instead, although he mentions that Cain will need to subjugate some bandits. Tia and Cedric can't believe he is being promoted to A rank in a single day, and the guild master tells them to handle the paperwork. After they leave, the guild master apologizes for Cedric's behavior, but Cain tells him not to worry. The guild master admits he was worried when he heard his sister got engaged, but he is relieved after meeting him, and he tells him to take care of his sister. Meanwhile, we see the gods watching him, laughing at all the trouble he's causing. They wonder if it was a mistake to make him so strong, but Xenom says he needs to get even stronger, revealing that a being named Aaron is about to be released from his seal. He was sealed away 300 years ago, and the gods fear what will happen when he gets free. So they think Cain needs to get even stronger, thinking he needs to train with a certain master to reach the next level. Back at the palace, the girls ask to study with him again, but Tefana suddenly enters, saying she enjoyed their date in the forest, and that they should go to the beach next time. So the girls realize that he turned them down the other day, only to end up on a date with Tefana instead. They tell him he needs to take them on dates as well, and all he can do is apologize to them. We see Cain in bed, as Sylvia bursts in, apologizing because she forgot to wake him up, and we learn that today is the day of his academy entrance exams. Cain rushes out the door, as Sylvia continues to apologize, but he tells her not to worry, because he's not going to be late. As he gets outside, he uses a teleportation spell to get to the academy. He checks in for the exam, and he is given directions to his room. As he heads over, he finds it strange he doesn't recognize anyone on the list. When he gets to the room, he wonders if Telestia and Silk are taking the exam in another room. The examiner comes in, and tells them they have 2 hours to complete the test, warning them that any cheaters will be immediately removed. The test begins, and it's just basic math and writing skills, which Cain finds easy, thanks to his knowledge from his previous life. During the test, the examiner sees him relaxing, but he says he is already finished, which surprises her because it's only been 30 minutes. After the test ends, they are told they will be moving on to the magic assessment, which gets Cain excited. They head out into the courtyard, and the examiner tells them they are to use their strongest spell at the target. Cain wonders if it will be okay to use his full power, and the examiner tells him the area is protected by a defensive barrier, so he can use any magic that he wants. We see a boy as he starts to chant and create a fireball, but it's so weak that it surprises Cain. Another student goes, and she is just as weak, making Cain realize that this is the level that most 12-year-olds are at. He was planning to use his Inferno spell, but realizes that would probably be a bad idea. When it's his turn, he creates a fireball which turns blue, and uses a fire bullet spell, but it ends up causing a huge explosion, blasting right through the wall. There is massive damage to the area, and Cain is confused, because he only used a beginner-level spell. The examiner can't believe her eyes, as Cain tries to explain himself. The examiner checks the area, and tells them to move on to their swordsmanship exam. They move to another part of the academy, where the examiner introduces some A-rank adventurers who are there to help assess them. Cain is surprised to see Claude, who wonders what he is up to, and Cain explains he is taking the entrance exam. Claude wants to be his opponent, but Cain tries to decline. However, the examiner says that Claude is the highest-ranked adventurer, so he can't refuse. The two prepare to fight, and Claude tells him to show him what he can do. Cain thinks he should be pretty strong since he is A-ranked, so he uses his boost skill and starts to attack. The two start to exchange blows, and the other kids can't believe how fast they are moving. Claude is impressed by Cain, saying he is stronger than the other examiners, but Cain tells him to take it easy, since it's just a test. But Claude gets too excited, using his own boost skill, and they start moving even faster. But their fight gets interrupted as the examiner tells them to stop, saying they are scaring the other kids. Claude thinks they went a little overboard, and decides to call it for the day, but tells Cain they should go on a quest together sometime, but Cain isn't sure that's a good idea. The examiner says he has seen enough, and tells Cain to go home and wait for the results. He heads back home, and Sylvia wonders how he did. He says everything went well, and Sylvia wants to have a party to celebrate. He says it's still too early to celebrate, but his stomach growls, and Sylvia rushes off to prepare him some food. At the palace, we see Cain as he is questioned by the king about the damage that he caused. Cain explains how the examiner told him he could use his full power since there was a barrier, but even though he only used beginner magic, instead of his new Emperor-level magic, it still caused massive damage. The king is surprised he can use Emperor-level magic, but Cain says he's not sure what would happen to his surroundings if he used it, asking if there is anywhere he could practice, but they tell him absolutely not. The king goes on to ask him where he took his exam, because Telestia complained that she didn't see him during the exam. Cain mentions how he checked in at the south entrance, and was directed to his room. Upon hearing this, the king asks him why the academy has a north and south entrance, causing Cain to realize his mistake, because the north entrance leads to where the nobles live, and he ended up taking the exam with all the commoners instead. The Duke mentions how this even caused a problem with the academy headmaster, as we see in a flashback, the headmaster telling him there is a problem with releasing the results, because a commoner got a perfect score on the written exam, as well as destroying the training area, and fighting on equal footing with an A-ranked adventurer, but the Duke just laughs hearing this, knowing it could only be Cain, and tells the headmaster to release the results. At the academy, the results are released, and Cain looks for his name. Silk calls out to him, telling him he is at the top of the class, while Telestia is second, and she is in third place. She teases him about the damage he caused, and tells him how Telestia was mad she didn't see him, making him worried he is in trouble. He suddenly sees his sister Rain, who is guiding some other students. She rushes over to him, overjoyed to see him. She is impressed he is the top of his class, and wishes him luck on his speech, saying that it's tradition for the top-scoring student to give a speech at the entrance ceremony. Cain wishes Telestia could do it instead, but Rain tells him he doesn't have a choice. Cain returns home, and Sylvia is overjoyed to learn he passed, saying they need to celebrate, and that she will cook enough food to feed 100 people. She rushes off, and Cain thinks she is going overboard, but he thinks it's a good occasion to be happy. On the day of the entrance ceremony, Cain sees that his parents have come to watch him. He He is joined by Telestia and Silk, charming them instantly, as they think he looks cute in his uniform. As the ceremony begins, the other students wonder who he is, jealous that he's sitting between the two girls. The headmaster calls Cain up to give his speech, and he introduces himself, mentioning how he got his exam mixed up, but looks forward to becoming friends with everyone, hoping they can all get along, and all the students cheer for him. The king comes out to congratulate all the students, mentioning certain irregular students, and Cain feels like he is being warned by the king. They get to their first class, and their homeroom teacher introduces herself as Elka. She tells them to think about their future, and choose what they plan on studying. Cain wants to go for adventuring, but the girls object. Telestia says that since he is already a baron, he needs to learn more about being a noble. Cain gets upset, but Silk tells him he can choose more than one course. So Cain decides to go with nobility, adventuring, and magic. He asks what they are going to choose, and Telestia says she will pick nobility and internal affairs. Cain wonders why she is picking internal affairs, but she mentions how she wants to help him manage his domain in the future. Silk decides on nobility and commerce, wanting to also be useful to him in the future. As they leave their class, Cain sees some bullies picking on a girl. He notices her ear, and realizes it's Parma from the item shop. The bullies turn out to be Habit and his boys, and they bully her for being a beast, saying she doesn't belong in their class, since they are all nobles. But Cain steps in, saying nobles and commoners are equals at the school. Habit doesn't care, but soon realizes he is talking to Cain, remembering their past encounter. The boys wonder why he is siding with a commoner, when he is a noble himself, but Cain says he is just siding with his friend. Habit threatens to tell his father to ruin Parma's family, but the girls approach, causing the boys to get on their knees and apologize. They are forced to apologize to Parma, and they quickly get away. Parma thanks Cain for his help, but the girls suddenly wonder about his relationship with her, making Cain kneel as they have a chat with Parma. He gets worried they are forming an alliance, but he suddenly hears a voice, telling him to visit the library. Cain decides to check it out, but as he opens the door, it leads to another space, and he is teleported to a room where he meets a man, who asks him if he wants some coffee. Cain demands to know who he is, wondering how there is coffee in this world, but the man says he has been waiting for him, calling him Kazuya, his name from his previous life. The man introduces himself as Yuya, and Cain recognizes him as the first king. He remembers the book he read, but remembers it was written more than 300 years ago, so he wonders if he is a ghost. But Yuya just laughs, and tells him he can check his stats. Cain opens up his status window, and is shocked when he sees he has the God of Creation title. Yuya explains they are in another world that he created, so he is considered a god, and maintains his appearance even after 300 years. He goes on to explain how he spoke with Xenum, and how the other gods wanted him to help with his training. Cain thinks he is already too strong, so Yuya tells him to take a cookie from him. Cain gives it a go, but Yuya easily stops him, saying he has a long way to go. Cain wonders why he needs to get stronger, and Yuya reveals he needs to fight Eren, the evil god. He explains that 300 years ago, Eren made people all over the world fight and kill each other, by using an oracle, sowing distrust in everyone's subconscious and making them fight. But together with his companions, they managed to seal him away, but the seal has since loosened, and he will soon be resurrected. Cain asks why he can't just seal him again, but Yuya says since he became a god, he can no longer directly interfere in the world, just like the other gods. Yuya also mentions that Cain's previous life is important, but they suddenly teleport to the sea. Yuya throws him a sword, and says he will tell him more if he can complete his training. He gives him a compass to follow, which he says will lead him back to the house where they were. He tells Cain to level up, saying he would need to get to at least 600 to stand a chance against Eren. Cain thinks it will take forever, since he is only around level 300, so he worries about missing school. But Yuya tells him that 1 year in this world is equal to only 1 day in the other world. Yuya wishes him luck and disappears, and Cain realizes he has no other choice, so he starts heading back to the house. As he enters the forest, he is instantly attacked by a range of deadly monsters. Meanwhile in the other world, Telestia and Silk pay a visit to Cain's mansion, wondering about Cain because he didn't go to school. Sylvia also gets worried, thinking he could be in some kind of trouble, but Telestia has faith in him, and decides to stay over and wait for him to return. We see Cain as he is caught by a beast, and is completely exhausted, but he manages to blast it with his magic, falling to the ground. We learn he has already spent months in the forest, and he wonders if he will ever get back. He suddenly hears a cry, and he gets up out of instinct, dragging himself over to the sound, and he finds an injured beast lying on the ground. He thinks about putting it out of its misery, but as he is about to do it, he suddenly remembers how he always just wanted to protect someone, so he forces himself to use all the magic that he has to heal the beast. But this ends up causing him to pass out. The beast protects him from the other monsters, and when Cain wakes up, it jumps on him and starts licking him. Thinking that it's also all alone, Cain asks it to join him, and he ends up naming it Haku. Together with Haku, he manages to keep his sanity, remembering he can't give up no matter what, because he has something to protect. After some time, he finally makes it back to the house, and Yuya welcomes him back, commenting on how big he's gotten, and we learn 4 years have passed. He is also surprised to see Haku, mentioning that it's a holy beast, and suggests they could form a contract. Cain gives it a go, and Haku disappears, but Yuya says he can now summon him whenever he wants. Yuya goes on to introduce him to his next teacher Durin. Durin tells him he's still not strong enough, because Eren is even stronger than Yuya, who is stronger than him, so Cain needs to first defeat him. Cain uses his boost skill, but Durin dodges his attack, knocking him out with a single punch. When Cain wakes up, he finds he was taken in by Durin, and he meets his wife Ruri. They also have a pet dragon named Jin, and Cain is excited to see it, wanting to be its friend, but Haku jumps on him, and doesn't seem to like the dragon. Cain joins them for a meal, and he starts to cry, because it's the first time he has gotten to eat real food in 4 years. Meanwhile, we see Telestia and Silk baking. They are worried about Cain, but are learning how to bake, wanting to make him happy when he returns. Cain keeps on fighting with Durin, and he gets beaten up every day. After training for a year, Cain is still getting beaten up, and Durin wonders how he will be able to defeat Eren. But Cain thinks back to his talk with Yuya, where he explains Eren used to be the god of amusement in the other world. Cain is shocked to learn there used to be 8 gods, and Yuya tells him how Eren used an oracle to force everyone in the world into a death game, and if he returns, the death game will happen again, and everyone Cain knows will get caught up in it. Cain uses this as motivation to continue his training. Yuya also goes on to reveal, the reason that Eren is linked to his past life is because Eren killed his parents. We learn that his parents Seiya and Megumi were also killed in a car accident and summoned as heroes to the world. The gods were unable to interfere directly, so they tasked the 3 of them with stopping Eren, giving them an orb that could seal him away. They fight against Eren, but he is unaffected by Megumi's magic. So Yuya and Seiya charge at him, attacking with their swords, and even managing to cut his arm, but Eren retaliates with his magic, which ends up killing Megumi. Seiya activates his ultimate skill, charging at Eren, but he ends up getting stabbed. However, Yuya takes this chance, and manages to seal him, but at the cost of Seiya's life. As Cain thinks about saving those dear to him, he manages to overpower Durin, and he finally completes his training. Cain visits his parents' graves, and Yuya says how they were always worried about him. Cain thanks Yuya for looking after his parents, and Yuya shows him the cookie, which he manages to grab this time, and Yuya acknowledges his growth. Yuya suggests having some coffee, but Cain is eager to get back to the other world. Yuya points out how different he looks, but he uses his power to revert his appearance. Yuya tells him to take care of Haku, and Durin tells him to take Jin to see the other world as well, so Cain forms a contract with it. Cain thanks them both for looking after him, and he prepares to go back to the other world. But Yuya throws him a sword, telling him to give it to the king, and Cain teleports away. He reappears back at his mansion, and the girls are overjoyed to see him. He apologizes for making them worry, but Telestia says they had faith he would return, so they even learn how to make cookies for when he got back. They welcome him home, and Cain is glad to have them in his life, as he digs into the cookies. But that's where this video ends. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. A group of heroes are summoned from another world, and they are greeted by a princess. They have their powers appraised, and they are all gifted with unique skills, like the Holy Sword technique, and the ability to use all kinds of magic. We then meet Mukata, and when he gets appraised, he has a strange online grocery skill. Mukata is shocked hearing this, thinking his skill is useless, and wonders if he has anything else, but gets told that that is his only unique skill. He becomes devastated, and wonders why all the others got such overpowered skills. Despite this, he gets told that he will still need to have an audience with the king. The heroes have an audience with the king, and he explains that their kingdom has been getting attacked by the Demon King. He asks for their help, and the three heroes quickly offer themselves to help. Mukata, on the other hand, decides he isn't cut out for being a hero, thinking he would only get in the way, and says he just wants to have a simple life. He ends up getting out, and they even send him off with 20 gold coins. In the town, he starts attracting people's attention with his strange attire, so he quickly buys a change of clothes. He goes around, trying to learn about this world, and ends up getting a room at the inn. He is relieved he decided not to be a hero, finding the king suspicious with how luxurious they seemed, and decides he should leave the kingdom as soon as he can. Mukata checks out his stats, and sees he has an item storage skill, and an appraisal skill. He tries calling out for his online grocery skill, but nothing happens. He wonders how his skill works, and he ends up tapping on it, which brings up a page for his online shop. Mukata tries using it, ordering some water and some food. He tries to check out, but it asks for money, and he finds he can deposit his coins into the screen. After confirming his order, a package instantly appears, containing his items, and Mukata is happy that his skill is actually useful. He ends up learning that a gold coin is worth about $100, and the 20 gold he was given would be enough for a family to live for 3 months. The next day, Mukata finds a ride to get out of the kingdom. Along the way, he meets a merchant, and after talking with him, he finds out his item storage skill is actually super rare, with only 1 in 1,000 people having access to the skill. Hearing this, Mukata goes on to ask about the appraisal skill, and the man reveals that is even rarer, because only heroes summoned from another world can possess the skill. Mukata gets nervous hearing this, and tries not to be suspicious. The man asks him where he is headed, and Mukata tells him he is trying to get to the next kingdom. The man tells him getting out is a smart decision, because the kingdom is headed for destruction, and there are rumors that the borders are about to close. Mukata is shocked to hear this, and in the end, their carriage ends up getting suspended. At the local tavern, Mukata learns that the carriage services were stopped so people can't run away to the neighboring countries. Because if people run away, the kingdom's army would decrease in size. So the men suggest that they should get out while they still can. Mukata wonders how to get out, worrying about the monsters he might encounter. He ends up heading to the Adventurers Guild, and puts in a request for an escort to get out of the kingdom. The clerk tells him that since he is on foot, it would take a number of days, so the cost would be 8 gold. Mukata is alarmed at the price, but seeing he has no other options, he agrees to the price. The clerk calls over an adventurer, and we meet Werner, a C-ranked adventurer. They negotiate the mission, and Mukata offers to provide them with food during their journey, and they come to an agreement. They prepare to set off the next day, and Werner introduces the rest of his party. There's Vincent the swordsman, Rita the scout, Ramon the mage, and Fanka the healer. They head on their way, and soon stop for a break. Mukata goes to prepare some food, pulling a stove out of his storage. Vincent is surprised to see the storage skill, and Rita is impressed at his magic stove. We see in a flashback, at a store, the shopkeeper tries to sell him a magic stove for 50 gold, but instead, he was able to find a cheap portable stove from his online shop. He ends up making some soup and sandwiches, and when the party tries it, they are amazed. Ramon finds the soup to be delicious, but it was actually just some instant soup. They find the bread is super soft, calling it the best bread they have ever tasted, and are glad they took this mission. The group continues on their way, but get attacked by some monsters. Werner and Vincent are able to swiftly take them out, but Mukata is startled at the scene. As they get healed up, Rita reports that there is a red boar ahead. They discuss how to deal with it, but it suddenly appears, and Mukata is shocked at its size. Werner tells him to get cover, and they proceed to battle against the boar. The boar is defeated, and Mukata is impressed at their strength. They end up skinning the boar for its skin and horns, but there is too much meat for them to carry, so Mukata suggests putting the meat in his storage. They decide to stop for dinner, and the group is looking forward to eating his food. They crowd around him to watch, but Mukata gets worried, saying he gets embarrassed, but in reality, he doesn't want to reveal his special skill. He gets to cooking, combining bacon, cabbage, potatoes, and even adding sausages to create a delicious stew. He hands out the bowls to everyone, and as they eat, Mukata wonders if it's not to their taste, but they are soon stuffing themselves, and they all ask for seconds. Mukata is surprised they like it that much, and Ramon reveals that they normally eat jerky and hard breads when they are traveling. Rita even feels her body in better shape thanks to the meal. Mukata finds this a bit strange and decides to use his appraisal skill. He is shocked to see Rita has boosted stats, and when he appraises the food, he sees that it grants a buff. Mukata starts to get worried, thinking if someone were to find out, he could be in danger, so he is determined to keep it a secret, but there is a beast that watches them from the bushes. The party continues on their journey. A few days away from the next kingdom, they set up camp in a forest, and Mukata decides to cook some of the boar meat for their dinner. He starts preparing the meat, slicing it up into pieces, and he uses a special sauce from his shop to flavor it. As he starts cooking it, the others are amazed at the smell, and it even attracts the attention of the beast. When Mukata is finished, the others stare in awe. As they try it, they are immediately blown away, having never tasted something like this before. They all praise Mukata, but he just thanks his secret sauce. As Mukata discusses his cooking method, their faces suddenly turn to fear, and the beast has emerged from behind him. They are shocked to see a Fenrir, and it speaks to them, demanding to have some of the meat. Mukata quickly gives it a plate, and it eats it with a single bite. It demands for more, and Mukata asks it to wait while he makes more. The beast agrees, and Mukata quickly prepares more meat. He has a huge plate, but the beast devours it, and demands more. Mukata keeps cooking, while the beast keeps eating and demanding for more. After cooking again and again, the beast is eventually satisfied. The beast is impressed Mukata managed to satisfy him, and decides to form a familiar contract with him. Mukata thinks it's a bad idea, and tries to refuse, but the beast gives him an intense stare, and he just can't refuse. His friends encourage him, and he reluctantly agrees. The beast's head starts to glow, and the two form the contract. With this, the beast tells Mukata that he is now responsible for taking care of him, expecting 3 meals a day, and Mukata is left shocked at what he has gotten himself into. As part of the contract, the beast tells him to give him a name. Mukata tries to think, coming up with common dog names, but the beast is not impressed. Seeing it is a Fenrir, Mukata suggests Fel, and the beast agrees. As the party continues on, the people avoid them, and Werner worries that they won't be able to get past the border. Rita explains that there is a legend where a Fenrir destroyed a whole country, and Franca says it definitely happened. Mukata starts to worry, but Fel tells him he will destroy anyone that messes with them, but this just makes them more nervous. They have a break for lunch, and as Mukata goes to prepare the food, he realizes he is out of meat. When Fel demands to have meat, Mukata says he eats too much, and tells him to catch his own food. Fel agrees with this, and heads into the forest, leading the rest of the party amazed that he can already command the beast. Fel soon returns, bringing back a rock bird, and Werner is surprised, saying that it is a B-ranked monster that they normally would struggle to defeat. Its beak and claws are valuable, and Fel lets them have the materials, as long as he gets the meat. Mukata starts preparing their lunch, treating it like chicken. He uses teriyaki sauce for flavor. He serves the party, and Fel wonders about his share. Mukata tells him since he eats so much, he will need to wait until the end, and he patiently waits his turn. Mukata makes a huge portion for Fel, and he happily eats it all. After that, the party makes it to the border of the kingdom of Venan. The guards are on high alert, and Werner says they are preparing for Fel. He tells them to wait, while he heads down to explain the situation. Mukata wonders if it's going to be okay, and they soon end up completely surrounded. The commander worries about letting in a beast that can destroy a country, but Mukata tells Fel not to cause any trouble, and Fel says he will only destroy those that harm them. The soldiers are amazed it can talk, and the commander ends up agreeing to let them in. As they enter, the party show their guild cards, but Mukata doesn't have one, so he is forced to pay to get in. They finally get in, and Werner warns Mukata that people will be after him when they hear he has a legendary familiar. Mukata despairs, thinking he had gotten away from the politics, but says he won't be staying for too long, planning to continue traveling and making money using his unique shop skill. Werner suggests it would be helpful to join a guild, and Mukata considers the Merchant Guild. However, Vincent points out that the Adventurers Guild would be able to help with skinning and buying the materials from the beasts that Fel hunts, so Mukata struggles to decide. But Franca says that although it's not common, it's possible to just register for both guilds. The party heads into the town, and Mukata is hit with another fee. There is a servant that instantly greets him, inviting him to meet the Count as a legendary beast tamer. Mukata doesn't want to go, and tries to turn him down, but the man is insistent that he comes with him. However, when Fel approaches, he threatens the man, who runs off terrified. Werner worries about making an enemy, but Fel says he can handle anything they throw at them. Vincent suggests they would need a dragon to go up against Fel. Mukata is shocked to learn there are dragons, and Fel agrees that a dragon would be the only thing that could match him, saying he once fought against one 400 years ago. Werner gets Mukata to sign off on their job, and Mukata is surprised he can understand the language, thinking it must be a skill that heroes are summoned with. The group thanks him for all the delicious food, and the party goes their separate ways. Mukata heads over to the Merchant Guild, and the people around try to avoid him. As he enters, everyone turns their attention to him, nervous at the sight of Fel. Mukata requests to join the guild, and the clerk explains that there are 5 levels of merchants, which determines the level of fees and taxes. She offers him the iron rank, and hands him his guild card. Later, Mukata finds that beasts aren't allowed to stay at the inn, but Fel is more interested in what's for dinner. Mukata starts preparing the meat, but suddenly gets a craving for rice, so he picks up another stove from his shop. As he cooks, Fel watches eagerly. He finishes it off with a sauce, and Fel devours it, finding it to be delicious. Mukata gives him another steak, but Fel notices a change in the flavor. Mukata reveals he has different sauces, and Fel is amazed that the same meat can taste completely different. But in the end, Fel really likes the garlic flavor. Mukata cooks for himself, making a delicious beef bowl, and he blows himself away. As Mukata goes to rest for the night, he quickly prepares the goods he plans on selling. The next day, Mukata heads back to the Merchant Guild, wanting to sell some of his goods. When the clerk checks out what he has, she is shocked and runs off. Mukata wonders if there is a problem, but she ends up inviting him inside. He meets with the guild master, who examines his goods. The guild master tells him that the quality of his salt and pepper is exceptional, even fit for a king. He wonders how Mukata came across such product, and it turns out he just bought it from his shop. But Mukata says he came across it during his travels, and the guild master respects his privacy. The guild master offers to buy everything for 14 gold, shocking Mukata because it only cost him 5 copper each. As he considers the exchange rate, the guild master thinks he is reluctant and ends up offering even more money, upping his offer all the way to 17 gold, and Mukata accepts the deal. He can't believe how easy it is to make money, and now he won't need to worry about making money for a while. He heads over to the Adventurers Guild next, and the atmosphere is completely different. He tells the clerk he wants to join, but she is disinterested, and just hands him a form. After he fills it out, she throws him his card, saying he starts at G rank, and he wonders if he could have an explanation about the guild. The girl sighs, and explains that adventurers are ranked from G to S rank. He is able to take missions up to 1 level higher than his rank, and the guild takes no responsibility for any injuries or death. Mukata checks out the job board, and finds an easy herb gathering mission to start with. The next day, Mukata starts getting ready, preparing to set off on his mission, but Fel glares at him, demanding that it's time for breakfast. The two make it to the fields, but Fel says he is still hungry. There wasn't enough ingredients, so Mukata tells him he should go hunting again. Fel agrees, but worries about Mukata's safety if he is not around, saying he can feel that there are monsters around. Fel tells him not to worry, casting a protective barrier on him. He dashes off, telling Mukata to have lunch prepared for him. Mukata starts his quest, searching for his herbs, but it's an easy task for him because he can use his appraisal skill on the field to easily find the right herbs. He is able to easily complete the mission, and even wonders if he will get a bigger reward for collecting more than the requested amount. With his mission complete, he decides to start making lunch. Since he is out of meat, he decides to make a cheap meal he can buy from his shop, which turns out to be spaghetti. As he is preparing the meal, Fel returns with a rock bird, saying he enjoyed the teriyaki from the other day. He says he hunted other monsters as well, but couldn't bring them all at once, but Mukata tells him they can pick it up later. Mukata finishes off preparing the spaghetti, but remembers the final ingredient, picking up some Parmesan cheese. Fel finds the spaghetti to be strange, but Mukata explains it is food from his own world. When Fel tries it, he is pleasantly surprised, enjoying it even though there isn't as much meat. Mukata tells him to try out the cheese powder, and Fel is amazed at the richer flavor. Fel ends up making a mess, getting the sauce all over himself, as Mukata laughs at the sight. Mukata is suddenly shocked When he sees the mountain of monsters that Fel hunted, there are all kinds of monsters, and Mukata starts stuffing them into his storage. He wonders if everything is edible when he recognizes an orc, but Fel tells him that orcs are considered delicacies, essentially just treating them as walking pigs. With all the monsters stored up, it's time to head back to the town. Mukata heads to the Adventurers Guild and hands in the herbs. The girl is surprised he has so many, saying he must have gotten lucky, and pays him 9 silver for the herbs. Mukata then asks about selling monsters, surprising the girl, but he points over to Fel, and the girl is stunned to see him. She quickly regains her composure and points him over to the guild butcher. Mukata pulls out an orc, and the man worries about space, so they head out to the back. The butcher tells Mukata he has heard about him from the rumors around town. Mukata pulls out the mountain of monsters, shocking the man with the amount, and that there are also some A-ranked monsters. Mukata asks him to skin all the monsters, saying he will sell all the materials except for the meat. With so many monsters, the butcher tells him to come back the next day. Mukata asks him to skin one of the monsters so they can have something for dinner, so the man prepares one of the orcs for him. Mukata starts preparing dinner, and we learn his storage skill can keep his food from spoiling. He cuts up the orc meat, coating it with flour, and fries it up. He finishes it off with some leftover sauce from that lunch. Fel devours the food, saying that orc meat is much more tender than regular boar meat. Mukata is turned off by the image of the orc, but when he tastes it, he is pleasantly surprised, learning not to judge things before trying them out. The next morning, Mukata heads back to the butcher's. There is a mountain of meat, and the man hands him his gold for all the materials. He is paid 202 gold, and Mukata is shocked at the amount of money. The man tells him he can't be so clueless, teaching him about the value of certain materials, like orc testicles, which are good for strength, and boar tusks that can be used for crafting. The man also hands him some demonic stones that contain magic powers and are dropped from the A-ranked monsters. The man tells him that people around town have been talking about him, debating about whether Fel is really a Fenrir or just a great wolf. As Mukata walks through town, he can hear the people debating. He thinks it's time that they left, and tells Fel they shouldn't stay in the same place for too long. Fel says he doesn't mind, but says he is hungry again after seeing the mountain of meat. The two make their way out of the town, and find a place to set up camp. As Mukata goes to prepare dinner, he decides to treat Fel to a feast since he made him so much money. He pulls up his shop, showing Fel all the meats from his world, and he suddenly thinks it's raining, but it's really just Fel drooling over seeing the options. Mukata orders a bunch of food, and creates a platter of mixed meat from his world. Fel is amazed by the different textures and flavors, having never eaten such foods before. Mukata follows up with the main dish, cooking up some Japanese black wagyu, but Fel is disappointed by its small size. However, when he tastes it, he is instantly blown away, and Mukata tells him it's from a cow that was specially raised. After their feast, Fel is energized, saying he could even beat up a dragon. Mukata gets worried hearing this, and uses his appraisal skill on him. He is shocked to see that Fel has a massive boost to all of his stats. With all his energy, Fel decides to go hunting, but Mukata worries about being left alone. Fel casts his barrier on him, and telling him it would be enough to even stop a dragon's breath. Fel runs off, and Mukata is left behind. And trusting in Fel's barrier, he just prepares his bed, and goes to sleep. Fel goes on a rampage through the forest, taking out a rockbird with a single slash, using lightning magic to destroy a giant deer. There's a chimera beast that appears, but Fel unleashes a devastating lightning attack against it, causing a huge explosion. In the morning, Mukata can't believe himself when he finds 3 mountains of monsters all around him. Fel agrees that he might have gone a little overboard, but he boasts about taking the chimera with a single attack, when he normally would have had trouble against it. Seeing the effects of the black wagyu, Mukata has no choice but to ban it from his menu. As they have a break for lunch, Mukata wonders if Fel uses magic when hunting monsters. Fel reveals he is particularly good with wind magic, having been blessed by the wind goddess. Mukata is amazed to see magic for the first time, and wonders if it's possible for him to use magic as well. Fel tells him it should be possible if he has magic power, so he checks his stats, and finds that he should be able to use magic. He asks Fel for instruction, but Fel just tells him that he needs to just think about it. Mukata thinks this means imagining it, and tries using a fireball, but nothing happens and he becomes embarrassed. Fel shows him how mana flows within his body, and after a while, he manages to shoot a fireball, although it's super weak. Fel comments on his training method, suggesting he should get experience from fighting monsters. Mukata is worried about getting hurt, but Fel gets annoyed and carries him off. They end up finding some goblins, but there is a whole village of them. Mukata worries there are too many, but seeing that he is a coward, Fel howls and draws the attention of all the goblins. They start getting chased, and Fel tells him he now has no choice but to fight. He leaves to find the goblin boss, and Mukata is left alone. Mukata attacks using his fireball, but as he tries to run, he trips over. As a goblin jumps at him, he is actually protected by Fel's barrier. He keeps throwing his fireballs, and eventually throws one that is quite powerful. He collapses after using all his mana, but Fel reappears to finish things up. When he wakes up, he has trauma from the experience, but Fel says he should thank him for helping him use magic, and even sense that he has leveled up. When Mukata checks, he finds he has even gained the fire magic skill. As a congratulations, Fel has brought the Goblin King. Although it's not edible, he brought it back because it contains a magic stone. Seeing as magic stones can be traded for a lot of money, Fel thinks he should be rewarded with another feast, especially wanting the Wagyu steak again, but Mukata refuses the request. Mukata is dizzy from the lack of mana, so he decides to just buy some food instead of cooking. It's an assortment of sweet breads, but Fel wants to have meat instead. Mukata insists that he is too exhausted, so Fel settles for the bread. Despite not being meat, he finds it to be good, and even asks for more. Mukata tells him if he eats too many sweets, he could get cavities or diabetes. But Fel tells him that is impossible, since he is blessed by the wind goddess. He is immune to any sickness and other ailments. Fel gloats about being blessed, and Mukata thinks it's not fair since he is already so strong. Mukata begs to be blessed as well, and we see that the goddess seems to be watching. There is a commotion at the next town when Mukata approaches with Fel. He quickly shows off his guild card, saying that Fel is his great wolf familiar. When Fel tries to correct them, Mukata goes along with calling him a great wolf so they attract less attention. Fel suddenly talks telepathically to him, annoyed at being called a great wolf. The guard warns him that he will be held responsible for problems that Fel causes. When they get inside the town, Mukata suggests they need to find a map, so they can know where they are going. Mukata visits a tavern. There are a bunch of rowdy adventurers, and Mukata approaches a group to ask questions. He orders a round of drinks for the table, and they happily talk to him. They tell him about the different kingdoms, and when he mentions that he doesn't have a map, the men reveal that they have a map that was passed down by an older adventurer. They show it to him, and say that since they have already memorized it, they offer to sell it to him for 1 gold. Mukata agrees to buying it, and they part ways. After the men have left, the other adventurers laugh at him, revealing that he got scammed, because the map is just a common item that can be bought for 1 silver at the guild. Fel comforts him, saying they will make more money, and Mukata decides to head east, to the country next to the sea, but Fel is more interested in the seafood they'll get to eat. Meanwhile, the wind goddess Ninri watches over Fel, and she is curious about Mukata who managed to form a contract with him. Seeing all the sweets they are eating, she wishes to have a taste of them for herself, but she knows she can't just intervene in the world. However, the thought of it is just too much, and it drives her mad. The pair go flying through the forest until Fel comes to a stop. Fel finds it strange he is covered in injuries, but Mukata tells him it's because he dashed so quickly through the forest. He wonders if they've arrived at the sea, but Fel tells him he stopped at a lake because he had a craving for fish. Mukata wonders how they can fish without a rod, but Fel uses his lightning magic on the lake, and all the fish float to the surface. Mukata starts collecting the fish, finding some trout, and he wonders if it is the same as fish from Earth. Fel tells him to collect the pink fish, saying that it makes his tongue tingle. Mukata thinks the color is suspicious, and when he appraises it, it turns out to be a poisonous fish. He throws it back, and refuses to cook it, not wanting to mix poison with his cooking, so Fel has no choice but to agree. He starts a fire, and as he buys some other ingredients, Fel keeps pestering him to buy meat, but Mukata keeps turning him down. Mukata starts preparing the fish, thanking a video series he watched about cooking fish. He guts the fish, and cleans it thoroughly. After skewering them, and adding salt, he puts them on the fire to grill. He ends up cooking up a number of fish dishes, and when they taste the food, they are both blown away. Fel devours the food, and Mukata even cracks open a beer to go with the fish. They end up completely stuffed, Mukata becomes startled when he suddenly runs into a blue slime. Fel tells him not to be scared, since it's very weak. Mukata pokes it, feeling that it is kind of like jelly, and the slime high-fives him. He checks out its stats, and it's super weak, having only been born 3 days ago. It bobs up and down, and Mukata wonders if it's hungry, but he is all out of food. The slime ends up eating a bottle, and Fel says that slimes can even eat rocks. It starts eating other trash, but when it grabs the frying pan, Mukata quickly stops it. But in the end, Mukata is happy that it could eat all his trash, and the slime seems happy to be praised. He starts petting it, and Fel tells him it has become his familiar. Mukata is confused because he didn't make a contract. Fel says that just accepting its feelings was enough, and when he checks his status, it has become his familiar. Fel tells him to name it, and Mukata ends up calling it Sui. A few days later, Mukata starts trying to learn earth magic, but he struggles to shoot even a pebble. Fel suggests that he needs some more hands-on experience, but Mukata is still traumatized from being chased by the goblins, and absolutely refuses. Mukata takes a break, and Sui tries to eat his bottle. Mukata notices that he is getting bigger, and is already level 8. He wonders if eating items from the other world will provide benefits, just like the food does. Fel starts getting hungry again, and Mukata makes an orc meat bowl for him, and even makes a bowl for Sui. Mukata enjoys a bowl for himself, but Fel quickly demands for seconds, and even Sui asks for more. After their dinner, Sui helps to clean the dishes, dissolving only the food scraps, and Mukata is thankful for his help. He decides to have dessert, to go with Sui's first meal, and he serves them some dorayaki, which is a pastry with a sweet red bean filling. Sui seems to really enjoy it, and Mukata is glad. In the morning, Fel gets a message from the goddess, and when Mukata wakes up, he shares the message that he received. He tells him that the wind goddess Ninri is willing to bless him, but there are a few conditions. He tells him that he would need to pray, and offer sweets from the other world once a week. Fel goes on to tell him that it would be impossible to give him a full blessing, so he would only get a minor blessing, but it would still be enough to make him immune to all status ailments, and even boost his magic. Mukata thinks it's a great deal, and instantly decides to accept it. He wonders how he can pray and make his offerings, but Fel tells him he can use anything as an altar, even a rock on the ground, as long as his feelings are conveyed. For the first offering, Fel tells him that she wants the dorayaki, as well as some cream and melon breads. Mukata can't believe she is demanding specific items, but ends up preparing them and offering them to the goddess. The items vanish, and he receives the blessing. Meanwhile, Ninri gets hold of the sweets, and she can't believe just how soft and sweet it tastes. She quickly devours it, and becomes sad when it's finished. She tries some coffee that Mukata sent, and she finds its bitterness pairs perfectly with the sweets. She reaches for the other sweets, but thinks she should savor them, but in the end she can't control herself, and just devours them both. Back with Mukata's training, he is able to shoot a larger stone, with much more speed and force, thanks to his blessing. Sui has also leveled up to level 13, and Mukata wonders if it will be able to evolve eventually. He keeps practicing, but gets tired when he runs out of mana. He has some chocolate to help him recover, and he even gives some to Sui. He waits for Fel, who seemed to have gone to investigate something, but when he returns, he notices that they were eating without him. Mukata shows him the chocolate he ate to recover, and Fel suddenly claims to be tired from running. Mukata doesn't buy it, but Fel tells him he is tired from carrying him every day, so Mukata has to order some more for him. As he eats it, Mukata gets a message from Ninri. She calls it a divine message, but she just wants some chocolate as well. Mukata mentions how it hasn't been a week since his last offering, but Ninri insists on it. Mukata reluctantly sends her the chocolate, and Fel suddenly decides it's time to go. Mukata asks if they are in a rush, and Fel has a suspicious look on his face, and they end up at the entrance to a dungeon. Mukata is confused why they are there, but Fel tells him that they are there to get experience. Just like when he learned fire magic, he had to fight against goblins. Mukata tries to sneak away, but Fel pulls him back. Looking at the dungeon, Mukata is terrified, wanting to leave. Fel tells him he has already explored the dungeon, and there are only weak monsters inside. But Mukata doesn't believe him. Fel insists on this method, because Mukata's own training hasn't produced much results. He tells him not to worry since he will protect him with his barrier, but tells him that one day he may not be there, so he will need to be able to defend himself. Mukata ends up agreeing, but decides that he needs to prepare before they go in. He prepares a feast of all kinds of food from his shop. Fel is curious what he is doing, and Mokata reveals that food from the other world gives temporary buffs, reminding Fel of how he felt stronger after eating the Wagyu steak. Since he doesn't know which foods boost which stats, he prepares to eat a bit of everything, and then give the leftovers to him and Sui. He starts eating, having a bit of each of the dishes, and Fel can sense that his stats are increasing. He gives Sui some of the food, and he eats the entire plate. Fel wonders if the trash that Sui eats also gives a buff, but Mokata reveals that the trash actually helps Sui level up. Mokata finishes off with some dessert, and he ends up completely stuffed. When he checks his stats, he can see that all his stats have increased by around 20%, and Sui and Fel's stats have also increased around the same amount. Fel suggests they are ready to go, but Mokata is still a little worried. They start to enter, but Mokata makes sure to remind Fel to cast his barrier. They walk slowly, and Fel starts pushing him along. Fel ends up shoving him, and he comes across a slime. He feels bad about attacking a slime, but Sui spits out acid and takes it out. Fel praises his attack, and thinks that Sui could even be unique. More slimes approach, and Mokata uses his stone bullet spell, and Sui takes out the other one. Fel warns him about horned rabbits coming up next, and they soon charge at him, and he panics and swings his sword wildly. As they head deeper, Mokata wonders why they are getting attacked, because normally monsters are too afraid to even approach Fel, but Fel tells him that dungeons are different, and the monsters inside will attack regardless. They come across kobolds on the next level. Mokata uses his stone bullet, and manages to take both of the kobolds out. Mokata gets proud of himself, but Fel says he still has more to learn, and Mokata gets hyped up to get even stronger. They head to the final floor of the dungeon, and Fel mentions there should be about 10 kobolds. But Mokata is shocked to see that there are quite a few more. He wants to give up, but Fel drags him back. Fel tells him that together with Sui, he can take them out. Mokata doesn't believe him, but Sui is pumped. Fel ends up kicking him off, and all the kobolds turn toward him. Mokata is terrified, and the kobolds charge at him, but he is protected by Fel's barrier. Sui attacks using his acid, and Mokata starts attacking with his earth magic. He takes some of them out, but more charge at him, and he starts shooting stones from both hands. Together with Sui, they manage to take out most of the kobolds. The remaining kobolds run, but they get blown away as the Kobold King appears. Mokata is terrified, barely dodging its attack. He runs and shoots his stone bullets, but they seem to just bounce off the king. He rapid fires with both hands, but it has little effect on the beast. Fel mentions that his barrier might not be enough to block the attacks, so he encourages Mokata not to get hit. As the Kobold King prepares its attack, Mokata casts an impressive stone blast that lands on the beast's head. Although injured, the beast gets back up. As Mokata tries to attack, he runs out of mana. The beast swings at him, but his barrier activates. Fel reveals that he lied, saying his barrier would never break to such a weak attack. As the beast struggles with the barrier, Sui comes to the rescue, attacking with his acid and taking out the Kobold King. The beast is reduced to a pile of goop, and Sui starts to glow, but Mokata ends up passing out. Fel carries him out of the dungeon, and Sui worries about him. Fel notices that Sui can suddenly speak. Sui can't wait to talk with Mokata, and wonders when he will wake up. Fel says they can talk while they wait, and Sui happily calls him Uncle Fel. Fel is annoyed at being called an uncle, but Sui mentions how he is big and strong, and is always taking care of them, so he sees him as an uncle. Fel is proud for a moment, but snaps out of it, and refuses to be called an uncle. He leaves to get a snack, but quickly returns to remind Sui to stay in his barrier, and Sui insists that he is Uncle Fel. When Mokata wakes up, he panics, but soon realizes that he is outside. Sui comforts him, and starts talking to him, and Mokata is shocked to hear him talking. Sui explains that after they beat the king, he started being able to talk. He calls him master, and Mokata finds him to be even more adorable. He checks on Sui's stats, and sees that he has leveled up, and even gained the acid bullet skill. He checks his own stats, and finds that he gained 4 levels, and now has the earth magic skill. Fel returns, and Mokata wonders where he went. Fel mentions how he was passed out for a while, and he got hungry, so he went to find some food, but says that he prefers his cooking, so he asks for some food as a reward for helping Mokata learn earth magic. Mokata is annoyed that he lied about his barrier breaking, but Fel reasons that it was just to help him. Mukata gives in and decides to make some food. He prepares some eggs and some leftover rockbird, combining them together to create a delicious dish. Fel instantly devours it, amazed at the use of eggs, and Sui finds it delicious as well. After their meal, Mukata wonders if Fel has talked with Sui, and Sui mentions how he talked a lot with Uncle Fel when he was asleep. Mukata laughs at Fel being called an uncle, and Fel gets mad, reminding Sui not to call him uncle. Mukata keeps making fun of Fel, saying compared to Sui, who is only 2 weeks old, he is definitely an uncle. Sui insists on calling him uncle, but Fel yells at him, and Sui begins to cry. Mukata calls him mean, and Fel has no choice but to let Sui continue to call him Uncle Fel. As they travel, Fel mentions that they are going to be passing through Orthros and Griffin territory. Humans would normally go around to avoid these areas, but Fel insists on going straight through. Mukata is shocked to learn this, and gets worried about getting attacked. He wonders why they are going straight through, but Fel says they are no threat to him. Mukata tries to get him to turn around, but Fel tells him they are already in the Orthros territory. Mukata hears the beasts in the forest, and they are soon approached by a pack of Orthros, which appear to be twin-headed wolves. Fel uses his intimidation, causing the Orthros to back away, but there is still one that wants to fight. Fel sees that it's younger and more foolish, so he tells Mukata to stand back with Sui. Mukata hides in a bush, and Fel tries to warn the beast, but it lunges at him, and Fel uses a skill, completely destroying the beast with a single slash. The other Orthros become terrified and run away. Mukata wonders about the attack that Fel used, and Fel explains that it's a skill he invented 600 years ago. As he talks about it, Mukata sees how smug he looks, and Sui wonders if he could also learn the skill. Mukata says it's unlikely since he doesn't have claws, but compliments his acid bullet skill. He praises Sui, and Fel is left feeling jealous. As they set up camp, Mukata is still on edge, but Fel tells him not to worry, because the Orthros should have learned their lesson. Fel is more interested in what's for dinner, but Mukata still worries, and wonders if he has set up his barrier correctly. Sui calls out, saying he is hungry, and Mukata rushes to him, saying he will cook something nice for him, and Fel notices just how different Mukata is treating the two of them. As Mukata is about to cook, he asks Fel how long it will take for them to get through the forest. Fel tells him that they are halfway through, and Mukata is shocked that they have another 3 weeks to go. Thinking that they may run out of meat, Mukata decides to cook some black serpent. He has heard that it tastes just like chicken, so he decided to prepare it in the same way. He orders his ingredients, and takes the meat off the bones. He finds the meat lean, like chicken breast, so he cuts it up, marinating it in sugar and sake. He makes a chili sauce out of his special ingredients, and then fries it up all together to create his dish. Mukata is hesitant to try it, so he imagines it as chicken. As he eats it, he finds it to be delicious, and Fel demands to have some as well, snatching the dish out of his hands. Fel finds it to be amazing, and immediately demands for more. As they travel through the forest, Fel suddenly comes to a stop. He sees some glowing mushrooms, and says that they have the power to heal the body. They are usually quite rare, so Mukata decides to stock up on some. Sui eats the mushrooms, while Mukata continues to harvest them. Mukata ends up with a bunch, and Sui suddenly starts glowing. Mukata wonders if he is okay, and the glowing stops. Mukata uses his appraisal skill just to be sure, and finds that Sui has gained the skill to create healing potions. Fel suggests that skill is from eating all the mushrooms, remembering a time when he saw a slime turn to metal after eating only metal. Mukata is overjoyed to learn this, and he praises Sui. He asks him to try out his new skill, and Sui gives it a go. He eventually creates the healing potion from his hand, and Mukata quickly grabs a bottle and bottles it up. Mukata appraises the potion, and it's considered high quality. Mukata wonders what this means, and it turns out Sui can create 3 levels of potions that can be used to heal different amounts. Fel says he has been around a long time, but has never seen a slime that can produce healing potions, so he thinks that Sui must be unique. Sui jumps onto him, and he continues to praise him. They continue traveling, until they eventually enter the Griffin territory. A griffin lands, and Mukata is terrified, but the griffin shows respect, and is able to speak. It asks Fel for a favor, saying he wants to fight Fel, so he can be accepted as the leader of his group. Fel agrees, but says he won't be going easy. Mukata takes cover, but communicates to Fel not to kill him. Their fight begins, as Fel charges at the griffin. Fel lands a kick, and the griffin shoots his feathers down. The area is filled with dust, and the griffin launches an attack. But Fel uses his wind magic, creating an enormous tornado, which cuts up the bird. Mukata tells him he has done enough, and Fel ends his magic. Mukata rushes over, and the griffin is heavily injured. Mukata calls for Sui, and drenches the bird with the healing potion. The griffin is saved, but it feels bad about losing. But Mukata tells him to look closer, and it seems he was able to do some damage to Fel, and Fel reluctantly admits to this. The griffin lets out a cry, and the rest of his flock joins him. He is accepted as the leader, and as thanks, he gives Mukata one of his feathers, saying they won't eat his descendants. The griffins leave, and they set up for another night. Fel demands lots of meat after using his energy in the fight, but Mukata mentions how he gets plenty every day. Mukata decides to cook up the rest of their meat, and he fries up some orc meat. Fel and Sui happily devour the food, but Mukata is hesitant, remembering what the orcs looked like, but in the end, it's just pork, and they all happily eat. After their meal, Fel wonders if he has been making his offerings to Ninri, but Mukata seems to have forgotten. Fel reprimands him, and we see Ninri waiting. Mukata finally prays, and Ninri yells at him for being late. Mukata says he has been busy, but Ninri says she has been watching, and knows that he just forgot. She continues to reprimand him, but Mukata begs for forgiveness, offering up a large range of Western desserts. Ninri's mood instantly changes, drooling over the desserts. She is blown away by the cake, and demands Mukata to send her the same amount next time. The group finally makes it through the forest, and they approach the kingdom of Leonhardt. He mentions they need to get to the guild because they are out of meat, and Fel immediately worries. He starts searching for the road, and they come across a caravan in the distance. Fel mentions they are being attacked by bandits, and Mukata tells him to save them, offering up a special dinner. Fel dashes off, excited about the offer, and we see that at the caravan, the people are struggling against the bandits. Fel arrives, letting off a deafening roar that causes everyone to freeze. He tells the bandits to give up or else, and they all throw down their weapons. They are all captured, and we meet Lambert, the owner of the caravan, and Lars, the leader of the adventurer group. They thank him for his help, and they are surprised to meet the person that all the rumors have been talking about. Mukata wonders where they are headed, and Lambert says they are headed to the city of Carolina. Mukata reveals they are new to the area, so he asks to tag along with them. Lambert feels safer having him around, and welcomes them to join him. As Mukata joins the escort, he hears the guards debating if Fel is a Fenrir or a great wolf. Mukata is shocked to see that the rumors about him have spread so far, but he learns that the guilds have been sending letters about him, using magical teleportation tools. Everyone seems focused on Fel, but Mukata worries about leaking his identity as a summoned hero with his item storage and shop skills. He realizes that nobles seem to have the most interest in Fel, and he hopes that no one will try anything in this new kingdom. The caravan stops for the night, and Fel reminds Mukata that he promised him a special dinner for saving the caravan. While the guards settle for eating jerky, Mukata finds a private area. Fel demands lots of meat, but Mukata seems bored of his request. However, when Sui says he wants some meat, Mukata happily agrees. He is all out of steaks, so he decides to combine all the meat that he has left. Since he promised a special dinner, Mukata goes all out with his seasoning. He marinates his meat with his sauces, then adds flour and shakes it to create a coating. He fries it all up, and creates a delicious fried chicken dish. Sui finds it amazing there are 2 different flavors, and Fel also seems to enjoy it. As Mukata cooks up the rest of the meat, the smell travels over to the rest of the caravan. They are all drawn by the smell, and they approach to check it out. They wonder what he is eating, and Mukata offers to let them try some. The men instantly find it to be delicious, saying it's the best food they've ever had. Mukata keeps cooking and serving the food, and by the end, Mukata is exhausted. The guards all thank him for the food, but in the end, he didn't get to have any food himself. The guards tell him to rest while they stand watch at night, but the bandits curse at them. However, Mukata warns them not to try anything funny, or else Fel will tear them apart, and the bandits are terrified. After a peaceful night, they make it to Carolina. Lambert explains that it's the 5th largest city in the kingdom, and his family has been leather merchants in the city for generations. The bandits are handed over to the city knights, and Lars is headed to the guild to submit his report. Mukata decides to also head to the guild, and promises to visit Lambert's shop. At the guild, Mukata finds that his card has been unregistered. He didn't complete the minimum number of quests in the last month, so they ended up deactivating his card. Mukata thinks about everything he went through over the last month, but the clerk tells him that people usually try to take as many missions so they can quickly get to F rank, because the time limit is extended to 3 months. Mukata decides to re-register and mentions that he has gained a second familiar. He shows off Sui, but the girl is not impressed. He gets laughed at by some adventurers, but he tries not to let it bother him. Mukata heads over to the guild butcher, but he runs into Lars and his group. Mukata says he is just trying to sell some of the beasts that Fel caught, and Lars asks to have a look, wanting to see what Fel has caught. Mukata thinks it's okay, but when he shows his haul, the group is shocked, having never even seen some of the monsters. The butcher gets excited to work with such high-class materials, claiming to be the best at dissecting monsters. He skins the red serpent, mentioning how the meat is something commoners would never get to taste. Mukata and Fel imagine how it will taste, and Lars suddenly wonders what kind of meat they had for dinner the previous night. Mukata says it was a bit of everything, mentioning rockbird, giant deer, and orc meat. The group immediately apologizes to him, not realizing that they had such a high-quality meal. But Mukata says that it's fine, since he has so much. Lars says he is well known in the city, and tells him to call if there is anything he needs. At night, Mukata rests at an inn. He thinks he should try to reach F rank, since he needs to maintain access to the butcher. He's not sure about becoming an adventurer, and he suddenly hears Nenri's voice, telling him he has more important things to do. She says she has been waiting patiently for him, so Mukata checks his shop for some sweets. He picks out a bunch of jellies and pudding, and offers them to Nenri, thanking her for her blessing. As Nenri tries out the pudding, she is amazed by its wobbly nature, but as she enjoys it, it seems as though she has attracted the attention of the other goddesses. The next day, Mukata checks out the job board at the guild. Each of the jobs gives points based on their difficulty, with herb gathering giving 1 point and goblin hunting giving 3 points. He needs to get to 100 points to move up to the next rank, and Fel thinks they should take the goblin quest to level up faster, but Mukata refuses, because he still has trauma from the last time he fought goblins. Fel wants to get to the ocean as soon as possible, so he can eat all the seafood that he wants. He has been craving seafood ever since the last time they had fish. Fel asks Sui what he thinks, suggesting he could fight against goblins, and Sui gets excited. Mukata tries to convince him to choose the safer option of collecting herbs, but Sui says he can already make his own medicine and would rather just fight. Mukata gives in and picks up the goblin hunting mission. They head into the forest, and their mission is to hunt 3 goblins. They quickly find some goblins, and Sui easily takes them out with his acid bullets. As proof that they killed the goblins, Mukata has to cut off their right ears. Mukata struggles to do this, and Fel thinks it's weird since he should be used to cooking monsters, but Mukata argues that it's not the same. Mukata's rant ends up attracting a whole swarm of goblins. Sui easily takes them out, blasting them with his acid spray. They find the goblin camp, but Mukata says they've already done enough to complete the quest. Sui begs to continue, and Mukata lets his guard down, and Fel drags him along. In the end, they take out all the goblins, and Sui says he had a lot of fun. Fel tells Mukata to collect the ears, but Mukata wants to refuse. Fel drags him along, and after collecting all the ears, Mukata has emotional damage. Mukata gets worried about how they should dispose of all the bodies, not wanting to attract other monsters, or even a dungeon to form. Fel suggests they could burn the bodies, but Mukata worries about starting a forest fire. Mukata ends up asking Sui to melt all the bodies with his acid, and Sui starts to shake, and grows to an enormous size. It seems Sui has gained a new skill to change his size. Sui starts to shake again, and splits up into smaller pieces. There is a whole army of slimes, and they start melting down the pile of goblins. Mukata wonders if Fel has ever seen something like this, but even he is amazed. Sui finishes the job, and Mukata wonders just how much stronger he will become. When Mukata returns to the guild, everyone is shocked at how many goblins they took out. He is called to meet the guild master, and Mukata starts to worry. They are introduced to the guild master Willem, and he confirms that they wiped out the entire goblin settlement. Mukata admits to it, and Willem is impressed by Fel's strength. He reveals the real reason for calling him, mentioning a message he received from the royal palace. It says that they can freely live in the country, however, they wish to rely on him in times of emergency. Mukata celebrates being free from the agendas of the nobles, and Willem says that just having a legendary beast in the country will be enough of a deterrent to the neighboring countries. Hearing that Mukata is looking to level up his guild rank, Willem decides to use his authority as the guild master to raise him to C rank. Mukata is shocked to hear this, and Willem says it would be a problem if Fel's master was too low ranked. In exchange for ranking him up, Willem has some requests for him, but Mukata isn't too keen on doing regular work, so he tries to decline, but Willem mentions that he actually wants Fel's help to take on some A and S ranked missions for him. Fel is confident he can handle any mission, and Willem is happy to hear this, because there are no adventurers that can normally take on those jobs. Willem says that he will tell the other adventurers not to mess with them, and Mukata thinks he can trust him, so he makes a special request. He reveals a bunch of high-ranked monsters that he's been keeping. Willem and the Butcher are shocked to see the monsters, and the Butcher has never even seen a chimera before. Mukata explains he kept them hidden because he didn't want to cause a scene. He wants to sell them to the guild, but Willem says that they don't have the money to even buy the chimera from him. The Butcher gets excited to work with a blue ogre, and Mukata wonders what's special about it, but the Butcher says it's a unique S-ranked monster. He points out the Orc King, which is also an S-ranked monster, with its ability to control all other orcs. Mukata can't believe all the S-ranked monsters that Fel has hunted, and Sui pops out, saying that he wants to be strong just like Fel, and Mukata starts to get nervous. Willem tells him to come back the next day, when his new card will be ready. Later that night, Mukata wonders what they should have for dinner, and Fel wants meat as usual. Mukata thinks they have been eating too much fried food lately, so he decides to cook something more refreshing. He boils up some rockbird meat, prepares his vegetables, and then starts shredding the meat. Sui joins in to help him out, and he tops it off with a sesame dressing. Fel is not sure about the vegetables, but they end up devouring the meal, and Sui finds the sesame sauce to be especially delicious. Mukata realizes he didn't cook any rice, so he makes himself a sandwich instead. Sui asks to try some, and Fel also asks for seconds. After the meal, Fel rests, but Mukata thinks it is pretty cramped for him, since they are used to sleeping out in the wild. Mukata takes out his futon to make it more comfortable for him, and he instantly falls asleep. The next day, Mukata goes back to the guild, and is surprised to see his new card is silver. He now has a 6-month time limit to complete his missions, so it shouldn't be getting deactivated. Willem goes on to pay Mukata. Calculating the value of all the monsters he sold, the red serpent was worth 200 gold, and the blue ogre was 432 gold. Mukata is shocked at the value of everything. Factoring in the goblin subjugation as well, it comes to a total of over 1900 gold. Mukata is left speechless, and starts to worry about people coming after him. Willem reveals the 2 missions that he wants help with. The first is subjugating a group of metal lizards. With their metallic skin, they are practically immune to physical attacks. The second mission is to hunt a herd of bloody horned bulls, which have been causing trouble in a beginner hunting ground, but Fel says they are delicious, thinking of it as beef, and getting excited to eat steak again. As they leave the guild, Mukata thinks they should head off in the morning. Fel wants to go right away, but Mukata says if they did, they would end up arriving at night, but Fel just wants to have steak as soon as possible. Mukata stops by Lambert's store, and he is interested in buying a new bag. Lambert shows him a number of different bags, each made with different materials, but it's going to be for carrying Sui, so he lets Sui pick for himself. Sui picks the one made out of red boar leather, and Mukata goes on to pick out a belt, as well as some new shoes. He considers buying shoes from his shop, but decides it's better not to stand out too much. It comes to a total of 11 gold, but Lambert insists on giving it all to him for free, since Mukata saved his life, and served him such a high-quality meal, so Mukata thanks him. Lambert asks about the black serpent that they ate, and wonders if Mukata still has the skin, but Mukata says he already sold it to the guild. Lambert gets disappointed, and mentions there is shortage of serpent skin. He dreams about getting his hands on some red serpent skin, and Mukata feels bad about selling it all to the guild. Lambert tells him if he gets any more serpent skin, to sell it directly to him, and Mukata agrees. After they leave, Fel feels like eating serpent, since they were talking about it so much. Mukata thinks about how good it tasted, so he decides to cook it again. He starts marinating the meat, and is ready to give Fel all he can eat. He starts frying it up, and when he tastes it, Sui and Fel complain he is eating without them. Fel wants to start eating, but Mukata fries the meat for a second time. As the two start eating, They find it even better than last time, since it's twice as crispy from being fried twice. After their meal, they are completely stuffed. Mukata keeps cooking, and Fel says he can't eat anymore. Mukata says it's for himself, and he plans to put some in storage so he can have some whenever he wants. Mukata enjoys a beer as Fel and Sui head to bed. He reflects on his adventure, and feels lucky to have found such companions. Mukata and Fel head to the mountains where the lizards were reported to be. Mukata wonders where they could be, but Fel can detect their presence, finding a cave in the mountain. Mukata wants to wait outside, but Fel charges in. When they get inside, they only find one lizard, and Mukata thinks it's strange because it's glowing. He sees that it's a mithril lizard, and Fel says that it must have evolved after eating a bunch of mithril. He says that magic won't be effective, because mithril has the property to diffuse magic. Mukata thinks they might have trouble, but Fel uses his lightning to instantly defeat the lizard, saying he can use magic that can't be diffused. Mukata pays his respects, and starts storing it away. He finds a piece of mithril ore, and starts to imagine if he had a mithril weapon. He starts collecting some mithril, and Sui helps him out. He thinks about how it would be good for making armor, since it can diffuse magic, or even using the mithril lizard's skin. Fel suddenly crushes the mithril, saying he doesn't need any armor, because his barrier is far superior. He wants some more action, so he suggests they should carry on with the guild master's second request. Mukata isn't ready, but Fel is eager to eat some steaks, so he drags Mukata off. They arrive at the field where the bloody horned bulls are located. Mukata is worried because they are as big as rhinos and have a bad temper. He decides to wait on the side, and Fel approaches the bulls. Sui gets jealous that Fel is fighting the bulls, so he quickly follows after him. Mukata sneaks up closer to watch, and in an instant, there is a blast of wind, and all the bulls are defeated. Sui excitedly tells Mukata about the fight, and Fel compliments him on how he did. Mukata is surprised at the number of bulls, and starts stuffing them into his storage. Sui decides to help out, splitting up into multiple slimes, and helping him move the bulls. Mukata starts thinking about all the beef dishes he will be making. Back in town, Willem and the butcher are shocked to see a mithril lizard. Mukata gets nervous, and wonders if there is a problem. The butcher explains that an intact mithril lizard is so rare that the last record of a sighting was 400 years ago. Willem explains that the lizard is a sign that there is a new mithril mine, saying that mithril is so rare that there are only 3 mithril mines in the whole world. Mukata is shocked to hear it's such a big deal. Willem says that they will have to keep the lizard as an offering to the king, but mentions that he will be compensated for hunting the lizard and discovering the mine, suggesting it would be worth around 5,000 gold. The butcher is jealous, but Mukata seems to be terrified to hear this. Willem moves on to ask about the bulls, but Mukata shows that he has already completed that request as well, shocking them once again. As Mukata leaves, he worries about his peaceful life being disrupted. Fel says there is no point in worrying, and he is more interested in getting to eat steaks. Mukata starts preparing their dinner, cutting up some steaks, and frying them up until they are medium rare. He sets them aside to rest in some foil, while Fel waits patiently with Sui. The steak is perfectly cooked, and when they taste it, they find it to be outstanding, with juice overflowing with every bite. Fel compares it to the wagyu that he had, and immediately asks for more. Mukata gives him another batch, and adds his favorite steak sauce, making it even more delicious. After their meal, they are completely stuffed, and Fel thinks it would be hard for him to go back to eating raw meat. Fel reminds him about his offerings to Ninri, and it seems he has forgotten once again. He quickly goes to prepare her offering, and hears her voice, listing out all the things that she wants him to send. As he sends his offering, he suddenly hears the voices of the other goddesses. They think it's not fair that Ninri is getting all the sweets to herself, but Ninri says it's because she gave him her blessing. The other goddesses offer to bless him as well, so he will send offerings to them, but Ninri tries to object. Mukata says that he already has Ninri's blessing, but they point out that she only gave him a minor blessing, and that he doesn't have any affinity with wind magic. They suggest that with a more compatible blessing, he will get far more benefits. Since he has an affinity for fire and earth, a blessing from the earth goddess Kisha, or the fire goddess Agni, would be much more suitable. Ninri interrupts, saying that the god of creation is mad at them for giving too many blessings, but the two think it will be fine if they only give him minor blessings as well. Mukata wonders if there has ever been anyone with multiple blessings, but it seems that has never happened before. Mukata tries to use this as a reason to decline, but the two goddesses bless him anyway. The water goddess Ruka feels left out. because Mokata doesn't have any affinity with water, so her blessing would be useless for him, and she cries because she will be the only one who doesn't get an offering from him. The other goddesses start to panic, telling Mokata to do something. Mokata doesn't know what to do, and Sui tries to comfort him. Seeing Sui, Mokata asks Ruka to give her blessing to Sui instead. The goddesses all agree, and Ruka gives her blessing to Sui. Kisha points out that Ruka gave Sui a full blessing, but Ruka says it's okay, since she only gives her blessing out every 100 years, unlike the rest of them, who constantly give their blessing out, making the god of creation mad at them. Now that he is blessed, they demand his offerings, so Mokata sends them an extra large box of desserts, and they are overjoyed. Mokata checks his status, and sees his new blessings. Sui wonders what a blessing does, and Mokata explains it protects him, and boosts his power, but Sui doesn't really understand, so Mokata decides to test it out the next day. When Mokata tries out his magic, he finds his power has dramatically increased. Even after using his magic, he doesn't get exhausted like he used to, so he is pleased with the blessings. He tells Sui to try out some water magic to test his blessing, so Sui starts using some water magic, creating a spinning orb of water. Mokata is amazed, and wonders how far he can shoot it, so Sui fires it at a tree, which completely knocks it down. Sui also uses water as a blade, easily cutting through the trees. Mokata thinks he is amazing, but warns him not to attack anyone in town. Fel suddenly wants to fight Sui, but Mokata says it's too early, and Fel gets disappointed, thinking he had finally found a worthy opponent. Mokata keeps practicing his magic, trying out his new stone wall spell. Fel leaves to go hunting, and at the end of the day, Mokata is excited to show them how he created a house using his earth magic. They are not particularly impressed, and Fel has returned with a black serpent, since he knows Mokata has a deal with Lambert. Mokata is suspicious of his intentions, but Fel just wants to be rewarded with a special dinner. When they wake up, Fel agrees his hut was pretty comfortable, and he wonders what they will be doing that day, suggesting they could go hunting, but Mokata isn't too keen. He says they should go back to town, and deliver the black serpent that Fel caught for Lambert. They head back to the guild, and Mokata visits the butcher. All the bull meat is prepared, and the butcher gives him his payment for the portion he sold. Mokata pulls out the black serpent, and the butcher is surprised he found another one so easily. Mokata asks him to prepare it for him, and Sui appears, asking if it's time for lunch. Mokata gets ready to cook, and Fel asks why he is so enthusiastic. Mokata reveals his new item he bought, a grinder that will let him make minced meat. He starts grinding up the bull meat, and Sui finds it amazing, wanting to try it himself, and he helps grind up the meat. They end up grinding orc meat as well, and they mix the meats together, adding eggs, onions, and forming them into patties. They are also perfect for storing away in his storage. He fries up the patties, adding his special sauce, and Fel can't wait to eat it. After they enjoy their meal, Mokata washes his shirt, but the soap isn't very good. He gets an idea, and thinks he could sell the soap from his shop. He buys a bunch of shampoo and conditioner, transferring it into some bottles, so it's not as suspicious. Sui plays in the tub of water, and Mokata thinks about how he hasn't taken a bath in a long time. He goes to visit Lambert, who is surprised to see the black serpent's skin. Mokata goes on to reveal he is also a merchant, so he wants Lambert to check if his products would be valuable. Lambert checks out the soap, and finds it to be quite fragrant. Mokata explains how it's more effective, and also talks about the shampoo for washing hair, and the conditioner to make hair silky smooth. Mokata gets worried at Lambert's reaction, but Lambert suddenly is in tears thanking him. Since his anniversary is coming up, and his wife is bored of his bags and accessories, he didn't know what to get her, but he thinks that these products would be perfect for her since she loves bathing. Hearing this, Mokata asks if he has a bathtub, and Lambert says he had one custom built for his wife. Mokata is amazed, and imagines finally having a bath. He asks to see the bathtub, and Lambert agrees to show him. Mokata is amazed to see it, and Lambert explains how expensive it was, requiring a magic device to purify the water, and hiring an earth magician to create it. He says it costs over a few hundred gold, so having one as a merchant is proof they are doing well. Mokata is keen on getting one, and Lambert offers to introduce him to the seller, which Mokata is happy to hear. Mokata ends up giving Lambert the products to try, and suggests he should test them out himself before giving anything to his wife, and Lambert agrees, not wanting to test things on his wife. The next day, Mokata visits again, and Lambert is excited to see him. His wife suddenly rushes to meet him, introducing herself as Marie, and wants to know more about the products. After Lambert had a bath, he smelled so good and his hair became so soft that she instantly noticed. Lambert is disappointed he ruined the anniversary present, but Marie says she also tried the products, with the shampoo cleaning her hair better than anything else, and the conditioner making her hair beautiful and smooth. Mukata thinks they want to buy more, but Lambert asks if he wants to sell them at his store. Mukata is surprised to hear this, since he has a leather shop, but Marie is sure the products will sell, saying it would be a shame for another merchant to sell it, because every woman in the city will want to buy some. She insists that Mukata sell it to them wholesale, and he agrees, since he doesn't have his own shop. Marie is excited to hear this, especially since she can have a personal supply. When Mukata returns, he is exhausted after delivering a bunch of product to the shop. Fel wants to look for a dungeon, but Mukata rejects the idea, saying he is being called by the guild master. As Fel waits outside, Mukata hears some adventurers talking about a stray wyvern and gets worried about how dangerous they are. He goes to see the guild master and is shocked to see a gigantic stack of gold. Willem tells him he is getting 5,800 gold for discovering the mithril mine, and Mukata can only think about buying a bathtub for himself. There is suddenly an emergency as a herd of wyverns is approaching. They are surprised there is a whole herd of them, but it seems because Mukata took out the pack of bulls, which the wyverns would normally hunt, they have now all grouped up. There are a number of injured adventurers, with some suffering from the wyvern's deadly poison. The guild is running out of potions and antidotes, but Mukata takes out his high-grade potions. As Willem uses the potion, the man's wounds are instantly healed, and they are shocked at how it completely healed everything, including the poison. After healing the wounded, Willem orders all the adventurers C-ranked and above to help fight the wyverns. Mukata realizes that includes him, and Willem rallies up everyone and they prepare to fight, but Fel stops them, saying they will deal with the wyverns themselves. Mukata doesn't want to go, but Fel has been bored and says that wyvern meat is delicious, declaring that all the wyvern they defeat will belong to them. Willem wants to help, but Fel says he would only get in the way. They head out into the field and see the wyverns in the distance. Mukata can see they are dangerous, but Fel isn't worried and decides it's the perfect time to teach Sui how to fight flying opponents. Fel and Sui approach, dodging the wyvern's attacks. He tells Sui that headshots are the most effective, but their wings are easier to hit. Sui tries aiming for the head. It misses the head, but it's enough to bring it to the ground, and Fel finishes it off. They start fighting against the wyverns, and Mukata hides away. As he watches them fight, he thinks Sui is becoming more and more like Fel, who always wants to fight. Suddenly, a wyvern approaches him, but he is protected by Fel's barrier. As the wyvern tries to attack again, it is stopped by Sui, who bounces him away, and Fel finishes it off. After defeating all the wyverns, Fel gets a bit hungry, so Mukata prepares to cook. He takes out the patties he prepared, and Fel thinks they are eating the same thing again, but Mukata coats them with egg and bread crumbs. He fries them all up, and with this small change, their meal is completely different. Fel can't believe how different it tastes, finding the added crunch to be delightful. Meanwhile at the guild, Willem and the adventurers start to get worried, wondering if Mukata could handle the wyverns. But Mukata finally returns, and he reports that they wiped them all out successfully. The adventurers are amazed and celebrate, which Mukata finds strange, but Willem mentions that if the adventurers had fought against the wyverns, at least half of them would have died. Willem says he was worried they had failed, because it took them so long to return, and Mukata feels bad because it was an easy battle, but they just stopped to have lunch. He decides not to mention it, but Fel points out the reason they were late, and Mukata gets embarrassed. Mukata reports that there were 13 wyverns, and Willem is interested in buying their parts. Mukata is happy to sell everything except the meat, but the guild only has enough money to buy half the wyverns. Back at the inn, Mukata suddenly remembers he needs to send his offerings to the goddesses, and he suddenly gets a divine message from Agni, telling him to hurry up. Mukata explains he is about to send his offering, and he suddenly gets a secret message from Nenri, reminding him that she was the first one to give him a blessing, so she wants to get more sweets than the others. Kisha secretly tells him that she wants him to send her the shampoo and hair products that he has been selling, and Ruka wants to try out his other food. Mukata tells them he can't keep their offerings a secret, since he will be sending it all at once, and Agni gets angry that the other goddesses were making secret requests, so she joins in and tells Mukata to send her alcohol, and Mukata can only agree. The next day, Mukata and Fel are attracting more attention after defeating the wyverns, and Mukata makes his way to a certain shop. He is amazed as he looks around, checking out the different bathtubs, and the clerk explains that they start from 300 gold, with some that are made with different materials that provide different effects. As Mukata considers the options, the clerk reveals their newest product, but when Mukata sees it, it actually just looks like a normal bathtub. He ends up picking the green bathtub, and the clerk is shocked he decided so easily, since it would be very expensive for a normal person. The clerk wonders how he will pay, suggesting their payment plan, but Mukata shows he has the money. The clerk wonders where to deliver it to, but Mukata tells him not to worry, since he can just put it into his storage. Mukata leaves overjoyed, and tells Fel they should get out of the city, because everyone has been looking at them since they dealt with the wyverns. They find a nice place, and Fel decides to go off and do some hunting. Mukata marks out an area on the ground, and using his stone wall skill, he creates a private area. He takes out the tub, and asks Sui to fill it with water, and when it's full, Mukata uses his fireball to heat up the water. Before taking his bath, Mukata furiously scrubs himself down, and finally gets to relax with Sui. After their bath, Mukata decides to cook some of the wyvern meat, and he is excited since Fel mentioned how good it tastes. He thinly slices the meat, creating a rich sauce, and makes a special wyvern beef bowl. However, he notices that Fel still hasn't returned, so he decides to make some stew since he has extra time. He buys the ingredients, and cuts everything up. He sears the meat until it's brown, adding the vegetables next, and then adding water and some red wine. He adds some sauce for extra flavor, and then leaves it to simmer. Sui mentions that Fel is back, and as Mukata waits for him to appear, a dinosaur emerges, which is a shock to Mukata. Mukata asks him about the giant lizard, and Fel mentions that his fight with the wyverns was a letdown, so he went hunting, and ended up fighting an earth dragon. Mukata can't believe what he is hearing, and can't believe there is a dragon in front of him. He doesn't know what to do with it, but Fel says it will be delicious. But Mukata reminds him of the exceptional rare monsters he has hunted, but are impossible to sell. He thinks that a dragon will definitely fall into this category, but Fel insists it will be delicious. Mukata says it's going to be a problem, but Fel suggests he ask the guild to help him resell it, and Mukata thinks it might be possible. Fel notices the stew that Mukata made, and immediately gets excited, but Mukata stops him, telling him he is dirty after his fight, and Fel is a bit offended. He tells Fel he needs to take a bath before dinner, and Fel is shocked. Mukata finds some dog grooming tools in his shop, but Fel reminds him he isn't a dog. Mukata helps untangle his fur with a brush, and then proceeds to splash him with water. Mukata wonders why he flinched, but Fel immediately denies it. Mukata keeps splashing him to get him wet, but Fel finds it ticklish and wonders if Sui could just use his water magic, but Mukata mentions that Sui's water wouldn't be hot. However, Mukata gets an idea and turns Sui into a shower connected to the hot water. Fel gets completely drenched, and Mukata starts to shampoo him. Fel starts to enjoy it, but Mukata mentions washing his face. Although it scares him, Fel agrees, not wanting to look weak as a legendary Fenrir. After it's all over, Mukata prepares to dry him off, but Fel shakes off all the water instead. Using his fire magic and Fel's wind, they create a warm breeze to help him dry off. Mukata comments on how good he looks, and Fel demands that it's time for dinner. They start with the special beef bowls, which Fel finds amazing, and Mukata is surprised that wyvern tastes similar to Wagyu. As they eat, Mukata tells Fel he needs to start taking regular baths, and Fel is not happy about this. But Mukata uses Sui to tell him he looks better now, so Fel agrees to the arrangement. When they try the wyvern stew, Fel can't believe how good it tastes, and looks forward to what Mukata will make in the future. Back at the guild, Willem says it's impossible to resell the dragon, and the butcher mentions that every part of the dragon's body is too valuable, and refuses to work on it. Fel mentions that he just wants the meat, but Mukata says it's not that simple. However, Willem thinks it could be possible for a certain dragon expert, and Mukata and Fel are excited. Willem points to another city, and Fel is excited to see it's near the sea, remembering his goal to eat krakens and other sea monsters. But Willem and the butcher just laugh, hearing such an absurd statement, but they know that's exactly what they will do. Mukata says farewell to the people he met along the way, and they set off for their next adventure. But that's where this video ends. I hope you enjoyed the video. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time. Imagine if one day you found a door that was connected to another world, and any items or skills you learn can be brought back to the real world. The story begins as a girl is being harassed by some men. However, we meet Yuya, a boy that tries to speak up against the men. But the men call him fat and ugly, and they end up beating him up. Eventually the police arrive, and the men run away. The girl thanks him for his help, but Yuya claims he is fine and walks away. We learn that he was taught by his grandfather to always be kind and to help those in need. When he gets home, we see his house is covered with graffiti, calling him names. We learn that ever since he was young, he has been bullied by everyone. Even his parents treated him poorly, because his siblings were considered beautiful, but he was ugly. And when he got to middle school, things got worse for him, as he would get beaten at school. It was only his grandfather who would look after him, always reminding him that being kind will make him happy. His grandfather eventually died, but he left his house and all his savings to him. His parents tried to contest the will, but in the end Yuya was given everything, but his parents completely abandoned him, so he lives alone and has to work part-time every day. At school, Yuya is graduating from middle school, but in his yearbook, there are only mean comments about him. As he tries to leave, he gets stopped by his bullies. They remind him that even though he is graduating, he is still their errand boy. Yuya says he needs to get to his job, but the bullies beat him up, and we see his brother and sister just watching from a distance. When he finally gets to his job, his boss is fed up with him being late and tells him not to come back. At home, Yuya has a depressing meal, and as he looks at himself in the mirror, he throws a tantrum and smashes the mirror, thinking nothing will change even after his graduation. He punches the wall, and it suddenly opens a hidden room. There are a bunch of strange items in the room, and Yuya thinks they must be his grandfather's souvenirs from traveling. He finds a peculiar door, and when he opens it, it leads to a strange room. He gets scared as a notification appears. As he reads it, he learns that the door is connected to another world. There are a number of notifications that tell him about various functions that are available to him, like the ability to store items, and he can control who can use the door. Although he is confused by the functions, he thinks the system is like a game, so he decides to check his status. But when he sees it, he is devastated to find all his stats are so low. He looks around the room, and when he looks outside, he finds that it really is another world. He finds a note on the table, although he can't read it at first. He has a language skill which helps him to understand it. He learns that the owner of the house was a great sage, but he is about to die, so he left it so that whoever finds it will become its new owner, including all of its contents. The house is protected by magic, so no one is able to break in beside the owner. He finds a bunch of weapons inside, but as he examines them, he finds them to be exceptional items and extremely dangerous. He has a look outside and tries swinging his sword around. He falls over, but he manages to learn a basic sword skill. Thinking it could be useful, Yuya trains with each of the weapons, finding that they are all god tier items, and he gains a number of skills. Despite this, his stats still remain at level 1, and he wonders how to increase it. He puts the weapons away into his storage, but there is suddenly a monster that attacks. Yuya is terrified, but soon realizes that his house is protected. The monster is a level 300 bloody ogre, and it smashes against the magical wall. It grabs a tree, trying to use it to break in, but it doesn't work. Yuya thinks he should try fighting back, so he throws his spear, which goes right through the monster, and instantly kills it in one hit. The spear returns to him, and the monster disappears, dropping a number of items. Yuya suddenly reaches level 100, and he is shocked to see his stats. After allocating all his points, Yuya decides to call it for the day, and when he tries to leave, he gets a cash out option, which converts the items from the monster into money. Yuya is confused seeing this, but gladly accepts it. Later that night, Yuya goes through a change in his body, as it completely transforms. And when he wakes up, he finds his body is different, and his clothes no longer fit. He's not sure what is going on, and his mirror is still broken, so he decides to look for some clothes. There are magical clothes in the sage's house, which freely adjust in size, and provide a range of magical bonuses. Yuya wonders about the identity of the sage, and he looks around his garden. He is suddenly attacked by a level 200 slime monster, but this time, Yuya calmly brings out his spear and easily destroys the monster. It drops some coffee slime and even a rare necklace, which has the ability to restore his magic power. He levels up again, gaining a presence detection skill, and he is already at level 150. He tries some of the coffee slime, and it's actually quite good. He decides to use some of the money he has made to buy a new uniform, ordering it to be ready for the start of high school. After that, he spent every day in the other world, and he starts to enjoy himself, even forgetting his depression. He would train and learn as much as possible about the other world. An elite goblin attacks his house, but Yuya has become completely different, skillfully fighting against it, and even using a skill to destroy the goblin. Time flies and the start of high school arrives, and everyone is immediately drawn by him. Even his siblings seem to be in awe. In class, he is approached by his bullies, but they don't recognize him, thinking he is a transfer student. When he tells them he is Yuya, everyone is shocked, and they don't believe him. When he goes to the bathroom, he is completely shocked to see himself for the first time since his transformation. After class, he is approached by his brother and sister, wondering what he did to change so drastically, calling him a loser, but there is suddenly a limo that stops, and the girl he saved is looking for him. He wonders who she is, and she reminds him how he saved her, and Yuya wonders how she knows his name. She admits she looked into him because she wanted to thank him, and she introduces herself as Kaori. She wonders if he would like to join the Osei Academy, and Yuya recognizes it as an academy for the super elite. We learn that Kaori is on the student council, and her father is the chairman of the academy. Yuya is flattered by the offer, but thinks he isn't smart enough to join such an academy. His brother interrupts, asking to join the academy, and saying that they are superior to Yuya in both academics and sports. But Kaori refuses, because they are insulting Yuya when he is her hero, and she reveals that she has already looked into them, and knows all about their nefarious behavior against Yuya. She goes on to tell Yuya that their academy emphasizes personality rather than just academics, so it would be no problem for him to enroll. Her attendant suggests showing him the academy, so she pulls him away, and they head off, while his siblings can't believe what happened. They arrive at the academy, and it's a famous school filled with students that excel. He meets with the chairman Tsukasa, who thanks him for saving his daughter. Yuya says it wasn't a big deal, but Kaori says he was the only one that helped her. Tsukasa invites him to join the school, even offering to pay his tuition as thanks for helping his daughter. But Yuya is hesitant, thinking he won't fit in, because only geniuses are normally accepted. Tsukasa says that geniuses are just normal people that have found the right way to work hard and use less time, but Yuya thinks they are gifted with talent. Tsukasa tells him that everyone has their own talents, and through challenges and having fun, he will eventually learn what his talents are, saying that he is still young. He suggests Yuya to try out the school for a day. A teacher named Sawada enters, and Tsukasa introduces her as a renowned scientist, but her classes are popular and easy to understand. Yuya prepares for his first class, and worries he isn't over his head, but he thinks that things couldn't be worse than at his normal school. He gets called in, and he introduces himself, but all the students appear stunned. He worries about what they think of him, but they are all actually stunned by how handsome he looks. He takes a seat at the back, and he shares a book with the girl next to him, but she is a bit cold toward him, and he worries that she already hates him. Kaori wonders if Yuya will fit in his class, and as the class goes on, he actually finds the class pretty normal, except the students are much more active and engaged. During their break, a bunch of students try to get to know him, asking questions like if he is an idol, and if he has a girlfriend. A student named Ryo stops them from harassing him, and he takes Yuya to the cafeteria to get some lunch. Yuya is amazed seeing the menu, and it's all free, so Yuya thinks it's like a dream. They sit with another student named Shingo. They start talking about anime, and Yuya is surprised they are just like him. As he eats, he notices that everyone is looking at him, and he thinks it's because he is wearing a different uniform. Shingo asks him if he is in any clubs, but Yuya says he is not a part of any. Ryo is also not in a club, but it's because he is good at all kinds of sport, and has trouble picking just one. Shingo reveals he is part of the gaming club, and Yuya is surprised there are allowed consoles at school, but Shingo says it's fine as long as they don't play during class, and as they talk about video games, Yuya becomes more comfortable with them. At the end of the day, he meets with Tsukasa and admits that he had a good time, and Yuya decides he wants to join the school. As he leaves the room, he runs into Kaori, who wonders if he is joining the school. He tells her his decision, and she is glad he decided to stay. She invites him to join her after school, and they check out some shops in a popular area. Yuya wonders if this is where she hangs out with her friends, but she reveals that she doesn't hang out too often, because people seem to be hesitant about her family and her father. But she says that he is different. Yuya gets nervous, so he suggests checking out the crepe shop. Looking at the prices, he is glad he has been cashing out from the other world. As they try the crepes, they both have a good time, and Yuya wants to try the other flavors, but he suddenly thinks that if he eats too much, he might return to his original shape. He asks Kaori how she recognized him when he looked so different, but she says that although he is a bit slimmer, she recognized him because his eyes still look the same. She offers him a bite of her crepe, since he wanted to try other flavors, so he takes a bite, but is a bit embarrassed. She suddenly realizes how he is feeling, but he also offers her a bite. She nervously accepts it, taking a bite, and some girls watch on, thinking they are super cute together. Later that night, Yuya decides to head back to the other world, putting on a full set of armor. He heads inside, confronting the monsters that appear. Even though he is still scared, he cuts them down, and sees he has leveled up to 235, but realizes that the speed he is leveling it has become much slower. So he thinks about leaving his house, to find stronger monsters to fight. Thinking of his time at the academy, Yuya wants to find a new challenge. But as he heads out his gate, he suddenly hears a scream. He pulls out his spear, and rushes toward the scream. He finds a number of soldiers that were brutally killed. He notices a monster, and it's a level 200 goblin general. Yuya can tell it is dangerous, but he sees a girl behind it. He throws his spear at it, but the goblin deflects it. However, in that moment, Yuya comes crashing down with his foot, and the goblin is defeated. He turns toward the girl, but she calls out to him because there is another goblin behind him. He gets blown away, and he can tell that it is both stronger and faster than him. But Yuya doesn't give up, thinking he has other strengths. He uses his spear to vault over the goblin, and he switches to his bow, launching a barrage of arrows. He then switches again to his sword, and splits the goblin in half. He checks up on the girl, wondering about the other humans in this world, but she ends up fainting, and he hears some men approaching, so he uses an invisibility skill to avoid them. There are knights that come looking for the girl, and we learn she is a princess named Lexia. Back at his house, Yuya thinks about the encounter, wondering if the girl was okay. But since there were knights that appeared to help her, he thinks she should be okay. Looking at his shirt, he thinks that he should try buying some new clothes, since he has made some money from the other world. We see a mall, and as Yuya walks around, people stare at him, thinking he must be some kind of actor or model. His shirt is enchanted to stay clean, but he thinks he should buy some other clothes, so he doesn't always look the same. Meanwhile, we see a director yelling at another man. The man is the manager for a model named Sho, but Sho hasn't turned up for their shoot. The manager gets a call from Sho, and learns he is on his way. But the director gets mad, because Sho isn't respecting the time of everyone there, who are all ready for the shoot. Especially Miyu, their other model who has been waiting all morning. The theme of the photo shoot is focused around being a couple, so it's impossible to shoot it without him. The director thinks about what they should do, and since everyone is waiting around to start, he decides to look for a replacement within the mall. As Yuya shops around, he is overwhelmed by the number of choices. He is approached by some girls, and he worries it's a sales tactic. They ask to know more about him, and even offer to help him shop. He doesn't want them to feel bad, so he turns them down as politely as possible. The girls are left stunned, and they start freaking out over him, but Yuya wonders if he dealt with them in the right way. The director struggles to find a replacement, but tells his assistant they can't give up. They pass by Yuya, and the director instantly thinks he is the one. Yuya gets approached, and the director explains their situation to him. Yuya is nervous to do it, but he thinks about all the people who are counting on him, and he ends up agreeing to be their model. He acts as the boyfriend for their shoot, taking photos in a range of different outfits and positions. The director tells him to look sexier, but Yuya struggles with the direction. But Miyu tells him he is doing well for his first time, and Yuya is captured by her looks. She thanks him for saving them, but Yuya notices her getting closer to him. The director notes that Yuya is looking kind of stiff. They move to their next location, and Yuya is impressed at Miyu for being such a pro, even though they are around the same age, so he is determined to give it his best. But Miyu grabs onto him for the next shot, and he panics as she pushes up against him. The director tells her to get even closer, so she puts her arms around him and pushes up even closer, which makes Yuya even more embarrassed, and a crowd starts to watch them. Meanwhile, in the other world, we see Princess Lexia, as she thinks about how she was saved. She decides to head out, and her knight wonders where she is going. She says she is heading back to the dark forest to find the person who saved her, but her knight says it's impossible for someone to be living out in that forest. But Lexia insists she was saved by someone and must thank the person who saved her. Her knight warns her of the dangers of going back, but she tells them they are all going to join her this time, and they wonder who she inherited such reckless behavior from. Back at the mall, the shoot is over, and Yuya is exhausted. Miyu thanks him once again, and Yuya suddenly chokes on his drink. Miyu offers him her handkerchief, but Yuya worries because he is sweaty, but he can't use his sleeve either, because the clothes aren't his. Yuya thinks about his experience modeling, and thinks Miyu is amazing at it, but Miyu says she has just gotten used to it, mentioning how she used to make lots of mistakes when she was still new. He thinks about how it's his first time wearing such fashionable clothes, because he never had the chance in his past. He wonders why she started modeling, and she says she just wanted to be noticed, because her parents were always too busy to spend time with her, and then after she started getting some fans, she continued because she had people cheering her along, and she liked that she could bring happiness to the people that saw her. She tells him he can also do it, saying he should take it at his own pace, and reminds him to just enjoy all the moments along the way. As they chat, the director takes a bunch of candid pictures of them, but at that moment, shows suddenly arise, and the crowd is excited to see him. He approaches Miyu, saying they can get on with their shoot. He pushes her up against the wall, wanting to ask her out for drinks, but Yuya can see she is uncomfortable. He interrupts them, and Sho wonders who he is. Sho tries to punch him, but Yuya throws him away. Everyone is shocked, and Yuya thinks about how slow the punch felt. He worries about causing a scene, thinking he will be in trouble for beating up such a good-looking guy, but the crowd cheers for him, thinking he is so cool. Sho wonders how he lost, even though he does boxing. The director tells him to leave, because they caught everything in 4K. Sho runs off, and Miyu thanks him for his help, revealing that Sho has been following her around, and she didn't know what to do about it. But the director says that Sho's behavior has always been bad, and with this, he is unlikely to work again. He wonders if Yuya is interested in doing more modeling. Yuya thanks him for giving him the opportunity to work with so many professionals, but he thinks he isn't good enough to do the job properly, so he ultimately turns them down. The director respects his decision, and they end up giving him all the clothes from the shoot as thanks for his help, because they weren't able to pay him since he is just an amateur. Yuya thinks having the experience was enough, but the director says it's only natural to be compensated for work, especially since he was the one who saved them, so Yuya accepts it. Miyu hopes to work with him again in the future, and they wish him good luck. In their car afterwards, the director thinks it's a shame that Yuya didn't want to continue, knowing he would have been a star. Looking back at the photos, Miyu thinks about how different Yuya was, and the director can see her turning red, so he teases her about having a thing for him. Yuya organizes his wardrobe, packing all of his new clothes, and we see that his photo has gotten around. The agencies wonder who he could be, and we see a woman who is desperate to sign him, ordering her associate to find him before any other agencies get to him. Seeing how he was able to stand up next to Miyu when he is just an amateur, she is determined not to let him get away. Meanwhile, in the other world, we see Lexia's knights fighting against some goblins. The knights are struggling, and there is suddenly a goblin that appears behind her, but the goblin is defeated, as Yuya makes his appearance. They are shocked to see him, and Yuya effortlessly slays the goblins. Lexia is glad to see he is real, and Yuya finishes off the goblins. He treats one of the knights, and Lexia approaches him, saying she came to the dark forest because she had something to tell him. Yuya wonders what she wants, and she suddenly asks if he will marry her, causing them all to be shocked. Her knight wonders what she is thinking, reminding her of her position as a princess, saying they know nothing about Yuya, but Lexia insists it's love at first sight. The two start arguing, but Yuya interrupts, saying it's dangerous in the forest, so he invites them back to his house, which is a surprise for them, to learn he actually lives in the forest. They are amazed to see his house, and the knight introduces himself as Owen, the captain of the Arzelia Knights, and he introduces Lexia as the first princess of Arzelia, mentioning that she is second in line for the throne. She thanks him for saving them once again, and Yuya starts to worry about his behavior after learning she is a princess. But they tell him not to worry, since it's not an official visit, and he is their savior. Yuya introduces himself, but they find his name strange, and think he could be from another country. Lexia fantasizes about him being royalty from another country, but Owen worries about other possibilities. Owen reveals that they were there to look for him, because the first time he saved Lexia, she didn't get the chance to thank him. She says she has been thinking about him ever since that day, saying that it's the first time she has ever felt that way, and she asks him to marry her once again. Yuya is overwhelmed, and thinks the proposal is just too sudden, making the princess think that love can't be so simple. Thinking about every romance novel she has read, love needs to come with obstacles, and it would be boring if things went so smoothly. So she asks to start out as his friend. Yuya gets nervous, thinking about his past experiences, but agrees to be her friend. Owen mentions there is one other reason they are there, and that is the king would like him to visit the royal palace, so that he can also offer his gratitude in person. Yuya is hesitant, but Owen says it's a royal command, and he can't leave until Yuya agrees. So Yuya has no choice but to accept the invitation. Owen mentions that it will take about 5 days including travel, but Yuya thinks it would interrupt starting at his new school, so he asks to delay the meeting, but Owen says that they are happy to wait for him whenever he decides to go. They take their leave, and Lexia tells him to prepare himself, because she plans to win his heart the next time they meet. Somewhere in the royal capital, we see a man reporting about their failed attempt on Lexia's life. We see a masked man, and we learn that he had sent assassins after Lexia, but they ended up in the dark forest, and the assassins were taken out by monsters. But the masked man wonders how Lexia managed to return unharmed, and warns his man not to fail him again. He takes off his mask, revealing a disfigured face, and we learn he is part of the royal family, as he swears to get his revenge on Lexia. Back at Yuya's house, he marks his calendar for when he plans to see the king. He puts on his new uniform and leaves to start his first day at the academy. Everyone stares at him as he walks, thinking he must be some kind of famous model. When he arrives, the director greets him, but apologizes because he doesn't have time to talk, but tells Yuya to remember to just enjoy himself at the school. Yuya is introduced to the class as an official student, and we see Ryo and Shingo who are happy to see him. We cut to a soccer game, and we meet a student named Roy. He scores a goal, and all the girls cheer for him. Yuya watches from the sidelines, impressed at his skill, and he is approached by a girl named Kaide. She wonders why he doesn't join the game, but Yuya says he doesn't have his gym clothes yet. We see Roy as he goes up against the opposing team himself, but he tricks them, passing the ball to his teammate Akira. Akira rushes at the goal, preparing to use his special move, but he messes up and kicks it straight at Kaide. However, Yuya manages to stop it and even scores a goal in the process. Everyone is shocked, wondering how he moves so quickly. He checks to see if Kaide is okay, but she is left stunned by his riz. Akira comes rushing over to apologize, swearing to become her servant, but Kaide says she is okay and turns him down. Ryo vouches for Akira, saying he is just a bit quirky, and Akira thanks him for saving the both of them. Later on, we see Kaori as she goes to get changed for gym class. All the girls are talking about Yuya, thinking he is like a prince. Kaide tells her about everything that happened, and the girls think he must have a girlfriend since he is so cool. But Kaori and Kaide both insist that nothing has been confirmed. During his next class, Yuya waves to Kaori who is down on the field. But suddenly, some delinquents come bursting in on motorbikes. They surround the girls, swinging their bats, and all the students check out the commotion. They recognize the group as the Red Ogres, the most dangerous delinquent group in the area. Yuya recognizes them, and sees his siblings with the group. Kaori wonders what they are doing at their school, and Yuya's brother Yuta points her out as the director's daughter. Kaori recognizes the two of them, and they say they are there to get back at her for looking down on them and accepting Yuya into the academy. Kaori warns them that the police are on the way, but Yuya's sister Sora thinks they have time before they show up, so they plan to abduct her as payback. The goons surround her, and things are looking bad. Yuya wants to save her, but finds his legs shaking. Even though he has fought far stronger opponents in the other world, he He has emotional damage facing the bullies. His friends worry about him as he panics, but he manages to snap himself out of it. He opens the window and jumps out, shocking everyone since they are on the 4th floor, but Yuya lands unarmed. He charges in, confronting his old bully Araki, who says it's time to teach him a lesson. He sends his boys at Yuya, but he easily dodges all their attacks and disarms them all in an instant. Araki tries to attack, but Yuya runs right past him, focusing on saving Kaori. But he is stopped by an enormous guy named Amori. The guy charges at him, but Yuya doesn't even budge, and he throws him to the side. Yuya gets to Kaori, checking to see if she is okay, but the boss of the gang charges at Yuya. Yuya manages to dodge, but the boss attacks with his bike. Yuya jumps out of the way, and the guy ends up losing control and crashing his bike. The boss is knocked out, and the police arrive. All the delinquents are arrested, and the students are told to get back to their classes. Yuya makes sure Kaori is okay, and she suddenly becomes weak, but Yuya catches her, and they share a moment. Meanwhile, Yuya thinks that the Red Ogres were useless, but he suddenly gets choked by the boss, who blames him for their situation. Sora begs for him, but she just gets kicked away, and Yuya continues to be choked. But Yuya gets in the way, breaking them up, and Yuya thanks him. The boss charges at him, but Yuya just stares him down. The students wonder what happened, but everything settles down, and Yuya wonders why he saved him. But Yuya says that even though they have been terrible to him, they are still his family, so he couldn't just abandon them. His brother is moved to tears, and they beg for his forgiveness, apologizing for everything they have ever done. He is joined by his friends, and he apologizes for the trouble that occurred because of him, but they are all amazed by him, wondering how he could jump out the window. Yuya goes to do some exploring in the other world, but remembers a warning from Owen, telling him that the Dark Forest is considered the most dangerous region in the lands, with monsters so strong that they would easily be able to destroy a city, so Yuya wonders about the sage who used to own the house. He explores deeper into the forest, looking for stronger monsters to face, when he suddenly hears a cry, and sees a puppy being attacked by an orc. The puppy glows with a dark energy, but it's too weak to fight. Yuya watches from a distance, and sees that the orc is a level 600 orc king, with over 20,000 attack. Yuya thinks he doesn't stand a chance, so he gives up on saving it, but the orc continues beating the dog, stomping on its body. Yuya can't bring himself to just leave it, thinking about what his grandfather would do. So he decides to help, thinking he might be able to just distract the orc. He charges at it, but actually took it out with a single shot, and he starts to get embarrassed, after taking so long to work up the courage, only to have things end so easily. But he thinks back to the ogre he defeated when he was still at level 1, and he starts to wonder about the sage, who created such insane weapons. He checks on the dog, but it growls at him. He offers it a potion, but it ends up passing out. He quickly treats the dog, and it starts to take a liking to him. He tries talking to it, and he learns that it's all alone with nowhere to go, so he offers to take it in. The dog happily agrees, and Yuya suddenly gets the taming skill, making the dog his new companion. He checks out its stats, and finds that it's actually a level 500 Black Fenrir, and he is impressed by its stats. He thinks about giving it a name, and looking at its black fur, he decides to call it Knight, who happily jumps onto him. They head back to his house, and he checks out the items dropped by the Orc King. There's an S-ranked magic stone, and the sword and armor used by the Orc King. But the gear can't be used by humans, but it's possible for them to be reforged. There's also a rare brush, which has the ability to stimulate hair growth, but he uses it to brush Knight. He checks out his own stats, and finds he is still at level 235. He finds it strange he didn't level up, even after defeating a level 600 monster, but he thinks he will work out the leveling system eventually. Back in the real world, he leaves Knight in his house as he goes to school. He asks his friends if there are any pet shops around, revealing that he just adopted a dog. Kaide gets excited hearing this, asking to see pictures, but Yuya gets nervous with her getting so close. She apologizes, and Yuya says he doesn't have any pictures, because he doesn't even have a smartphone. His friends find him a bit weird for this, but he just says he never really needed one. They tell him about the nearby pet shop, but they say they aren't free to go with him after school. But Kaide offers to take him. Yuya thanks her for helping, but she starts thinking it could be like a date, but she tells him not to worry about it. When he gets home, Knight rushes to him, and Yuya shows him the different items that Kaide helped him pick out from the shop. He gives Knight his new collar, and he decides they should go for a walk. They go to the park, but everyone stares at him, thinking he looks so cool, and that Knight is so cute. He ends up running into Kaori, and he introduces Knight to her. She starts petting him, and finds him adorable, while the onlookers think they are a perfect couple. Kaori asks him about Knight's breed, but he pretends he doesn't know, since he can't say it's a Fenrir. But Kaori can tell he is super smart, and happy that Yuya adopted him. A girl calls out to Yuya, and it turns out to be Miyu, the model he worked with. It turns out she also lives around the area, and comes to the park to walk. Yuya introduces the girls, and the people are amazed to see him with another beautiful girl. They start to draw even more attention, as people start to recognize Miyu. Not wanting to cause a scene, Miyu decides to leave, but looks forward to running into him again. After she leaves, Kaori wonders if Miyu is his girlfriend, but Yuya is shocked, saying that he has only met her once before, and that she would be too good for him, but Kaori doesn't agree with him. A woman suddenly screams, as a man runs away with her purse. Kaori wonders what they should do, and Yuya tells Knight to go after the man. They check up on the old lady, and Knight soon returns, dragging the man back. Yuya tells Kaori to call the police, but the man gets free, charging at Kaori to stop her. But Yuya gets in the way, easily disarming and restraining him. The crowd cheers for him, thinking he is so cool, and Kaori thanks him for saving her once again. They hand the man over to the police, and Yuya heads home. Yuya continues exploring deeper into the dark forest. Together with Knight, they encounter countless monsters. They come across another orc king, but this time, Knight shows off his skills, biting its neck and taking it out all by himself. As they continue, they come across a crystal deer, which is at level 630. Yuya observes it while invisible, and sees that it has an impressive magic stat. He wonders how he should approach it, but it suddenly detects him, even through his invisibility, so he has no time to think. It charges at them, so the two split up. Knight tries to attack, but the deer uses magic, creating an explosion to defend itself. It charges up another attack, firing a blast of water at Yuya, but he manages to dodge it. Yuya thinks they need to work together, so he tells Knight to create an opening for him. Knight jumps around the deer with its speed, but the deer retaliates with its magic, causing countless explosions in the area. But Knight manages to land a hit, and Yuya takes the chance to finish it off. He checks out the item drops, and there is a box that catches his attention. As he examines it, it turns out to be a portable bath set that automatically stays clean, and even has a privacy feature to stop people from looking in. He is amazed to find such an item, and decides to try it out, finding that there are multiple settings he can choose from. It's too dangerous to use it in the middle of the forest, so he decides to return to his house for the night, and has a relaxing bath with Knight. The next day, they fight against a needle roller, which has exceptional speed. He struggles at first, but he manages to predict its movements, and dodge its attack, causing it to get stuck in a wall, and he takes it out. He finally levels up to 240, and Knight also reaches level 510. The wall suddenly cracks, where the monster had crashed into it, and a cave is revealed, so they decide to check it out. Yuya scans for enemies, but there are no signs of any monsters. The cave suddenly lights up, as they reach a larger room. As they look around, Yuya is shocked to find a body, but Knight points out a book on the floor. Yuya checks it out, and it turns out to be the Book of the Sage. As Yuya reads the book, he learns that the sage was able to do everything, mastering every kind of skill and becoming as powerful as a god. The gods even asked him to join them, but he declined their invitation. The book starts talking to Yuya, warning him that as he gets stronger, the people around him will begin to fear him. Yuya wonders how he can prevent that from happening, and he suddenly hears the voice of the sage, telling him to find people he can trust. The sage asks him if there is anything he would like to know, and Yuya asks to learn magic. So the sage fills the book with all of his knowledge about magic. But he notes that Yuya can't use magic, because he doesn't have the magical circuits in his body, since he is from another world. However, the sage decides to pass on his own magical circuits to Yuya, telling Yuya to find happiness and to live a good life. Yuya returns to his house, and starts learning how to use magic from the book. He starts off by sensing the magical energy around him, and he learns the magic energy manipulation skill. He learns that all he needs to do is to gather magical energy in his hand, and just imagine the magic he wants to use. So he goes outside to try it out, imagining a ball of water, and it seems Knight is also learning. He tries shooting the ball at a tree, and it turns out to be ridiculously strong, blowing straight through the tree. Meanwhile at the royal capital, Owen gives his report to the king. He tells the king about Yuya, but when he mentions how the princess proposed to him, the king loses it, thinking Yuya seduced his daughter. Back at the school, Yuya daydreams, thinking about the sage's book, warning him about using magic, because the techniques he is learning are not commonly known, even in the other world. The teacher reminds them that they will be going camping the following week, and sorts them into groups of 4. Yuya is put in a group with Kaide, along with Akira, and a girl named Rin. Kaide is excited for the trip, but Yuya mentions he doesn't really have any camping equipment, so Kaide suggests that they go shopping. They head to the mall, where Shingo is surprised to see Kaori joining them. Ryo also can't believe Yuya is friends with Kaori, because most people find her unapproachable, since she is the director's daughter, but she tells them just to think of her as any other student. Yuya wonders where Akira is, and Shingo mentions how he couldn't make it. They head inside, and they help Yuya pick out a backpack. They decide to hang out, and they end up at an arcade. Shingo gets excited seeing his favorite character in a crane game, but says he is terrible at the game. Yuya decides to give it a go. Using his detect weakness skill, he finds the weak spot, and manages to win the figure in a single try. Kaide asks him to win her a cat, so he uses his skill again, and easily wins it for her. He ends up winning prizes for all his friends, and Kaori says it was her first time at an arcade, thanking him for his gift. The girls decide to do some shopping for clothes, so the guys have a break, and go to the cafe for a drink. Yuya thinks about how much fun he had, being able to hang out with friends for the first time, but an alarm suddenly rings, as they are told there is a fire, and they need to evacuate. Yuya worries about the girls, thinking that the fire would be closer to them. They reach the staircase, and Yuya asks the man if he has seen his friends. Ryo gets a call from Kaide, who tells them they are still stuck upstairs. Yuya rushes up the stairs, thinking about his friends, and he reaches the source of the fire. The sprinklers aren't enough to put it out, so Yuya thinks it's time to use his magic. He covers his body with a layer of water, allowing him to run right through the flames. We see the girls unconscious from the smoke, while Yuya rushes to find them. He manages to make it to them just in time, and he wonders if there is anyone else. He uses his detection skill to scan the building, and it seems they are the only ones left. He covers the girls with his magic, but the fire surges, and he worries they won't make it out. Meanwhile, Ryo and Shingo watch from outside, telling the officers that their friends are still inside, but there is nothing they can do until they fight the fire. Yuya runs around looking for the exit, but the roof collapses, and as he dodges, Kaori drops the gift he gave her. He reaches a dead end, and he realizes there is no way out, so he uses his magic to smash through the building and make his own exit. The building shakes, but Yuya manages to make it out with the girls. The girls get treated, and the firefighters reprimand him for being so reckless. Kaori's father arrives, thanking him for saving his daughter again, and Yuya returns the otter pin he picked up. Kaori hugs her father, and Yuya thinks about what a family should be like, but he thinks that he doesn't really have anyone like that. But when he gets home, Knight rushes to him, and he realizes they are family. Yuya thinks about what else he can do with magic, remembering that magic is just the materialization of his imagination. So he thinks about using it to travel, focusing on where he wants to go, and he manages to open a portal, which takes him deep into the dark forest. He is excited that it works, but it seems he can only use it to go to places he has already been. But he thinks he can use it to get home to feed Knight, even when he goes on his school trip. They take the chance to do some more exploring, and they discover a cave, which happens to contain some goblins. But using his legendary sword, they are no match for him, and they find a whole bunch of rare items, storing them all away with his storage skill, and he thinks that his teamwork with Knight is improving. They leave the cave, and Yuya thinks they should call it for the day, but Knight gets sad, wanting to continue. Yuya says he needs to get back so that he can prepare for his school trip, but Knight suddenly runs off. Yuya goes after him, and it seems Knight detects something up ahead. So Yuya uses his invisibility skill to be careful, and he continues ahead. He comes across a girl that is injured, and is facing a number of goblins. Yuya wants to save her, but Knight pulls him back. The elite goblin attacks, smashing down a tree, but there seem to be some threads that get in the way, and the girl attacks, cutting off the goblin's arm. Yuya wonders about the threads, but the goblins suddenly jump at the girl. She blocks their attack with her threads, but the elite goblin lands a hit on her, and it seems to knock her out. As the goblin approaches her, Yuya emerges, and together with Knight, they take out the goblins. But there are suddenly countless other goblins that appear, so Yuya decides to use his divine whip, which binds all of the goblins, crushing them all in a single attack. And he thinks it's just too overpowered, because it can attack multiple targets at once, and it can never miss. After the fight, he wonders what he should do with the girl. He thinks about taking her back to his house, but it seems Knight thinks it's a bad idea. He doesn't want to just leave the girl, but she suddenly wakes up, surprised she is being carried, and she ends up falling to the ground. Yuya offers her his healing juice, and it's able to instantly heal all of her injuries. The girl is surprised how effective it was, and wonders who he is. So Yuya introduces himself, as well as Knight, but Knight is hostile towards her, and Yuya wonders why. We learn that the girl's name is Luna, and she says she was training in the forest, but she was surprised by the elite goblin, and ended up getting into trouble. She wonders what happened to them, but Yuya tells her that he took them out. She asks what he is doing in the forest, and he ends up saying that he was also training. But the girl is surprised to hear this for some reason. Since Yuya was the one who carried her to safety, Luna apologizes to him for being so filthy and covered with sweat, but Yuya says it's okay. She wonders if there is a river nearby where she can rinse off, but Yuya brings out his bath. He keeps watch outside, and Luna can't believe he has such a rare item. Yuya mentions how he got it from a crystal deer, and Luna is impressed he could defeat such a monster. Yuya thinks it's normal for the dark forest, but Luna reveals she is actually there on a client's request, although Yuya doesn't hear this. Luna asks him to accompany her with her training. Since they are both training in the forest, she wants to train with him. Yuya feels bad about leaving her to train alone, so he ends up agreeing to join her. After that, we see them training together, as Yuya helps her practice, but she also teaches him as well. They both manage to get stronger, and we see Luna as she takes out a goblin with her threads. Yuya compliments her for beating an elite, but she says she still has a long way to go, saying she needs to get even stronger so she can complete her mission. Yuya tells her he has to go, trying to explain that he has a school trip, but it doesn't really make sense to her, so he just apologizes, but she thanks him for all his help. After the last day of training, Yuya relaxes with a bath, but Luna suddenly joins him, wanting to share it with him. Yuya gets embarrassed, but Luna grabs onto him, telling him how much the time with him has meant to her, and saying that she will treasure it. She thanks him once again, offering to wash his back, but her towel suddenly drops, and Yuya becomes embarrassed. His class heads off on their school trip, and we see Yuya playing cards with his friends. Kaide thinks he looks tired, and Yuya admits he didn't get much sleep the previous night. Yuya wins the game, and they can't believe he just won 5 times in a row. But Yuya thinks the game should just be luck. Yuya decides to take a nap, and he thinks that he kept winning because he put a lot of points into his luck stat, thinking that the incident with Luna could have also been because of his luck. Yuya is woken up as they arrive at their destination. The students get changed, and their teacher explains that they have to go camping for 2 days, and must find a way to survive off the land, telling them that there are fish in the river, and plants that they could eat. Kaide worries that the plants could be poisonous, but Sawada tells them the school doctor is on standby, although the students find her creepy, because they always hear screams coming from her office. Akira thinks they could just go without food for a day, but Sawada says it's all a part of the lesson, mentioning that it's a competition between the classes. Yuya wonders if there is a reward for the winners, but Sawada reveals it affects her bonus, so she tells them to do their best, but the students are not impressed. The students are left in the forest, and Yuya wonders what they should do first. Akira thinks it will be easy to survive, but the other 3 just ignore him, thinking he is a fool. Rin suggests that Yuya and Kaide try fishing, while she and Akira look for some edible plants. We see that all the students are by the river, and Kaide thinks they were too slow. They see Ryo by the water, and he warns them that all the good spots are already gone. Kaide wonders if they should try something else, but Yuya uses his detection skill and manages to find another spot. There are lots of fish in the area, but Kaide thinks the water is too shallow, so their fishing pole won't be effective. But Yuya has another plan, and he gets into the water. He thinks that compared to the monsters in the dark forest, the fish are not as fast. He thinks about what he learned from Luna about how to predict a monster's behavior, and he manages to catch a fish with his hand. Kaide is impressed seeing this, and Yuya continues to catch all the fish. The other students think he is crazy, and Kaide thinks he has caught too many. Yuya admits he got carried away, and he thinks about thanking Luna for her advice. Meanwhile, in the dark part of a town, we see a shop filled with puppets. Luna uses her thread, cutting off all their heads, and she notes that her power has improved. She thinks about her time with Yuya, but we learn she is actually an assassin, and has been killing ever since she was a child. But she finds Yuya different, wishing she could have met him sooner, so that her life might have turned out differently, but she knows she needs to forget about him, because she is the one known as the headhunter, and she prepares for her next target. Yuya and Kaide meet back up with Rin, showing her their haul, and she is surprised to hear Yuya caught all the fish with just his hands. Yuya wonders what happened to Akira, who is down on the ground, and he complains that Rin used him to test mushrooms to see if they were poisonous, and used him as a decoy to lure away bears. Yuya gets worried for him, checking his stats to see if he was poisoned, but is relieved to see he is okay. Rin and Akira show all the plants that they managed to gather, and Yuya appraises them all with his skill, getting rid of some poisonous mushrooms. They head over to the building to show their teacher what they managed to collect, and we see other students as they get their food checked to make sure there is nothing poisonous. Yuya runs into Kaori, who asks him how his team is going. They talk about how they are finding the experience, until Kaori is called by her team. Akira is surprised at how close he is with her, wishing he could be more like Yuya. The team shows their haul to Sawada, and she compliments them for being the first team to bring back such a large amount of safe-to-eat food. She gets excited thinking about her bonus, but mentions they are also going to be graded for their cooking. She asks who plans to cook, and everyone points at Yuya. Sawada encourages him to do his best, telling him her bonus relies on him, but Yuya thinks she shouldn't be so transparent about her motives. Yuya starts preparing the food, thanks to his time living alone and cooking in the other world. He manages to prepare quite an impressive meal. The team digs in, and Yuya waits to see their reaction, but Sawada comes along after doing some drinking, and she is surprised to see the food they're eating. She tries some of the food as well, and Yuya gets nervous wondering how they like it, but they end up finding it amazing. Sawada says that even though their meals are prepared by first-rate chefs at the school, she finds his cooking even better, wondering how it's even possible. Yuya thinks how he only cooked for himself since he was alone, but is happy to see people enjoying his food. After the meal, Sawada asks if he would marry her, which surprises everyone. She reveals she can't cook or clean, because she was always focused on her research, and she has never been in a relationship before. And after eating his food, she thinks he is a catch, asking him to marry her and take care of her. Everyone tells her it's a bad idea, and Kaide even says Yuya is no good. But this makes him think he must be a failure as a person. But Sawada insists on marrying him, even saying she would wait for him. Yuya gets nervous, thinking it's not appropriate since she is his teacher, but tells her he thinks she is a good teacher. Sawada is happy hearing this, smothering him with her chest, while Kaide tries to pull him away, and Akira thinks he is the luckiest guy in the world. Later that night, Yuya teleports back to his house to check up on Knight. Using some food from his storage, he quickly fixes Knight some dinner. As he watches Knight eat, he thinks about how he enjoys making others happy with his food. He teleports back to the camp, where everyone is taking a shower together. Everyone stares at him, and Yuya wonders what's going on. Akira points out his body is ridiculous, and Yuya wonders what's wrong with it. But Akira can't believe how good-looking he is, as well as being insanely ripped. Meanwhile in the girls' bathroom, Rin teases Kaide, saying all the boys must be into her, but they run into Kaori, and mention how Sawada wanted to marry Yuya. Kaori is surprised hearing this, and the girls think Sawada has a certain advantage. Kaide seems to be inspired to make a move on Yuya as well. Kaori wonders if she is into Yuya, but she quickly denies it. Rin thinks she is too obvious, but Kaori wonders about Yuya's preference in girls. The next morning, some of the students find their belongings trashed, wondering if it might have been a thief. Akira has a worried look, while Yuya checks that all their belongings are still there. The group decides to look around for breakfast, but Akira gets scared, seeing scratch markings on a tree. Yuya remembers how Akira said he was used to lure away bears, and he realizes what's going on. As he looks around, the bear suddenly appears before the girls, and they quickly run away. The bear chases after them, and all the students panic. Sawada signals the group to take cover with her. The bear runs into the table, and Sawada tells them to get to safety. As they run, Sawada falls down, and the bear lunges at her, but Yuya gets in the way. He wrestles with the bear, throwing it to the ground, and knocking it out. He checks up on Sawada, who tells him she would normally lecture him about fighting a bear, but since he saved her life, she decides to let him off the hook, even offering to marry him once again, which he politely declines. Yuya wonders what's going to happen to the bear, and Kaori ends up explaining they will take it in as a guard bear, and if it attacks people again, they will just eat him, and the bear seems to understand. So the issue is resolved, and the camping trip comes to an end. Back at his house, we see that Yuya is scheduled to meet the king in the other world, with Lexia on the way to meet him. He finds a group of demons in the forest, thinking it would be bad if Lexia's group ran into them, so he decides to take them out. Knight slashes at one of them, and Yuya throws his spear, but the demon catches it. So he swaps to a hammer, which completely squishes the demon, while clearing the area around him, causing him to be impressed by the sage's weapons once again. The demon drops an interesting-looking helmet, and Yuya tries it on, but we see a strange-looking rabbit that watches him, thinking he is the one, but Lexia's party approaches. Owen is worried seeing him, and Yuya realizes it's because of his helmet, so he quickly takes it off, and they are glad to see him once again. They ask if he is ready to meet the king, and they formally invite him to join them to the palace, but Knight suddenly jumps on Lexia, as a tree suddenly falls, and Yuya slashes it in half. Yuya notices the threads that Luna would use, and realizes Knight was protecting the princess. Owen wonders what is going on, and we see Luna cursing herself for failing, but as she tries to get away, she is attacked by Yuya and gets knocked out. Yuya is surprised that it's really Luna, and Lexia joins him, wondering who she is. He tells her Luna was the one who tried to attack her, and he realizes Knight knew all along. Yuya asks to heal her wounds, and take her back to his house, so he can ask her what is going on, not wanting to believe she is a bad person. Lexia grants his request, as Owen comes rushing over, telling her not to run off on her own, but she tells him she is going to pay a visit to Yuya's house. Yuya wonders if she is sure, and Lexia says she is also curious about why she was attacked, and about the relationship he has with her. So Yuya decides to use his teleportation to get back faster, and Owen is left behind. Lexia is surprised by the teleportation, and they wait for Luna to wake up. Yuya explains how he met Luna in the forest, and how they even trained together, but Lexia is more interested in the teleportation spell he used to get back to the house. Yuya says he just thought about using magic for transportation, and just ended up creating it. Lexia can't believe him, and tells him that teleportation magic is regarded as something from a fairy tale, and there has never been anyone who was confirmed to be able to use it. She warns him that if anyone were to find out he can use it, it could even lead to a war, so she makes him promise not to use it in front of people without thinking first. She suddenly calls out Luna, asking her how long she intends to pretend to sleep. Luna gets up, realizing she is busted, and Lexia notes how Yuya also knew she was faking, but he was just being nice and playing along. Lexia asks her about her story, but Luna thinks there is no point and tells her to just kill her. But Yuya asks about her story as well, so Luna explains how she was an orphan that scavenged just to survive, but she was eventually taken in by a man who taught her how to read and write, as well as the ways of assassination, and she eventually joined the Dark Guild. Yuya is curious about the Dark Guild, and Lexia explains they are an organization responsible for orchestrating all kinds of crimes. Luna goes on to say how she has completed countless assassinations, and even became known as the Headhunter. Lexia is surprised hearing this, having heard of the name. Yuya wonders if Knight knew all along, and he realizes that that was the reason why he was aggressive toward her in the beginning. Luna reveals her assignment to assassinate Lexia, but now that she has failed, her death is guaranteed, because she will either get executed, or the Dark Guild will send assassins after her for her failure. Yuya gets worried for her, but Luna wonders why he cares, since they only spent a brief time together. But Yuya says that even though their time together was short, it meant a lot to him, so he sees her as a friend. Luna thinks it's already too late for her, but Lexia interrupts, telling her to work for her instead, and become her bodyguard. Luna wonders what she is saying, and Lexia explains that since only she and Yuya know about the assassination attempt, they can just keep it a secret, and if she is the princess's guard, it would be harder for the Dark Guild to get to her. Luna thinks she is insane, saying she is a criminal, thinking of all the people she has killed, and that her hands are stained with blood. But Lexia tells her she has pretty hands, wondering how they are so soft, and she says it was thanks to Yuya's bath. She continues to decline, but Lexia tells her off, saying that since she failed to kill her, she is the loser, and must now follow her orders, and Luna has no choice but to accept the job. Meanwhile, we see Owen as he and his soldiers are running away from goblins. His men can't keep going, so they are forced to retreat, and leave Lexia's protection up to Yuya. Luna can't believe how things turned out, thinking Lexia is a tyrant, but as her first order, she demands to hear more about Yuya's bath. So Luna explains that Yuya has a rare bath item that can create a bath anywhere and helps with recovering from fatigue, but it also has positive effects on beauty. Lexia thinks it sounds incredible, demanding to use it as well. She decides to take a bath with Luna, inviting Yuya to join them as well, but he nervously declines, and she calls it a shame. The girls enjoy the bath together, finding it relaxing, but Lexia suddenly asks if Luna likes Yuya, and Luna says they are just friends. Lexia says she can tell she likes him, but Luna denies it, telling her she is imagining things. So Lexia tells her plan to marry him, and Luna objects to the idea. Lexia points out she shouldn't have a problem if they were just friends, and Luna isn't sure how she feels. But Lexia suddenly issues her a declaration of war, saying she is definitely in love with Yuya, so they will bow over him, and she will be the winner if she can marry Yuya. Luna is confused hearing this, but thinking about Yuya getting taken away, she accepts the vow, wanting Yuya for herself, and Lexia declares that from that moment, Luna will be both her guard and her rival. After their bath, Yuya thinks they should make some dinner. Lexia offers to cook, but she struggles trying to cut a single potato, even losing her knife, and almost causing an accident, so Yuya ends up cooking the meal instead. The girls find the food delicious, and Lexia compliments him, but Luna gets jealous seeing this, and asks Yuya to feed her, saying that she has trouble moving because her wounds aren't fully healed. Yuya thinks about how hard he hit her, so he agrees with the request. But as she eats it, she smirks at Lexia, who also gets jealous, and demands to be fed as well. Yuya says she isn't injured, but Lexia uses her authority as princess to command him, and he has no choice but to comply. At night, the girls sleep together, and Yuya is exhausted, but thinks it was a good time. The next day, they meet back up with Owen and his men, and Yuya apologizes for leaving him behind. Owen wonders about their companions, and Yuya introduces Knight once again. Owen thanks him for saving Lexia the previous day, and he goes on to wonder about Luna's identity. Lexia bluntly explains how she was an assassin that tried to kill her, but will now be working as her guard. Everyone is shocked hearing this, and Luna can't believe how quickly she revealed her secret. Owen immediately has her surrounded, but Lexia tells him to stand down. Owen refuses, saying she can't be trusted, but Lexia mentions how they slept together, so if Luna wanted to kill her, she would already be dead. Owen eventually gives in, but says they will keep an eye on her. Yuya suddenly interrupts, saying he can no longer go with them to the palace, since they spent an extra day back at the house. He doesn't have the time to make the trip, thinking he needs to go back to school. So Owen tells him to visit whenever he gets the chance, telling him he can follow the road to a village, where he should be able to get directions to the capital. Lexia says goodbye to him, telling him to visit soon, but Luna suddenly runs back to Yuya, giving him a kiss, and thanking him for everything he has done for her. Lexia is devastated, demanding to go back so she can also kiss him, but Owen just pretends not to hear her, and continues on their way. Yuya thinks about the kiss, wondering if she likes him, but he ends up taking a bath to relax. He suddenly realizes there is a strange creature that snuck in, and he gets a notification saying he has just tamed it. The creature is confused by this, but finds it acceptable, and Yuya thinks about checking its stats, but he finds his appraisal skill has leveled up, allowing him to see the skills that it knows. He sees that it has a skill called Holy Ground, and asks to see what it can do. The creature creates a field of light around them, and it seems to give Yuya a buff. Yuya is impressed, and decides to give it a name. Looking at its appearance, he decides to call it Akatsuki. Knight reminds him about the time, and Yuya quickly rushes back to school. During their class, Sawada announces they are having a ball game competition, with the results affecting her bonus, so she tells them to do their best. The first event is soccer, and their class is divided up into 2 teams. Yuya plays as goalkeeper, since he doesn't really know the rules. When the game begins, Ryo is a beast, taking on the opposing team by himself, and managing to score. Kaide is impressed, but Rin tells her they have a second secret weapon, telling her to jump. As she jumps up and down, all the guys are distracted, and Akira manages to steal the ball from Ryo. Akira has a morale boost, and Rin realizes her plan backfired. Akira gets past everyone, shooting his shot, but Yuya stops it in an instant, and everyone is shocked at his movement. He wonders what he should do with the ball, and Ryo tells him to just throw it as hard as he can. So Yuya gives it a go, and ends up throwing it straight into the other goal, wondering if he's scored a point. After school, Yuya gets approached by a modeling agency, inviting him to join the industry, but he quickly declines. The chief is shocked he isn't interested, but Yuya says he is already enjoying himself at the school. Miyu shows up trying to convince him as well, and his friends are shocked by how he knows the model. Yuya explains he just happened to work with her once, and they are shown the cover of an upcoming magazine where they are together. A poster for their sport competition suddenly lands near them, and Kaori comes chasing after it. But the chief suddenly gets an idea, thinking they could do an article on the school and photograph Yuya through the event, so she leaves to go and get approval from the school. In the other world, Yuya defeats a skeleton monster, but he thinks he hasn't been able to get any stronger. He decides to head even deeper into the forest, and he finds an area filled with hard black trees, which are extremely tough and unable to be even scratched by normal attacks. He suddenly wonders how Akatsuki got so big, but Akatsuki is actually behind him, and he gets attacked by a mithril boar. Yuya tries to heal himself, but the boar attacks him again. He thinks he is in trouble, and the boar charges at him, but the boar is suddenly sent flying, as a strange rabbit suddenly appears. It introduces himself as Usagi, and Yuya is surprised it can talk. The boar gets back up, but Usagi destroys it in an instant, and Yuya is shocked at how he even destroyed the surrounding trees. He checks out its stats, and sees he is insanely strong, with all kinds of titles. Yuya thanks him for his help, and the rabbit asks him to show him his kick. Yuya demonstrates his kick, and Usagi sees potential in him. Usagi shows off his kick, blowing a hole through multiple trees, and he starts training Yuya to do the same. After a while, Yuya manages to destroy one of the trees, and he moves on to sparring with Usagi. Yuya wonders why he is being trained, and Usagi reveals it's because he wants him to be his successor. He explains that he is known as a divine, and it's his duty to pass on his techniques. He reveals that divine is a title given to those who have mastered a certain field, and he is the divine kicker. Their job is to protect the world from the vile, who are beings that are the manifestations of the negative aspects of the world. Yuya wonders if he has a choice in becoming his disciple, and Usagi tells him he can refuse, but he mentions the fight against the vile is inevitable, so they need as many allies as possible. Yuya prefers not to become a divine, but he thinks about how he wants to be able to protect Knight and Akatsuki. Usagi decides to continue training him anyway, but asks to learn magic from him, since he is impressed by the barrier around his house, although Yuya thinks about how that was just the sage's work. But they come to a deal, where they will exchange knowledge. We see Yuya as he gets chased by a king mithril boar. Usagi thinks it's a good chance for Yuya to have a rematch. Yuya struggles against it, but using his kicks, and together with his whip, he manages to defeat it. Yuya celebrates his victory, and finds it dropped a number of SS ranked items. Usagi explains that there are triple S ranked and EX ranked monsters in the world, and the vile are even stronger at the legendary rank. Yuya suddenly gets a notification about evolving, and he suddenly starts to glow. His appearance doesn't change, but it seems he has gained a number of new skills. The next day, Yuya takes part in the table tennis competition, and the chief tells him to put on a good show for them. His opponent is actually the national champion known as the Sniper, and he delivers a devastating serve that even Yuya misses. But comparing it to the boar he faced, Yuya easily returns the next serve, even making a hole in the table, but he forfeits the match, not wanting to injure anyone, and the photographers complain he moved too fast for them. Kaide drags Yuya off to play volleyball, because one of their members got injured, and the chief follows after him. As the match begins, everyone is left shocked, as the ball pops, and the court is completely destroyed. The opposing team instantly gives up, and the chief finds they missed the shot again, because the photographers were distracted by something. Kaide comforts Yuya, saying a win is a win, and they suddenly hear a scream. They see Kaori, and Yuya wonders what's going on. We see her teammate getting carried away, and he warns Yuya to watch out for the serve. Yuya takes his place in the tennis match, and his opponents tell him he is also going to be needing medical attention. The match continues, and Kaori serves. It narrowly misses him, landing outside, and Yuya tries to encourage her. She serves again, but throws her racket this time, and Yuya realizes the other student was actually taken out by Kaori. Knowing this, Yuya takes over the game, taking every shot, and he carries the game. Kaori tries to be helpful, but she ends up throwing her racket again, and almost falls, but Yuya catches her, and the chief is finally able to get a shot. At the end of the day, Kaori walks home with Yuya, thanking him for his help. She wants to treat him to some food, but Yuya says he is just happy being with her, so there is no need to thank him, but Kaori ends up kissing him instead. Meanwhile, we see Usagi as he fights against one of the Vile. Usagi defends himself with magic, and the girl finds this surprising, because he shouldn't be able to use magic. He thanks Yuya for teaching him, and the girl reassesses her priorities, deciding Yuya is a greater threat, so she leaves to find him and deal with him first. The agency chief looks over their next issue, and she is happy with all the photos of Yuya. She thinks about how well the magazine will sell, but her subordinate worries the other agencies will all be after Yuya once they see it. However, the chief isn't worried, and she seems to have a plan to make sure Yuya won't be able to refuse joining their agency. Back at Yuya's house, Yuya and Kaori study together. Yuya thanks her for helping him with his math, but she says it's no problem, since he has also been teaching her English, but Yuya just thanks his language comprehension skill that makes English easy for him to understand. In a flashback, we see the two walking home together, and we learn their exams are coming up. Yuya is worried about how he will do, and Kaori is surprised there is something he isn't good at, so she was the one who suggested they could study together. She meets Akatsuki for the first time, and she finds both his pets cute as they sleep. She asks to use the restroom, but after she leaves, Yuya wonders if she will be able to find it. Kaori ends up in front of the door to the other world, and Yuya comes after her. Kaori says she felt like she was being called by the door, and Yuya gets nervous. He explains that the door connects to another world, and he tells her to try putting her hand through the door. Her hand is stopped by a barrier, and Yuya explains that only people he allows can get through. Kaori wonders what the other world is like, and Yuya explains it's a world of monsters and magic, showing off how he can use magic. Kaori is amazed, and Yuya explains it was all thanks to the other world, where he learned skills which allowed him to deal with the delinquents that attacked the school, and save everyone from the fire in the department store. Kaori finds it unbelievable, and Yuya offers to show her around in the other world. He takes her hand, and the two cross over to the other world. Kaori is surprised to see there really is another world, and Yuya tells her that both Knight and Akatsuki come from this world. He explains Knight is a Fenrir, which is like a wolf, and Akatsuki is kind of like a pig, but Akatsuki gets offended hearing this. Kaori's status window suddenly appears, and Yuya explains that ability in this world is represented by stats. He is surprised to see her starting stats are much higher than when he started, remembering how he only had 1 point in every stat. He explains how he leveled up in this world, and how his appearance completely changed because of it, so he feels as though he cheated, and he wouldn't have been accepted by everyone otherwise. But Kaori changes the topic, asking to see more of the world. Yuya mentions that it's dangerous outside the barrier of his house, but agrees to show her more some other time. She makes him pinky promise, and Yuya asks her to keep his secret, making her feel as though they share a special bond, and she starts to feel closer to him. Meanwhile in the capital, Lexia returns to the palace, and the king wonders why Yuya is not with them. Owen explains their plans had to be changed, and the king wonders if it had something to do with Luna. Luna immediately admits she tried to assassinate Lexia, and the king grabs his sword, preparing to execute her. He lunges at her, but ends up stopping, and he acknowledges her skill, because she realized his sword has the ability to cut through anything that tries to stop it, so she stopped his arms instead. Lexia gets angry at her father, telling him it was her decision to take her as a guard, and says she will hate him if he hurt her. The king is devastated hearing this, and he ends up recognizing Luna as one of Lexia's guards. After that, the king asks Owen more about Luna, and he explains how she was known as the headhunter for the Dark Guild. The king wonders how things relate to Yuya, and Owen explains that Yuya was the one who caught Luna, and how he took Luna and Lexia back to his house. But hearing how Lexia stayed over in a man's house, he starts going on a rampage, thinking of how he wants to cut Yuya down. Owen tells him nothing happened, but the king says he can't be sure since he wasn't there. Meanwhile, we see the masked man that once tried to kill Lexia. We learn he is actually the first Prince Rhaegar, and his subordinate tells him about how a supporting noble hired Luna to assassinate Lexia, but it ended in failure because of Yuya, and she even turned into Lexia's guard. His subordinate also mentions how Yuya was invited to the palace, and this gives Rhaegar an idea. He gives the man his secret weapon, a magic sealing barrier, which can disable all magic within its area. It will make all the magic users that guard the king powerless, and then the only people they would need to deal with would be Owen and Luna. His man worries they will be exposed if the plan fails, but Rhaegar thinks they would be able to pin it on Yuya when he visits. Yuya gets an extra day off after the academy's competition, so he prepares to visit the capital. He does some farming, taking out a sheep monster, which drops a number of items, including a rare bedding item, that magically provides the best sleeping experience. Yuya heads to the nearby town, and he is surprised to see there are cat girls in this world. He heads to the guild, looking to trade, because he doesn't have any money in this world. The master finds his name strange, and doesn't recognize where he is from. Yuya explains he is just from a small island, and the master thinks he must be a noble based on his appearance. Yuya swears he's just a regular guy, but the master finds it hard to believe. The master wonders what he wants to sell, and becomes amazed when he sees Yuya's item box skill. Yuya takes out a bunch of peppers, and the master is instantly amazed by the glass. He examines the peppers, and finds it to be the highest quality he has ever seen, but Yuya thinks it was just average pepper from the local shop. The master offers to buy it all for 100 gold coins, and Yuya wonders if that is a lot, admitting he doesn't know the value of the currency in the kingdom. The master explains that an average family could live comfortably on 5 gold coins for a year, so 100 gold would be enough for a whole family to live for 20 years. The master also gives him a guild card that can be used for identification, and Yuya asks about how to get to the capital. The master tells him about the stagecoach that goes straight to the capital, and when he gets there, Yuya is amazed by just how many people there are. Akatsuki points over to the palace, and Yuya starts to get worried, thinking he will be out of place. He heads to the palace, and he is received by Owen. Owen tells him they are going straight to see the king, and Yuya panics, thinking he is not ready, but Owen tells him not to worry, because it's only an informal audience. We see Lexia and Luna waiting inside the chamber, and Yuya pays his respects to the king. The king instantly brings up how Lexia proposed to him, and he starts to lose it, thinking Yuya seduced his daughter, but Owen manages to calm him down. The king is not impressed, because Yuya didn't come with any gifts for Lexia, so Yuya quickly pulls out the bedding set he got from the sheep. Lexia is flattered seeing it, but it seems to make the king mad, who thinks he is trying to seduce his daughter right in front of him. Owen tries to stop the king, saying Yuya isn't aware of their customs, and Yuya wonders what's going on. Lexia explains that giving bedding as a gift means you want to marry that person and share a bed with them. Yuya realizes he messed up, and the king prepares to cut him down, but they are suddenly attacked by assassins. The king orders his guards to fire, but one of the men activates the magic sealing barrier, stopping the arrows. The assassins attack, but Yuya beats them up, and together with Knight, he easily takes them all out. Lexia hugs onto him and praises him, but Luna gets jealous and tries to pull her away, while the king glares at Yuya. Owen discovers a particular emblem on one of the assassins, and they realize the first Prince Rhaegar was the one who was behind the attack. News of the attack is spread among the guards, and it seems the king has since isolated himself in his room. Yuya thinks about what he should do, and we see Owen asked for his help to keep Lexia safe, so Yuya goes looking for Lexia, hesitating to enter her room, but Lexia suddenly comes out, and she suggests they should go around the capital since it's his first time there. Luna reminds her of her situation, but Lexia reasons if her brother were to send any more assassins, he would be giving up his own location. Luna agrees with her assessment, but she knows Lexia is really just trying to get outside. Luna tells her she should stay in the castle, while she can be the one to show Yuya around, but Lexia refuses, not wanting to let them be alone together. Owen suggests he could be the one to show Yuya around, while they can both stay in the castle, but the two girls both reject his idea. In the end, both the girls end up going, while Owen watches from a distance. Lexia wants to show Yuya the jewelers, but Luna has other suggestions, and the two girls fight over him. They cause a commotion, and the people around start looking at them, thinking Yuya must be some kind of noble, having two beauties with him. They look around the city, and it seems Yuya is interested in the Adventurers Guild. He mentions how he registered with the Merchants Guild while on his way to the capital. Luna suggests he should register for the Adventurers Guild as well, since he goes hunting more often, saying it will make it easier for him to trade monster materials, and he can make some money from taking quests. Luna decides to register as well, wanting to go on a quest with Yuya. Lexia doesn't like the idea, but Luna suggests she could register as well. Lexia complains about them being together, but Luna tells her not to worry, because Yuya will probably be too busy to take quests with her. They meet the clerk Amelia, who hands them their application forms. Yuya starts filling it out, but there is a question about what magic he can use. He thinks about how the sage told him that common knowledge about magic isn't as advanced, so he decides he shouldn't mention he can use all types of magic, as well as teleportation magic, so he just puts down wind, fire, and water. The next question is about magic power, and Amelia explains they use a crystal ball to measure a person's magical energy. Yuya wonders why they don't just look at their status window, but Amelia explains most adventurers keep their stats a secret, so this is to make sure no one is lying. Luna measures her energy, making the ball glow yellow, but she comments she has never been good with magic. Yuya measures his energy next, but everyone is shocked when the ball is shattered. Amelia thinks it could be a mistake, so she decides to test him again, but the result is still the same. Yuya apologizes, wondering if he needs to pay, but Amelia tells him it's okay. Amelia looks over their applications, but she becomes shocked when she reads he can use 3 different types of magic. Yuya wonders if there is a problem, and Amelia explains that being able to use 3 types of magic already puts him in the realms of the people from their fairy tales. Lexia thinks he is amazing, and Yuya is just glad he didn't put down all the other magic he can use. Amelia puts their applications into a machine, and it produces their guild cards. Amelia explains that as new adventurers, they start out as F-ranked. Yuya wonders if there is a requirement for completing quests, but Amelia tells them they are free to go at their own pace, but she warns them that for item gathering quests, they have to be careful not to over-harvest the plants, so they are able to grow back. The group checks out the quest board, wondering what they should start with, but Yuya suddenly gets approached by a woman named Glenda. She says she wants to team up with him after seeing him destroy the measuring crystal, but the girls try to pull her away, saying she's had too much to drink. The woman leaves, but she hopes to see Yuya again. Lexia rethinks joining the guild, thinking she needs to protect Yuya from other women. But Luna tells her to think about Owen, who already struggles to control her. They head out into the field, and their first quest is to gather some herbs. Yuya is surprised his discernment skill even gives him harvesting instructions. Luna finds it tough, trying not to damage its roots, and Lexia is just glad to get away from everything. She proposes a competition with Luna to see who can gather the more valuable herbs, and the winner gets to go on a date with Yuya for a whole day. But Owen reminds them not to over-harvest the area. They all leave to start looking, and Yuya is left alone. He manages to find a mana healing plant, and Akatsuki tries to help him, but he just finds one that's extremely poisonous. The girls return with their herbs, and Yuya starts examining what they harvested, but Owen suddenly comes rushing over, saying they have discovered the location of the first prince, and he asks Yuya for his assistance. Lexia and Luna are left to head back to the castle, while Yuya and Owen head on their way. They arrive at an abandoned house, and things seem quiet. Owen suggests the prince might already be captured by earlier soldiers, but as they enter the house to check it out, a knife instantly hits one of the soldiers. They find the prince threatening the life of one of the guards, but Yuya sends Knight, who is able to save the man. Owen has him surrounded, telling him to give up, but the prince refuses as he slashes at them. He suddenly threatens to end his own life, thinking he is worthless, and Owen doesn't know what to do, but Yuya instantly approaches to stop him. The prince tries to attack him, but he ends up getting knocked to the ground. Owen thanks Yuya for his help, and they prepare to take the prince away, but there is suddenly an explosion as the house is blown open. The prince is relieved to see the girl from the vial. However, she analyzes the situation and determines he has failed, so he is no longer needed. The prince is shocked hearing this, thinking she wanted to help him become king, but the girl reveals her real plan was to use him to start wars and kill as many people as possible. The prince realizes he was tricked, and the girl prepares to finish him off. Owen tries to save him, but he suddenly gets stopped by an arrow. Yuya wonders where the arrow came from, but the girl starts bombarding them with more arrows. Owen wonders what she is after, and the girl reveals she is trying to wipe out all of humanity. The knights struggle against the arrows, and it seems the girl also has the ability to predict their movements. The girl prepares to finish them off, but Yuya uses his magic to blow all of the arrows away. Owen thanks him for saving them, and the girl realizes that he is the Yuya that she is after. She wants to fight him, but she notes she has already used up too much of her power, so she decides to retreat for the time being. The prince is taken in, but Yuya is left wondering about the identity of the girl. Rhaegar is brought before the king, and the guards take off his mask and clothes, revealing his body which is covered in scars. Lexia finds it hard to look at him, and we learn she is actually responsible for his injuries, because she once lost control of her magic, and he ended up getting caught in it. He eventually went mad after being showered with Lexia's magical energy, and he developed an urge for destruction, and the only way to suppress the urge was to cause even more damage to his body. He blames the king for not helping him, and even isolating him from the public, because he was no longer fit to be the first prince. He was treated as if he didn't even exist, and Yuya seems to be able to relate. Rhaegar just wants his suffering to end, and he begs to be killed. Yuya suddenly interrupts, saying he might be able to help, and he takes out his healing juice. Rhaegar tries to resist at first, but his scars end up being completely healed. Everyone is shocked, and Rhaegar quickly looks in the mirror. He can't believe he is healed, and Yuya explains his juice is made from the cure-all herb. The king is shocked by this, because it is actually a legendary herb, and he thanks Yuya for using such a rare item to heal his son. But Yuya tells him not to worry, because he actually grows it in his garden. Rhaegar starts laughing, thinking that even though he is healed, he is still facing a death sentence. Lexia wonders what crimes he committed, and the king says he made multiple attempts on her life. Lexia says that since the crime is against her, she decides to just pardon him. The king says it's not that simple, saying Rhaegar also attacked him, but Lexia insists that he forgive Rhaegar as well, and the king ends up agreeing, so Rhaegar manages to avoid his sentence. After this, the king considers Yuya's reward. Lexia suggests her hand in marriage, and Luna also offers to marry him. But the king ends up giving him the title of Lord Knight, as well as giving him land and a mansion. Yuya heads to his room to rest for the night, and he instantly falls asleep. However, he dreams about fighting against the mysterious girl, but he is defeated and he suddenly wakes up. At school the next day, his friends ask him to hang out, but he rushes off after class, even running past Kaori. As he runs home, all he can think about is the mysterious girl. He heads back into the other world, training as hard as he can, so he can be prepared for a fight against the Vile. Knight senses something, and they are suddenly attacked. The girl appears, and Yuya wonders why he is being attacked. The girl reveals she is after revenge, and he is someone who could get in the way of her plans. Meanwhile, we see Kaori visiting his house, wanting to study with him. His door is open, so she lets herself in, and she looks around the other world, hoping to find him, but she suddenly hears explosions in the distance. The girl launches her arrows at Yuya, but he charges at her, together with Knight, and he manages to land a kick on her, with Knight following up. The girl is impressed by him, thinking she needs to take him out before he can get any stronger. She starts shooting at him, and Yuya notices Kaori in the area. She freaks out, and Yuya tries to shield her, leading to an explosion. The girl prepares to finish him off, firing her strongest attack, but Yusagi suddenly appears and stops the attack. He apologizes for being late, saying he was doing some investigating, and he has learned that the girl's name is Yudi. He also discovered she is actually the Divine Archer's disciple, and Yudi reveals her master was killed, so she is looking to get revenge for him. She claims Yusagi only appears when it's too late, when her master always protected the humans, but he was eventually betrayed by them. Yusagi says it's their job as divines to fight against the Vile, and he says that using their divine skills to destroy the world is against the covenant they have with the planet, but Yudi says she only inherited the divine skills from her master, but never took on the title as a divine, so she is not bound by the covenant. They continue to fight, and Yuya copies the move Yusagi used to save him, creating an opening, and Yusagi lands a kick on her. Yudi refuses to give up on her revenge, seeing humans as worthless, and she starts using the power of the Vile. She lets off a scream, and Yuya can barely hold his ground. She charges at Yusagi, and the two exchange blows. Yusagi takes a hit, and things are looking bad, but Akatsuki suddenly starts running over to the fight, activating his Holy Ground skill, and it takes away Yudi's power, giving Yuya the chance to knock her out. Yusagi mentions that besides the divine, there are also holy beasts that stand against the Vile, and Akatsuki seems to be one of them. He says Yudi shouldn't be able to use her Vile powers again, so he decides to leave her to Yuya to handle. Kaori rushes over, but there is suddenly a monster behind her. Yuya takes it out with a single shot, and Kaori is in shock. Yuya explains that this is how his life is like in this world. He wonders if she is scared seeing him kill in front of her. He admits to leveling up in this world, thinking he is a cheater, and that she wouldn't like him otherwise. But she says that that's not true, saying he hasn't changed at all since the first time she was saved by him, saying he has always been kind, and that she has liked him ever since that first meeting. But that's where this series ends for now. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.